Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Read Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was a vampire progenitor and Hermione and Luna offered their souls to be his dark queens? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Blood remembers the clock struck midnight, and Harry Potter died. Not the quick death he'd expected for years, no flash of green light, no dramatic last stand against Voldemort. This was something older. Something that had been waiting inside him since the moment Lily Potter's blood sacrifice collided with the killing curse 16 years ago. Harry's eyes snapped open in the darkness of his cupboard-sized room at number 4 Privet Drive. Except it wasn't really a room anymore. The walls were too close, the ceiling too low, the air too thick with the scent of dust and forgotten things. His heart hammered against his ribs once, twice, 3 times, and then it stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. No heartbeat. No breathing. Just the profound stillness of something that had moved beyond the need for such mortal mechanics. Finally, whispered a voice from the depths of his mind. Finally, you remember. Harry sat up slowly, his movements fluid in a way they'd never been before. The darkness that had always seemed so oppressive in this tiny room now felt like an old friend, welcoming him home. He could see everything, every crack in the ceiling, every dust mote suspended in the air, every spider web in the corner where the ceiling met the wall. And he could hear everything too. Vernon Dursley's labored breathing 2 rooms away, his massive heart working overtime to pump blood through clogged arteries. Petunia's lighter, more anxious respirations beside him, even in sleep carrying the tension she wore like armor during the day. Dudley's snores from the room next door, interspersed with the wet smacking of lips as he dreamed of whatever Dudley dreamed about, food, probably, or violence, or both. 3 heartbeats. 3 sources of warmth in a cold house. 3 potential meals. Harry's hands flew to his mouth as hunger, real hunger, not the hollow ache he'd grown up with, tore through him like lightning. His teeth ached. His gums throbbed. And somewhere in the back of his throat, a sound was building that had nothing to do with human vocal cords. Control it, the voice commanded. You are not some newly turned whelp. You are the first. The source. The blood remembers what the mind forgot. Control it. Harry squeezed his eyes shut and forced himself to breathe, not because he needed the oxygen, but because the familiar rhythm helped anchor him to something human. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. In. Out. The hunger didn't fade, but it settled. Like a beast recognizing its master's hand on the leash. When Harry opened his eyes again, the world had changed. No, the world was exactly the same. He had changed. And the memories were coming now, flooding through the cracks in whatever dam had held them back for 17 years. Civilizations rising from mud huts to marble palaces. Languages that had died before Latin was born. Faces, so many faces, of those he'd loved, those he'd killed, those who'd worshipped him and those who'd tried to destroy him. Thousands of years. Tens of thousands. Time measured not in lifetimes but in ages, in the slow crawl of continents and the rise and fall of species. He remembered sunlight, how it had felt before it became poison. He remembered hunger, how it had felt before it became power. He remembered dying, truly dying, in a time before time, and waking as something new. Something first. And he remembered the curse. Malachar, his mind supplied, the name carrying weight like a millstone. The bound God. The one who made you. Not made. Punished. The distinction was important, though Harry couldn't quite remember why. There had been something before, some crime, some transgression, some act of defiance that had earned the wrath of something that had been old when the stars were young. Vampirism wasn't a gift. It was a sentence. An eternal prison of hunger and darkness meant to torment, to degrade, to eventually drive the prisoner mad. But Harry, or whatever he'd been called then, hadn't broken. Hadn't degraded. Hadn't gone mad. He'd evolved. The curse meant to punish him had become his throne. The hunger meant to torment him had become his power. And when Malachar finally realized his mistake, it was too late. The progenitor had already begun spreading his blood, creating the first vampires, building a kingdom in the darkness that his jailer had meant to be his tomb. And then, the memories continued, growing fuzzy at the edges. Something happened. Something that ended everything. Something that put you to sleep for so long. Harry tried to grasp those final memories, but they slipped through his fingers like smoke. There had been a battle, maybe. A betrayal, possibly. A choice, definitely. And then nothing. An eternity of nothing until a woman with red hair and green eyes died protecting a baby that didn't know it contained the sleeping soul of humanity's first predator. Well, Harry murmured, his voice strange in his own ears, deeper, resonant, carrying undertones that no human throat should produce. That explains a lot, actually. It explained why the Dursleys had always sensed something wrong with him. Why animals either fled from him or submitted completely. Why Voldemort's curse had rebounded. You couldn't kill something that had already died countless deaths and risen from each one. It even explained the Parseltongue, in a way. Serpents had been old when Harry was young, and they remembered. Everything cold-blooded remembered the progenitor. Harry swung his legs off the bed and stood. The floor didn't creak. His movements were silent in a way that went beyond simple stealth. It was as if the world itself was reluctant to announce his presence. He needed to get out of this house. The hunger was manageable now, but the Dursleys' heartbeats were like drums pounding against his consciousness, each thump a reminder of the warmth flowing through their veins. He wouldn't feed on them, not out of any lingering affection, but because he refused to let his first meal in this new existence be tainted by their petty cruelty. The window opened without sound. Harry stepped onto the sill, looked down at the garden 2 stories below, and felt no fear at all. Heights were for creatures bound by gravity, and he was fairly certain he'd left that particular limitation behind with his heartbeat. He stepped off the ledge and landed on the grass with no more impact than a falling leaf. The night air hit him like a revelation. Every scent, every sound, every tiny variation in temperature painted a picture so detailed it made his previous perception seem like looking at the world through frosted glass. He could smell Mrs. Next Door's cat hiding under a bush 3 houses down. He could hear a television playing 5 streets away. He could feel the Earth's magnetic field humming in the background of his consciousness like a half-heard song. And he could sense her. Harry turned toward the end of the street, where the neat suburban houses gave way to a small park. Someone was there. Someone whose heartbeat was racing with anticipation rather than fear. Someone who smelled like old books and determination and a nervous energy that was somehow endearing. He didn't consciously decide to move. One moment he was standing in the Dursleys' garden, and the next he was at the park's entrance, having crossed the distance in the time it took for a human to blink. Hermione Granger stood under a streetlight, a heavy satchel over one shoulder and her wand clutched in a white-knuckled grip. She looked like she'd been waiting for hours, or possibly days. There were shadows under her eyes and a manic intensity to her gaze that Harry had only ever seen when she was in the grip of a particularly consuming research project. "You're finally awake," she said, and her voice only trembled a little. "I wasn't sure it would be tonight. The astrological alignment suggested your 17th birthday, but there were competing theories about whether it would be the moment of birth or midnight or." She cut herself off, took a deep breath, and squared her shoulders. "Hello, Harry. Or should I say, hello, progenitor." Harry stared at her. In all the memories flooding his ancient mind, in all the scenarios he might have expected from his first night as an awakened vampire god, having Hermione Granger greet him by his supernatural title in a suburban park at 12:30 in the morning was not remotely on the list. "Hermione," he said slowly, "what the bloody hell are you doing here?" She actually laughed at that, a slightly hysterical sound that she quickly stifled. "I've been researching you for 3 years, Harry." "Well, not you specifically. The condition. The bloodline. The history that the wizarding world deliberately forgot because it was too terrifying to remember. She patted her satchel, which clinked with the sound of glass vials and rustled with what had to be dozens of documents. I know what you are. I know what happened to you. And I'm here because I want to help. Help, Harry repeated flatly. Help, she confirmed. Although I'll admit my motivations aren't entirely altruistic. She stepped closer, close enough that Harry could count the individual beats of her heart, could smell the adrenaline coursing through her system, could see the pulse jumping in her throat. The wizarding world is broken, Harry. Voldemort's return proved that. The Ministry's corruption proved that. The blood purists and the apathetic masses and the institutions that fail everyone they're supposed to protect, all of it is broken, and no ordinary solution is going to fix it. She looked up at him with eyes that held no fear at all, only the fierce, burning conviction that Harry had seen 1,000 times before, directed at house elf rights and exam schedules and the moral failings of authority figures. But you're not ordinary, she continued. You never were. I think some part of me always knew that. There was always something different about you, something that made me want to stand beside you even when logic said to keep my distance. Her chin lifted. I'm here to make you an offer, Harry. A partnership. My knowledge, my skills, my absolute loyalty, in exchange for the chance to help you build something better. Something that lasts. Harry was silent for a long moment, processing. The hunger still prowled at the edges of his consciousness, but he was distantly surprised to find that it wasn't oriented toward Hermione at all. She didn't register as prey. She registered as potential. As a piece on a chessboard that had suddenly revealed herself to be a queen rather than a pawn. You've thought about this, he said finally. It wasn't a question. For 3 years, she confirmed. Ever since I found the first reference in a book that was supposed to be about ancient runic systems. The text was damaged, almost illegible, but there was a passage about the first darkness and the blood that begets blood, and I just. She shook her head. I couldn't let it go. I had to know more. So I dug. I searched. I tracked down manuscripts that hadn't been opened in centuries and translated languages that died before Hogwarts was founded. And every trail, every fragment, every piece of evidence led back to the same conclusion. She reached into her satchel and withdrew a sheaf of parchment covered in her precise handwriting. You're not just a vampire, Harry. You're the vampire. The first. The source of every bloodline that came after. The progenitor who ruled for ages before something, I still haven't figured out what, ended your reign and put you into a sleep so deep that even your own kind forgot you were real. Until a desperate mother performed an accidental blood sacrifice to protect her infant son, and that son happened to contain the sleeping soul of the most powerful being to ever walk the earth. Harry took the parchment, scanning the notes with eyes that could now read in complete darkness. The research was meticulous, exactly what he'd expect from Hermione. Historical records, mythological analysis, blood magic theory, cross-referenced accounts from cultures that had never had contact with each other. All of it pointing to the same conclusion. How did you know it would be tonight? He asked. 17th birthday, she said. Age of magical majority. I theorized that whatever was suppressing your true nature was tied to wizarding conventions, since it was wizarding magic that woke you up in the first place. Your own power probably reinforced the suppression unconsciously, you didn't want to remember, so you didn't. But tonight, with your magical maturity fully achieved, the suppression couldn't hold anymore. It made sense, in a way that Harry's newly organized memories could appreciate. Magic was as much about belief and intent as it was about power. He'd spent 16 years desperately wanting to be normal, to be just Harry, to be human. That desire, backed by power he hadn't even known he possessed, had been enough to keep the truth at bay. Until now. Hermione, he said quietly, do you understand what you're actually asking for? What being associated with me would mean? I know exactly what I'm asking for. Do you? Because I don't think you do. He stepped closer, letting some of his new nature show in the way he moved, in the subtle shift of his features towards something less human. I'm not a good person. I'm not even a person anymore, not really. I've done things, been things, that would make Voldemort look like a schoolyard bully. I've ruled empires built on blood and fear. You've also protected people, Hermione interrupted firmly. I found those records too. The villages that were off limits to other predators because they were under your protection. The children you rescued from creatures far worse than vampires. The balance you maintained between the darkness and the light. She stepped forward to match his movement, refusing to give ground. You're not a saint, Harry. I'm not asking you to be. But you're not a monster either, or if you are, you're the kind of monster that other monsters fear. And right now, with Voldemort gaining power and the Ministry in denial and the whole world sliding toward chaos, I think we need exactly that kind of monster. Harry studied her face, searching for doubt, for fear, for the self-deception that would make this whole thing a mistake. He found none. Hermione Granger had made up her mind, and God help anyone who tried to change it. There's more, isn't there? He said slowly. You're not just offering to be an ally. You're offering something else. For the first time, a flicker of nervousness crossed her features. I found references to a ritual. An old one, older than any wizarding tradition. It was used in your court, back when you had a court. A way of binding willing souls to your power, elevating them beyond ordinary vampirism to something more. Your records called them queens, Harry finished, the word carrying weight that made the air itself seem to shiver. Dark queens. Consorts of the progenitor. The memories were there now, clear as crystal. Not brides in any mundane sense, not trophies or possessions. Partners. Equals in power if not in age. Those who chose to bind their souls to his darkness and in return received a portion of his authority. They had been his advisors, his generals, his anchors to humanity when the weight of ages threatened to drown him in apathy. You want to be one of them, Harry said. It still wasn't a question. Hermione nodded, her heart rate spiking but her voice steady. I want to be useful. I want to matter. I want to help build something that will outlast Voldemort, outlast the Ministry, outlast all the petty squabbling and prejudice that makes the wizarding world such a disappointment. And I want to do it with you, because despite everything I've learned about what you are, you're still Harry. You're still the boy who ran toward a troll to save a girl he barely knew. You're still the person who faces impossible odds because it's the right thing to do. The progenitor might be ancient, might be powerful, might be terrifying, but Harry Potter is still in there, and I trust him. I trust you. The hunger stirred again, but this time it wasn't directed at her blood. It was something deeper, something that recognized in Hermione's offer exactly what he needed, not just power, not just loyalty, but companionship. Someone to share the darkness with. Someone to remind him why the light mattered. The ritual is dangerous, he heard himself say. For you, not me. If your will falters, if your commitment wavers, it will kill you. Instantly. I know. You'd be giving up your humanity. Your mortality. Your chance at a normal life. Hermione actually laughed at that. Harry, I gave up my chance at a normal life the moment I decided to become friends with you. This is just making it official. He should refuse. The responsible thing, the human thing, would be to send her away, to protect her from the darkness he represented. 3 years of friendship demanded that he at least try to talk her out of this. But Harry wasn't human anymore. He was something older, something that recognized opportunity and potential and the value of a willing heart. And the cold, ancient part of him, the part that had ruled empires and faced gods and survived everything the universe had thrown at him, that part knew that Hermione Granger would be wasted as a mere mortal. Not tonight, he said finally. The ritual requires preparation, and I need time to remember the specifics. But. He held out his hand, and after a moment, she took it. Her skin was warm against his, almost feverish by comparison. Yes. If you still want this after you've had time to truly consider what it means, then yes. The smile that spread across Hermione's face was brilliant, transformative, and just slightly terrifying in its intensity. I've had 3 years to consider it, Harry. But I'll give you your time if that's what you need. There's one more thing you should. He stopped mid-sentence, his head snapping toward the far end of the park. Something was approaching. Something that moved with the same silence as Harry now possessed, that carried an aura of supernatural awareness that prickled against his newly awakened senses. Harry. Hermione's hand went to her wand. What is it? We have company. The figure that emerged from the shadows was small and slight, with straggly blonde hair that seemed to glow in the moonlight and large, luminous eyes that reflected far more light than any humans should. She was wearing what appeared to be pajamas covered in a pattern of dancing hippogriffs, mismatched socks, and a necklace made of butterbeer corks. Hello, Harry, said Luna Lovegood dreamily. I've been waiting for you to wake up. The Raxperts told me it would be tonight. Hermione made a small, strangled sound. Luna. What are you, how did you, Raxperts? But Harry wasn't looking at Luna's outfit or her jewelry or any of the surface oddities that made most people dismiss her as crazy. He was looking at her eyes, which saw him, not the 17-year-old boy, not the chosen one, not even the vampire. She saw the vast darkness coiled behind his human facade, the ancient presence that stretched back to the dawn of sentient life, and she looked at it without a single trace of fear. More than that. She looked at it with recognition. You can see me, Harry said softly. Really see me. I've always been able to see you, Luna replied, drifting closer with the same ethereal grace that made her seem half-present in normal reality. Ever since first year. You were the first thing I saw when I walked into Hogwarts that made any sense at all. Everyone else looked so, fragmented. Pieces pretending to be whole. But you were solid all the way through. Just very, very deep. Like a well that goes down forever. She stopped a few feet away, tilting her head at an angle that would have looked unsettling on anyone else but on Luna just seemed natural. The creatures that no one else believes in. The Nargles and Raxperts and moon frogs. They're real. They're just remnants. Echoes of the old world, the one that existed before wizards decided what was real and what wasn't. I've always been able to see that world. Her luminous eyes met his dark ones. And I've always been able to see you, Progenitor. The shadow behind Harry Potter that blots out the stars. Hermione was gaping openly now. Luna, are you saying you've known what Harry was this whole time? I didn't know the name for it, Luna admitted. The history was lost before my family started keeping records. But I knew he was old. I knew he was powerful. And I knew he was waiting for something. She smiled, a gentle expression that somehow conveyed both innocence and terrible knowledge. I'm so glad you're finally awake, Harry. The things in the darkness have been getting bolder, and we needed our king back. King? Hermione repeated faintly. But Harry understood. Luna wasn't speaking metaphorically. Her unique sight allowed her to perceive the supernatural hierarchy that overlaid the mundane world, a hierarchy in which the progenitor had once sat at the apex, keeping the lesser darkness in check through sheer presence and power. His long sleep had created a vacuum, and other things had been rushing to fill it. What things? He asked sharply. What have you seen? Luna's dreamy expression flickered, something darker passing behind her eyes. Old things. Hungry things. There's something stirring beneath the world, Harry, something that's been sleeping even longer than you. The Raxperts whisper about it when they think I'm not listening. They call it the bound god. They're very frightened. Malachar. The name echoed through Harry's mind with renewed significance. His ancient enemy, his creator, his curse giver. If Luna's invisible creatures were talking about him, then the bound god's influence was already seeping into the world. The seals that had kept him imprisoned must be weakening. Harry. Hermione's voice was tight with controlled alarm. If there's something bigger coming, there is, he confirmed grimly. The being that created vampirism in the first place. He's been imprisoned since before recorded history, but if Luna's sources are right, that imprisonment is failing. He looked at the two girls, one brilliant and determined, one strange and seeing, and felt the weight of ages settling back onto his shoulders. I'm going to need help. More help than I have any right to ask for. You're not asking, Hermione said firmly. I'm volunteering. We already established this. So am I, Luna added, still in that serene, distant tone. I didn't come here tonight just to say hello. I came to offer the same thing Hermione did. My soul, my sight, my service. I want to be one of your queens, Harry. The silence that followed was profound. You, Hermione turned to Luna, shock evident on her face. You found the same records I did. I didn't need records. Luna tapped her temple. I can see the bonds, Hermione. The ones that used to exist between the progenitor and his consorts. They're like golden chains wrapped in shadows, connecting eternal souls across time and space. You'll look beautiful with one. She said it so matter-of-factly that it took a moment for the implications to sink in. You can see the future? Harry asked carefully. Not exactly. I can see possibilities. Branches of what might be, spreading out from every choice like roots from a tree. Most of them are fuzzy, too many variables, too much chaos. But some things are clearer than others. She met his eyes again. The branches where you accept us both are much brighter than the ones where you don't. And the branches where you try to face what's coming alone. She trailed off, her expression troubled. Those ones end in a lot of darkness. The permanent kind. Harry turned away, pacing across the moonlit grass as he tried to process everything. An hour ago, he'd been an ordinary teenager, or at least, he'd thought he was. Now he was an awakened vampire god with two willing consorts, an ancient enemy stirring in his prison, and the fate of the world apparently resting on choices he hadn't even known he'd have to make. This is what you were, the voice in his mind whispered. This is what you always were. The question is what you're going to do about it. He stopped pacing and turned back to face them. Hermione, standing straight and determined, her wand held ready and her satchel of research testament to years of preparation. Luna, swaying slightly like a reed in invisible wind, her strange sight focused on futures that only she could perceive. The ritual requires specific conditions, he heard himself say. A place of power, certain materials, and the right alignment of forces. I don't have any of that prepared. I have some of the materials, Hermione said immediately. And I've identified 3 potential locations within apparition distance that should meet the power requirements. The alignment will be correct in approximately 4 hours, Luna added helpfully. It's not the strongest possible configuration, but it should be sufficient for a preliminary binding. We can strengthen it later. They'd planned this. Both of them, separately, had planned for this exact scenario. Harry didn't know whether to be impressed or concerned. You realize this could kill you both, he said flatly. Yes, they said in unison. And you're still willing? Hermione stepped forward, her expression intense. Harry, I've spent 3 years preparing for this moment. I've read every scrap of information that survived about what it means to be a Dark Queen. I know the risks. I know the costs. I also know the benefits, the power, the longevity, the chance to actually make a difference in a world that desperately needs changing. This isn't a sacrifice. It's an investment. Luna drifted forward to stand beside Hermione. I've been waiting my whole life for something real, she said quietly. Everyone thinks I'm mad because I see things they don't. But you're real, Harry. The darkness you carry is real. And I'd rather bind myself to genuine darkness than keep pretending that the daylight world is all there is. She smiled, and for a moment her ethereal beauty was almost painful to look at. Besides, I've seen the branches. The ones where I'm your queen are the ones where I finally get to be useful. Harry looked at them, really looked, with senses that could perceive far more than mere appearance. Hermione blazed with intellectual fire and fierce loyalty, her magical core dense with potential that conventional wizarding education had barely begun to tap. Luna shimmered with something older and stranger, her sight not a magical gift but something inherent to her soul, something that connected her to the same primordial forces that had birthed Harry's kind. They were both extraordinary. They both knew exactly what they were offering. And they both had made their choice long before tonight. You need them, the ancient voice whispered. Not just for power, not just for politics, you need them because eternity alone is a death slower than any curse. Accept what they offer. Build what must be built. Face what must be faced. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, centering himself. When he opened them again, his decision was made. Show me the location you've prepared, he said to Hermione. Both of you. If we're doing this, we're doing it properly. The smile that crossed both girls' faces was identical in its fierce satisfaction. The site Hermione had chosen was a clearing in a forest that had been old when the Romans first came to Britain. Harry recognized it immediately, not from his current life, but from memories so ancient they predated the trees themselves. This had been a place of power long before humans understood what power meant. Good choice, he murmured, walking the perimeter and feeling the ley lines thrumming beneath his feet. Very good choice. Hermione preened slightly at the praise, even as she set about unpacking her satchel with methodical efficiency. The convergence of 3 ley lines creates a natural amplification effect. Combined with the age of the location and its historical significance to pre-wizarding magical traditions, it should provide more than enough ambient energy for the ritual. Luna had wandered to the center of the clearing and was turning in slow circles, her face tilted up toward the stars. The Nargles are excited, she reported dreamily. They remember this place. They say a queen died here once, a long time ago. Her blood soaked into the earth and never quite left. Harry's memories stirred, dredging up images he'd rather not examine too closely. Yes, he said quietly. I remember. Hermione paused in her unpacking. A queen. One of your queens. The first one. The words came reluctantly. Before I understood the ritual properly. Before I knew how to do it without. He shook his head. It was a long time ago. But you know how to do it correctly now. Hermione's voice was steady, but he could hear her heartbeat accelerate. I do. The failures taught me. He moved to the center of the clearing, where Luna stood bathed in starlight. The key is the exchange. It can't be one-sided, I can't simply take your souls. You have to give them freely, and in return, I have to give something of equal value. What do you give? Luna asked curiously. Harry raised his hand, and with a thought, opened a wound in his palm. The blood that welled up was black in the moonlight, thick and luminous with power that was older than the stars. My blood, he said simply. The source of all vampirism, the foundation of every bloodline that ever existed. When you drink it, it won't just transform you, it will elevate you. You'll be connected to my power in a way that no ordinary vampire can ever achieve. You'll share my senses, my strength, my resilience. You'll be immortal not because you've been cursed, but because you've been included in my existence. And the soul binding? Hermione had finished her preparations and was moving to join them. How does that work? That's the exchange. Harry let the blood drip from his hand, watching it sizzle where it struck the ancient earth. When you drink my blood, your soul touches mine. In that moment, you choose, consciously, deliberately, to bind yourself to me. Not as a slave, not as a possession. As a partner. An extension of my will who retains her own will. It's. He searched for the right words. It's like becoming a part of a greater whole without losing who you are. You'll still be Hermione and Luna. You'll just also be mine, in a way that transcends ordinary bonds. The two girls exchanged a look, some silent communication that Harry couldn't interpret. "And if we change our minds?" Hermione asked. "After the ritual, I mean. Is the binding permanent?" "It can be severed," Harry admitted. "But the severing is painful. For both parties. And you would lose the power the binding grants. You'd revert to an ordinary vampire, with all the weaknesses and limitations that implies." He paused. "I won't lie to you. This is a commitment. The kind that's meant to last forever." "If you have doubts, I don't have doubts," Hermione interrupted. "I'm just being thorough. Due diligence." "I don't have doubts either," Luna added serenely. "I've seen how this ends. The good endings, anyway." Harry looked at them for a long moment, these two extraordinary women who had chosen to bind their fates to his. He didn't deserve their trust, the ancient, cynical part of him knew that with certainty. But perhaps that was exactly why he needed to earn it. "Very well," he said. "Hermione, you first. You've waited longest for this." She stepped forward without hesitation, stopping directly in front of him. Her heartbeat was racing now, but her hands were steady and her eyes were clear. "What do I need to do?" "Kneel," Harry said, and the word carried weight that made the air pressure drop. Hermione sank to her knees without conscious thought, responding to the command in his voice. "Give me your wrist." She extended her arm, and Harry took it gently. Her pulse jumped against his fingers, hot and vital and alive. For a moment, the hunger surged, urging him to simply take what she offered in the most primal way possible. He refused it. That wasn't what this was about. "Look at me," he commanded. Hermione's eyes met his, brown to green, mortality to eternity. "When I offer you my blood, you must drink. Not just swallow, drink, with intention and will. Take it into yourself and accept what it represents. Accept me, as your progenitor, your partner, your king. Do you understand?" "I understand." Harry raised his wounded hand to her lips. The black blood gleamed against his pale skin, radiating power that made the very air hum. "Drink." Hermione's lips closed around the wound, and she drank. The effect was immediate. Harry felt the connection snap into place like a key turning in a lock, felt Hermione's soul brush against his own in a moment of perfect intimacy. He experienced her life in a flash, childhood wonder giving way to loneliness, loneliness giving way to books, books giving way to Hogwarts and friendship and finally, a sense of belonging. He felt her love for him, complicated and fierce and nothing like the simple attachment she'd once felt for Ron. He felt her ambition, her hunger for knowledge, her desperate need to matter. And then he felt her accept him. All of him. The ancient monster, the traumatized boy, the reluctant king, the weary immortal. She took it all into herself and said yes, and the binding crystallized into something unbreakable. Power flowed through the connection, his power, ancient and vast, pouring into the vessel of her body and soul. Hermione gasped against his palm, her back arching as the transformation took hold. Her skin paled to alabaster, her hair darkened from brown to deepest black, her eyes shifted from warm amber to cold silver. But the changes weren't just physical. Harry could feel her mind expanding, accommodating new senses and capabilities that would have driven an unprepared consciousness mad. She was processing information faster than any human could, integrating the flood of new perceptions into a coherent worldview. When she finally pulled back from his hand, she was no longer entirely human. She was something new. Something magnificent. "Oh," Hermione breathed, staring at her own hands as if seeing them for the first time. "Oh, this is the beginning," Harry said. "There's more to come." But first, he turned to Luna, who was watching with undisguised fascination. "Your turn." Luna drifted forward without any of Hermione's formality, simply settling to her knees before Harry as if she'd done it 1,000 times before. Perhaps, in some branching future, she had. I already know what you're going to ask, she said dreamily. And the answer is yes. To all of it. Forever. Harry couldn't help the small smile that tugged at his lips. That's cheating. I prefer to think of it as efficiency. He offered his wounded hand, and Luna drank. Her transformation was different from Hermione's, wilder, stranger, more in keeping with her nature. Where Hermione had absorbed Harry's power like a library absorbing new books, Luna seemed to dance with it, whirling through the connection in a way that made Harry's ancient mind dizzy. He felt her sight merge with his senses, and for a moment he could see what she saw, the web of possibilities spreading out from this moment, the golden chains of their binding wrapping around all three of them, the looming shadow of Malachar pressing against the bars of his prison, the thousand futures where they lived and died and fought and loved and rebuilt the world into something better. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. It was true in a way that ordinary perception could never match. When Luna pulled back, her eyes had changed. They were still luminous, still ethereal, but now they held depths that seemed to contain galaxies. When she looked at Harry, he had the unnerving sensation that she was seeing not just him, but every version of him that had ever existed or would ever exist. There, she said contentedly. Now we're complete. The three of them stood in the ancient clearing, bound together by something older than magic and deeper than blood. Harry could feel both of them now, constant presences in the back of his mind, warm points of light in his eternal darkness. For the first time in longer than he could remember, he didn't feel alone. How do you feel? He asked both of them. Hermione was examining her reflection in a conjured mirror, cataloguing the changes with scientific precision. Different. Better. Like I was wearing blinders my whole life and someone finally took them off. She flexed her fingers, and tiny sparks of dark energy crackled between them. I can feel your power, Harry. It's vast. How do you function with all of this inside you? Practice, Harry said dryly. Lots of practice. Luna was spinning in slow circles again, but this time she was trailing shadows that moved with intent. The Nargles are confused, she reported happily. They don't know what I am anymore. I think I might be the first of a new category. You're Dark Queens, Harry said. The first in millennia. As far as I know, the first ever who were created willingly from the start. Hermione paused her self-examination. What do you mean? The previous queens weren't willing. They were willing to be turned. But the full binding, the soul-deep connection, that usually came later. After trust was established, after the relationship had developed. Harry's expression was distant, remembering. You two are the first who offered your souls before the blood. It's unprecedented. Is that good or bad? Luna asked curiously. I have no idea, Harry admitted. But I suspect we'll find out. The sound of distant alarms shattered the moment. Harry's head snapped toward the source, Privet Drive, several miles away but clear as a bell to his enhanced senses. Someone noticed my awakening, he said grimly. The wards around the house must have triggered when I transformed. The Ministry will send investigators. Already? Hermione's new mind raced through the implications. They couldn't have traced the magical signature this quickly unless they were already monitoring you. They were. Harry's memories supplied the relevant information. The Bureau of Shadows, a secret division within the Ministry that deals with old blood creatures. They've been watching me since 5th year, after Voldemort's return. I suspect they've been hoping he'd kill me before I became a problem. A Bureau of Shadows? Luna's voice held genuine surprise. I didn't see that in any of the branches. They're good at staying hidden. It's rather their entire purpose. Harry began moving toward the edge of the clearing. We need to leave. Now. If they find you two before you've had time to stabilize, a crack of apparition sounded at the tree lean. Then another. Then a dozen more. Figures emerged from the shadows, moving with the coordinated precision of a military unit. They wore dark robes without insignia, and they carried wands that had been modified for combat, longer, heavier, with runic inscriptions that gleamed ominously in the moonlight. At their head was a man with iron-gray hair and a face that looked like it had been carved from granite by an artist who'd never heard of mercy. A mass of scar tissue covered the left side of his head, obliterating what had once been an ear and continuing down his neck in a pattern that Harry recognized immediately. Bite marks. Vampire bites. Dozens of them, layered over each other like a map of suffering. "Harry Potter," the man said, his voice flat and cold. "By the authority of the Bureau of Shadows, you are under arrest for the crime of awakening old blood powers in British territory. You will surrender immediately, or we will take you by force." Harry felt Hermione and Luna move to flank him, their newborn powers already rising in response to the threat. Through their shared bond, he sensed their readiness, Hermione analyzing the tactical situation, Luna tracking the probability branches for optimal outcomes. "And if I refuse?" Harry asked calmly. The scarred man's expression didn't change. "Then we'll put you down like the monster you are. Just like we should have done years ago." Harry smiled, and every bureau operative took an involuntary step back. "That's what I thought you'd say." The night exploded into violence. Harry moved first, but not toward the bureau agents. His queens needed protection, however briefly, while their new abilities finished integrating. He placed himself between them and the attackers, and darkness poured from him like water from a broken dam. The clearing went black. Not just dark, black, in a way that denied the concept of light. Harry could see perfectly in it, could feel the bureau operatives stumbling and cursing as their vision failed utterly. "Night vision charms, now," the scarred man bellowed. "Tactical formation alpha. Professional." Harry had to respect that. They were clearly experienced at fighting nocturnal predators. Unfortunately for them, he wasn't just any predator. Harry flowed through the darkness like a ghost, appearing behind the first operative and snapping his neck before the man could react. The body dropped, and Harry was already gone, materializing beside the second agent and driving rigid fingers through his wand arm before the stunning spell could fully form. 2 down in less than a second. The remaining operatives began firing blindly, their spells cutting through the unnatural darkness in streaks of red and white and sickly green. Green. The killing curse. They were authorized to use lethal force. Harry let the spells pass through him, literally through him, his body dissolving into shadow and reforming behind the casters. 3 more necks snapped in rapid succession. A fourth operative managed to turn in time and got a shield up, but Harry simply walked through it, the magical barrier parting around him like smoke. "What the hell is he?" someone screamed. "Progenitor," the scarred man answered grimly, backing away with his wand raised. The legends were true. Fall back. Fall back and regroup. But falling back meant passing through the darkness, and the darkness belonged to Harry. He appeared before the scarred man, close enough to see the sweat beading on the operative's forehead. "Grimshaw," Harry said, the name surfacing from memories he didn't remember accessing. "Thaddeus Grimshaw. You've been hunting my kind for 30 years. Lost your family to a rogue bloodline in 83. Grimshaw's jaw tightened. "You know me. I know of you. Your reputation precedes you, even among the old blood." Harry tilted his head, studying the scarred face. "You've killed a lot of vampires, Thaddeus. Some of them probably deserved it. But you've never faced anything like me before, and if you're smart, you'll take this chance to walk away." "Walk away?" Grimshaw's laugh was harsh, ugly. "You just killed 5 of my people. They're not dead. Unconscious, damaged, but alive. I could have killed them instantly, you know that. I chose not to." Harry let the darkness recede slightly, enough for Grimshaw to see the clearing again. The fallen operatives were indeed still breathing, though they wouldn't be using their wand arms again without serious healing. "I'm not your enemy, Thaddeus. Not unless you make me one. You're a monster. By definition, you're my enemy. Am I? Harry stepped back, giving Grimshaw space. There are things in the darkness far worse than me. Things that would tear your world apart and feast on the pieces. Things that I once kept in check, before I was put to sleep for 15,000 years. He let that number sink in. I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to consider the possibility that I might be necessary. Grimshaw's wand remained raised, but something in his expression shifted, not trust, not acceptance, but doubt. The first crack in a lifetime of certainties. The Bureau will come for you, he said finally. This isn't over. I didn't expect it to be. Harry gestured, and the remaining darkness gathered behind him, revealing Hermione and Luna standing unharmed. Their transformations had completed during the fight. They looked like creatures from myth now, beautiful and terrible and unmistakably other. Take your people and go. Tell your superiors what you saw here tonight. Tell them the progenitor is awake, and he's not interested in conquest or destruction. He's interested in balance. Grimshaw stared at him for a long moment, then began gathering his fallen operatives with quick, efficient movements. The surviving members of his team helped, their earlier confidence shattered. This isn't a gift, Grimshaw said as his team prepared to apparate. This is a tactical retreat. The next time we meet, Harry interrupted, I hope it will be as allies against something worse. But if not. He let his eyes shift, revealing the predator behind the human mask. I will protect what is mine. The crack of mass apparition echoed through the clearing, and suddenly the three of them were alone again. That was terrifying, Hermione said in a voice that suggested she'd found it absolutely fascinating. The way you moved, I couldn't even track it with my new senses. You will, Harry assured her. With practice. Right now, we need to leave. Grimshaw will report back, and the Bureau will return in force. Probably with heavier weapons and less restraint. Where do we go? Luna asked, seemingly unbothered by the violence that had just occurred. I have a safe house prepared, Hermione said immediately. An abandoned manor about 200 miles north. Previous owner was a vampire hunter who died in 1756. Very well warded, completely off the Ministry's radar. Harry raised an eyebrow. You really did plan for everything. Not quite everything. I didn't plan for Luna. But she said it with a smile that suggested she was glad for the addition. The manor has enough space for all of us, plus supplies for at least 6 months. Then lead the way. Harry offered a hand to each of his queens. We have a lot to discuss, and I suspect very little time to discuss it. Hermione took his hand, then Luna's, forming a chain. Side-along apparition work differently now that I'm changed. Better, Harry said. Everything works better. Try it. The world twisted, stretched, and snapped back together. They stood before a crumbling stone manor that radiated protective magic so thick it was almost visible. Home, for now. Harry looked at his queens, his partners, his consorts, his anchors in a world that had changed completely in a single night. Welcome, he said quietly, to the Court of Night. Luna smiled serenely. Hermione's eyes blazed with anticipation. Behind them, the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Harry watched the horizon change color and felt no fear. For the first time since the curse had been laid upon him, sunlight was merely inconvenient rather than lethal. His full awakening had restored powers he'd forgotten he possessed. But dawn reminded him of other things too. Malachar, stirring in his prison. The Bureau, regrouping for another assault. The Volturi, who would certainly hear about tonight's events. The Hollow Church, the cult that Luna had glimpsed in her visions. 100 other threats, seen and unseen, that would emerge now that the progenitor had returned. The night was ending. The war was just beginning. Let's get inside, Harry said, turning toward the manor. We have work to do. The interior of the manor was surprisingly well preserved. Whatever enchantments the original owner had placed to protect against decay had weathered the centuries admirably. Dust covered everything, but the furniture was intact, the walls were sound, and the magical systems that Hermione had spent months secretly restoring hummed with quiet power. I set up the primary ward stones last summer, she explained, leading them through the entrance hall. Told my parents I was at a special Hogwarts program. Spent 3 weeks doing nothing but warding work and defensive enchantments. Your planning is remarkable, Harry observed. Obsessive, perhaps, but remarkable. You say obsessive like it's a bad thing. Luna had wandered off to examine a portrait that hung crookedly on one wall. The painted figure, a severe-looking man in hunting attire, was eyeing her with suspicion. This one remembers you, Luna announced. The original owner, I mean. Not this painting specifically. The painting is just a painting. But the house remembers, and the house doesn't like vampires. Harry extended his senses, probing the manor's magical structure. She was right, there was a consciousness of sorts embedded in the building's foundations, the accumulated will of generations of vampire hunters. The house will adapt, he said calmly. Or I will unmake it. The consciousness seemed to consider this threat, then subsided into sullen acceptance. Rude, Luna observed mildly. Hermione led them to what had once been a study, now converted into a combination library and command center. Maps covered one wall, annotated with symbols that Harry didn't immediately recognize. Books were piled everywhere, organized in a system that made sense only to Hermione's particular brand of logic. I've been tracking supernatural activity across Britain for the past 2 years, she explained, gesturing at the maps. Vampire covens, werewolf territories, known dark creature habitats. The Ministry keeps records, but they're incomplete and often deliberately falsified. I had to cross-reference multiple sources to get anything approaching accurate data. Harry studied the maps with new eyes, or rather, ancient eyes that recognized patterns modern observers would miss. You've done well. But there are gaps. Here, and here. He pointed to 2 seemingly empty regions. These areas aren't uninhabited. They're hidden. Hidden how? Old magic. The kind that predates wards and enchantments. The kind that just, is. Harry's finger traced an invisible line between the 2 points. There are others like me, Hermione. Not progenitors, there can only be one of those at a time. But old vampires. Ancients who've survived for thousands of years by never drawing attention to themselves. Will they be allies or enemies? That depends on how they react to my awakening. Harry turned from the maps. Some will welcome the return of their king. Others will see me as a threat to their comfortable obscurity. A few might try to kill me before I can consolidate power. Can they? Luna asked, having drifted over to join them. Kill you, I mean. You seem rather difficult to kill. A progenitor can be killed, Harry admitted. It's not easy, we regenerate from nearly any wound, we can't be truly destroyed except by very specific means. But there are weapons out there, artifacts from the age before humans, that were designed specifically to end my kind. The Bureau has some of them, Hermione said quietly. I found references in the documents I acquired. Something called the Spear of Terminus. And there were mentions of bottled sunlight, I'm not sure what that means, but it sounded dangerous. Harry nodded, unsurprised. Sunlight, even for me, is a weakness. Not lethal in small doses, but concentrated, focused, given form and purpose, it could seriously harm me. He paused. Harm, not kill. But harm badly enough, and even a progenitor becomes vulnerable. Then we need to secure those weapons, Hermione said immediately. Either steal them or destroy them. Eventually. But not yet. Right now, we need to focus on more immediate concerns. Harry moved to the center of the room. Both of you, sit. We need to talk about what you are now, and what that means. They sat, Hermione on a dusty armchair, Luna on the floor with her legs folded beneath her. Harry remained standing, pacing slowly as he organized millennia of knowledge into something comprehensible. As my queens, you've become something entirely new. Not ordinary vampires, those are created when any vampire shares their blood with a mortal. You're connected to me directly, sharing my power rather than just receiving a fragment of it. The distinction is significant. Significant how? Hermione had already conjured a quill and parchment, ready to take notes. Ordinary vampires have a fixed capacity. They can grow stronger over time, but only to a point. Their power is static. Yours is not. You'll grow as I grow. When I become stronger, so will you. When I discover new abilities, you'll share them. We're not just linked, we're unified, in a way that transcends physical distance or temporal separation. Is that why I can feel you both? Luna asked. Like warm lights in my mind. It's quite pleasant. Partially. The bond also allows for communication without words, sharing of senses, and in extreme circumstances, temporary transfer of consciousness. Harry paused his pacing. I could, if necessary, look through your eyes. Feel what you feel. Even control your bodies, though I would never do so without permission. Could we do the same to you? Hermione's quill was moving furiously. In theory. In practice, my mind is complicated. Attempting to share my full consciousness would be overwhelming for any being less ancient than myself. But limited exchanges, sensory sharing, emotional communication, those should work in both directions. Luna had closed her eyes, her face peaceful. I can see them. The threads that connect us. They're beautiful, Harry. Like golden spider silk wrapped in shadows. What abilities do we have, specifically? Hermione asked, practical as always. I feel different, stronger, faster, more aware. But what can we actually do? Harry considered the question carefully. The basics are common to all vampires: enhanced strength, speed, senses. Regeneration from most wounds. Immunity to most diseases. Extended lifespan, effectively immortal, barring deliberate destruction. You'll also find that you no longer need to eat human food, though you can if you wish. Your primary sustenance is now blood. Blood. Hermione's quill paused. Human blood. Any blood will sustain you. Human blood is most satisfying, but animal blood works perfectly well. And as my queens, you have an additional option. Harry raised his wounded hand, which had healed during the battle but could be reopened with a thought. My blood can sustain you indefinitely, with no need for external feeding at all. That's convenient, Luna observed. It's intimate, Harry corrected. Feeding from me isn't just nutrition, it's communion. An exchange of self that deepens the bond each time it occurs. I'm offering the option, but I won't be offended if you prefer to feed independently. Hermione and Luna exchanged one of those looks again, the wordless communication that Harry was beginning to recognize as a sign of agreement. We'll feed from you, Hermione said decisively. At least primarily. The bond is the point, isn't it? The connection, the partnership. Why would we weaken it by feeding elsewhere? Some find the intimacy uncomfortable. We offered you our souls, Luna said serenely. I think we're past uncomfortable. Harry nodded, feeling something warm in his chest that he'd thought long dead. Very well. Now, specific abilities. Hermione, your transformation seemed to focus on your mind. What do you perceive when you look at me? Hermione's silver eyes narrowed in concentration. Information. Layers of it. I can see your magical signature, estimate your current power level, analyze your psychological state based on micro-expressions and physiological cues. It's like having a constant stream of data feeding into my brain. She paused. Also, I think I can read faster now. The words seemed to just absorb. Your gift is knowledge, Harry confirmed. The ability to acquire, process, and recall information at superhuman levels. With practice, you'll be able to learn entire languages in hours, master new skills in days. You'll also be able to extract knowledge directly from blood, memories, skills, information that the donor possessed. That's... Hermione trailed off, clearly struggling to process the implications. That's extraordinary. It's why I needed you. A progenitor's power is vast, but it's raw. Unfocused. You provide the analysis, the strategy, the deep understanding that turns brute force into precision. Harry turned to Luna. And you provide something else. Show me your sight. Luna opened her eyes, and Harry saw them clearly for the first time since her transformation. They were infinite. Not just deep, infinite, containing galaxies of possibility in their luminous depths. I see everything, she whispered. Every branch, every path, every choice and consequence stretching out forever. It's beautiful, Harry. And terrible. So many ways for things to go wrong. But so many ways for them to go right, too. You're an oracle now, Harry said gently. A true seer, not the weak imitations that pass for divination in the modern age. You'll see the future, futures, plural, and with practice, you'll learn to influence which ones manifest. Can I change things? The bad futures, can I stop them from happening? Sometimes. Not always. Prophecy is tricky, attempting to prevent a future can sometimes ensure it. But with training, you'll learn to navigate the probabilities. To nudge rather than push. To guide events toward better outcomes without creating worse consequences. Luna nodded slowly. That's why you need me. To see the threats coming. To help you choose the right paths. That's part of it. But not all. Harry crouched before her, bringing their eyes level. I've lived a long time, Luna. So long that sometimes I forget why any of it matters. The world becomes abstract, just patterns and powers and endless repetition. You see with fresh eyes. You remind me that the futures worth fighting for are the ones where people are happy, not just alive. Luna's smile was radiant. I think that might be the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. It's not nice. It's true. Harry straightened. Both of you have roles to play. Hermione is my strategist, the mind that turns my power into purpose. Luna is my oracle, the sight that guides us through the maze of possibility. Together, the three of us form something complete. Something that hasn't existed since the first age of the world. A court, Hermione said quietly. You mentioned that before. The Court of Night. It's what we'll build. Not just the three of us, over time, we'll gather others. Vampires who want a king worth following. Werewolves, perhaps, if old hatreds can be overcome. Dark creatures who've been persecuted by wizards for centuries and are looking for protection. An alternative to the Ministry, Hermione breathed. A supernatural government. A supernatural alliance. I'm not interested in ruling for its own sake. But the balance that used to exist, the careful equilibrium between the darkness and the light, that balance has been shattered. The wizarding world doesn't even remember it existed. They've classified everything they don't understand as dark creatures and tried to exterminate or subjugate them all. And the things that actually deserve to be exterminated? Luna asked thoughtfully. Those exist too. But they should be hunted by someone who understands them, not by bureaucrats who can't tell the difference between a werewolf trying to live in peace and a Wendigo that genuinely needs to be put down. Harry's expression darkened. The Bureau thinks they're protecting humanity. But they're too limited, too prejudiced, too human to see the real threats. Voldemort is dangerous, yes. But Malachar, the bound god, makes Voldemort look like a child throwing a tantrum. Tell us about Malachar, Hermione said, her quill ready. Harry was silent for a long moment, organizing memories that were fragmented and painful. He was old when the universe was young. Not a god in the way humans understand the term, not a being to be worshipped. More like, a force. A consciousness that existed beyond the boundaries of physical reality. He and others like him ruled in the time before time, shaping the cosmos according to their will. What happened to them? They fell. Were cast down, bound, imprisoned. I don't know the details, those memories are blocked, somehow. But I know that I was part of it. Harry's hands clenched at his sides. I was mortal once, or something like mortal. And I did something, committed some act of defiance against Malachar, that earned his eternal hatred. He couldn't kill me, not completely, so he did something worse. He cursed me. Made me into the first vampire. An eternal prisoner of hunger and darkness, cut off from everything that had made me human. But you adapted, Luna said. You turned the prison into a palace. Eventually. It took time, centuries, millennia. The curse was designed to torment, to degrade. I was supposed to become a mindless beast, a thing of pure hunger that would disgust even my allies. Instead, I learned to master the hunger. To channel it. To become something the curse never intended. And Malachar? He was imprisoned himself, shortly after cursing me. I think I might have had something to do with that too. But the seals that hold him are weakening. Someone, the Hollow Church, Luna mentioned them, has been working to free him for centuries. And when he breaks free. Harry shook his head. He won't just want revenge on me. He'll want to remake the world. To restore the rule of the old ones and reduce everything we know to ash and shadow. Hermione had stopped writing, her face pale despite her new complexion. How long do we have? I don't know. Years, maybe. Months, possibly. Luna? Luna's eyes had gone distant, gazing at futures only she could see. The timelines are fuzzy. Too many variables. But. She focused sharply on Harry. He knows you're awake. I can see him, not clearly, just an impression, pressing against the bars of his cage. He's calling to you, Harry. He's been calling to you for a very long time. Harry nodded grimly. Then we need to move quickly. Build our court, gather our allies, prepare for a war that's been brewing since before human civilization existed. He looked at his queens, his partners, his hope for a future that wasn't just survival. Are you ready for that? Hermione's answer was immediate, I didn't sign up for easy. Luna's was serene, I've seen the alternatives. They're worse. Harry felt the bond between them pulse with shared determination, shared commitment, shared love, because that's what it was, he realized. Not romantic love, not exactly, though elements of that existed too. Something deeper. Something that transcended ordinary categories. Family, his mind supplied. They're your family now. The word felt strange after so many ages of solitude. But it fit. Then let's begin, Harry said. Hermione, I want a complete intelligence assessment of the current supernatural landscape, who has power, who wants power, who might be convinced to join us. Luna, I need you to monitor the probability streams for immediate threats, bureau response, Volturi reconnaissance, anything that might disrupt our first week of establishing this location. And you? Hermione asked. Harry moved to the window, looking out at the lightning sky. The first rays of dawn were just cresting the horizon, painting the world in shades of gold and rose. I'm going to meditate, he said. Try to recover more of my memories. There are things I need to know, things about my past, about Malachar, about the old powers, that are still locked away. If we're going to face what's coming, I need to be whole. He turned back to them, and for a moment, let them see what he truly was, not the teenage wizard, not the ancient monster, but both at once. A being that straddled the line between human and something far older, struggling to find balance. Thank you, he said quietly. Both of you. For choosing this. For choosing me. Hermione's silver eyes softened. We chose each other, Harry. That's rather the point. Luna nodded agreement, her infinite gaze warm despite its cosmic depths. The best branches always involve three. Harry smiled, a genuine smile, perhaps the first one in 15,000 years. Get to work, he said. We have a war to win. The sun rose fully over the manor, filling the study with golden light. Harry stood in the middle of it, testing his renewed resistance. There was warmth, and a slight prickling of the skin, but no pain. No weakness. In the armchair, Hermione had surrounded herself with books and scrolls, her enhanced mind processing information at a rate that would have terrified her professors. Luna had found a sunny spot on the floor and was lying on her back, eyes open and unfocused as she wandered through the labyrinth of possible futures. Outside, the world continued in its ordinary way, ignorant of the changes that had occurred in the night. The Ministry would be receiving Grimshaw's report. The Volturi would be hearing rumors through their vast network. The Hollow Church would be consulting their dark oracles. And Malachar, in his prison between worlds, would be smiling. The game was in motion. The pieces were moving. And for the first time since the age before ages, the Progenitor had returned to play. Harry closed his eyes and let the memories come. The war had already begun. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Old Blood, New Enemies. 3 days passed in the manor like water through fingers, quick, fluid, impossible to grasp. Harry spent most of that time in meditation, dredging up memories from the sediment of 15,000 years. Some came easily, the faces of old allies, the layouts of forgotten cities, the taste of power in its purest form. Others resisted, locked behind barriers that felt less like natural amnesia and more like deliberate suppression. Someone, or something, had sealed portions of his memory. The question of who and why gnawed at him during the brief intervals when he wasn't submerged in the past. Hermione had transformed the study into something that resembled a war room crossed with a research library. Maps covered every available surface, annotated with her precise handwriting. Stacks of books formed small fortresses around her preferred chair. She'd barely slept since the transformation, didn't need to, she'd discovered, and had instead poured every waking hour into building a comprehensive picture of the supernatural world. The Volturi control continental Europe, she reported on the morning of the third day, spreading a hand-drawn map across the table. Their influence extends into Russia and parts of North Africa. The British Isles have traditionally been contested territory, too many old powers, too much magical interference from the wizarding population. Harry studied the map with eyes that remembered different boundaries, different powers. Who holds Britain now? No one, really. There are scattered covens, but none with significant strength. The Ministry's Bureau of Shadows has been systematically eliminating any vampire that gains too much influence. Hermione's lip curled. They call it population management. I call it genocide with better paperwork. The Bureau is more organized than I expected, Harry admitted. Grimshaw's team was professional. Trained specifically for hunting our kind. They've had 3 centuries of practice. Founded in 1692, same year as the International Statute of Secrecy. Their original mandate was to ensure that dark creatures didn't expose the wizarding world to muggles. Hermione pulled out another document. But their scope has expanded significantly. They now operate as a semi-autonomous enforcement division with authority to execute without trial. Judge, jury, and executioner. Precisely. Luna drifted into the room, her hair tangled and her eyes still carrying that distant, infinite quality they'd held since her transformation. She'd spent most of the 3 days in a tower room, watching probability streams and occasionally making cryptic pronouncements that Hermione dutifully recorded. They're coming, Luna announced, settling into her usual spot on the floor. Today. This afternoon, probably. Maybe sooner if Grimshaw convinces his superiors to accelerate the timeline. Harry straightened from the map. The Bureau? They've decided that you're too dangerous to contain. The order is to eliminate on sight. Luna tilted her head, watching something invisible. They're bringing the spear this time. And something else, something that burns. The bottled sunlight, I think. How many? 47 in the primary assault team. Another 12 in reserve. They're also coordinating with the Aura department, though the Aurors don't know the full picture. They've been told you're a dark wizard who's killed ministry personnel. Hermione was already moving, gathering essential documents and materials. We need to evacuate. Find another safe house, no. Harry's voice was calm but absolute. Running establishes a pattern. If we flee every time they find us, we'll spend eternity looking over our shoulders. Better to end this now. End it how? You heard Luna, 47 trained operatives, plus specialized weapons designed to kill you specifically. I heard. Harry moved to the window, looking out at the peaceful countryside that would soon become a battlefield. But they're making a mistake. They're treating this as a hunt, with me as the prey. They've forgotten, or never knew, that a progenitor doesn't run from hunters. He turned back to his queens, and something ancient stirred in his eyes. A progenitor is the hunter. The Bureau's strike team arrived at precisely 2:47 p.m., operating in staggered groups to avoid detection wards. They materialized in a perimeter formation around the manor, their dark robes blending with the shadows of the surrounding forest. Thaddeus Grimshaw stood at the command position, 300 meters from the main entrance. The spear of Terminus hung at his back, a weapon forged in the age before ages, designed to pierce even immortal flesh. At his belt, a crystalline vial pulsed with concentrated sunlight, harvested from a solar eclipse and refined through alchemical processes that had taken the Bureau decades to perfect. All units, sound off, he said quietly, the communication charm carrying his voice to every operative. The responses came back in sequence, Alpha through Kappa teams, all in position. 47 of the Bureau's best, armed with weapons and tactics specifically designed for progenitor-class threats. None of them had ever faced a progenitor before. Grimshaw had studied the theoretical files, but theory and reality were very different things. Remember your training, he broadcast. Silver core wands, sustained fire, overlapping kill zones. The target is fast, faster than anything you've encountered. Do not engage alone. Do not hesitate. If you have a shot, you take it. He drew the spear, feeling its weight settle into his grip. The weapon hummed with barely contained power, eager for blood it hadn't tasted in centuries. Alpha team, breached the main entrance. Beta and Gamma, secondary access points. All other teams, maintain perimeter and eliminate anything that tries to flee. The operation began. Harry felt them coming through the wards, not breaking them, but pressing against them, testing. Hermione's defensive enchantments held, but they wouldn't hold forever. The Bureau had brought ward breakers, specialists who could unravel magical protections given enough time. Luna, how long until they're through? 17 minutes for the outer layer. Another 8 for the secondaries. Luna was standing at the window now, watching the tree line with her infinite eyes. Grimshaw is leading personally. He has the spear. Of course he does. Harry rolled his shoulders, feeling power gather beneath his skin. Hermione, I need you and Luna to remain inside. The inner ward should hold even if the outer ones fall. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Hermione's silver eyes flashed. You expect us to hide while you fight alone? I expect you to be strategic. Harry met her gaze steadily. You're 3 days old as vampires. Powerful, yes, but untrained. The Bureau operatives have decades of experience killing our kind. Right now, you'd be liabilities in direct combat. Then teach us. I will. But not today. He softened slightly. I'm not asking you to be helpless. Monitor the situation through our bond. If something goes wrong, genuinely wrong, then intervene. But give me the chance to handle this my way first. Luna touched Hermione's arm. He's right. I can see the branches. The ones where we fight alongside him today end badly more often than not. We need more time to integrate our powers. Hermione's jaw tightened, but she nodded. Fine. But if you die out there, I'm going to be very annoyed. Noted. Harry moved toward the door, then paused. There's something else. The Bureau has been given permission to kill on sight, but Grimshaw hesitated last time. He's conflicted, his hatred for vampires is genuine, but so is his sense of justice. If possible, I want to turn him rather than destroy him. Turn him into a vampire. Turn him into an ally. There's a difference. Harry smiled slightly. The Bureau's resources would be extremely useful if properly redirected. He stepped outside before either queen could respond, the Manor's heavy doors swinging shut behind him. The afternoon sun was bright, but Harry barely felt it, a mild warmth, nothing more. He walked into the center of the overgrown courtyard and waited, making no attempt to hide. The first spells came within seconds, cutting curses, stunning hexes, a blistering salvo of silver-tipped projectiles that screamed through the air with lethal intent. Harry didn't dodge. He simply wasn't where the spells landed. His body flowed around the attacks like water around stones, moving with a grace that made the assault seem almost comical. Target is in the open, someone shouted. All units, converge. Dark-robed figures emerged from the tree line, moving in tactical formations. Professional, coordinated, exactly as trained. They kept their distances, maintained overlapping fields of fire, never presented a clustered target. Harry approved. Good tactics. Useless against him, but good tactics nonetheless. He let them fire for another 30 seconds, using the opportunity to study their patterns. The ward breakers had paused their work, drawn to the spectacle. Grimshaw was hanging back, the spear ready but not yet committed. Smart. The old hunter wanted to see what he was dealing with before risking his trump card. Enough, Harry said quietly, and darkness bloomed. The phenomenon defied natural law. One moment the courtyard was bathed in afternoon sunlight, the next, absolute blackness had swallowed everything within 100 meters. Not shadow, true dark, the primordial absence of light that had existed before the first stars ignited. Screams erupted. Night vision charms flared and failed, the darkness was too complete, too fundamental for magical light to penetrate. Operatives stumbled into each other, their careful formations dissolving into chaos. Harry moved through the dark like a shark through deep water. Silent. Inevitable. He could have killed them all in seconds, but he wasn't interested in slaughter. He wanted to send a message. The first operative he reached was a young woman, barely out of training. Her wand swept wildly, casting spells at nothing. Harry caught her arm, twisted the wand free, and whispered in her ear, "Run. Tell the others what you saw here." He pushed her toward the perimeter. She fled, sobbing. The next three weren't so lucky, they'd been part of the team that tried to kill Luna during the first confrontation. Harry remembered their faces, their heartless efficiency, the killing curses they'd flung without hesitation at a girl who'd done nothing wrong. He didn't kill them. But when the darkness finally lifted, they would find that their wand arms no longer worked properly. Nerve damage, precisely inflicted. They would live, but they would never cast another spell. 4 down. 43 to go. Grimshaw's voice cut through the chaos, "Illuminate. Everyone, illuminate now." Wands flared with blinding light, dozens of Lumos Maxima spells fighting against Harry's darkness. It wasn't enough to dispel it completely, but it created pockets of visibility, islands of light in a sea of black. Harry let them have their islands. It made them feel safe, clustering together in the brightness. It made them predictable. He struck from the shadows between the light pools, appearing and vanishing so quickly that most operatives never saw what hit them. A broken arm here, a shattered kneecap there. Non-lethal, but incapacitating. One by one, the Bureau's assault force was reduced to groaning, crawling casualties. Hold formation. Grimshaw roared. He's trying to scatter us. But it was already too late. The neat tactical structure had collapsed into desperate survival instinct. Operatives were fleeing toward the perimeter, their years of training overcome by primal terror. Harry let them run. They weren't the point. He emerged from the darkness directly in front of Grimshaw, barely 10 meters away. The old hunter didn't flinch, if anything, his scarred face settled into grim determination. Just you and me now, Harry observed. Just me and the thing that killed my family. I didn't kill your family, Thaddeus. I've been asleep for 15,000 years. Whatever vampire attacked your wife and children in 1983, it wasn't me. It was your kind. Your bloodline. Every monster that drinks human blood exists because of you. Grimshaw raised the spear, its ancient metal gleaming with power that made Harry's skin prickle. This is justice. He moved with the speed of a man who'd spent 30 years fighting superhuman opponents, fast, precise, the spear thrust directly at Harry's heart. Harry sidestepped by millimeters, feeling the weapon's edge graze his chest. It burned, even through the near miss. The spear was every bit as dangerous as the legends claimed. Justice? Harry flowed around another thrust, his voice conversational despite the deadly dance. Or revenge? There's a difference, Thaddeus. Don't lecture me about morality, monster. I'm not lecturing. I'm asking. Harry caught Grimshaw's wrist on the third thrust, stopping the spear mid-strike. The hunter was strong, augmented by combat enchantments, probably, but Harry was stronger. The vampire that killed your family. Did you ever find it? Grimshaw's face contorted. Yes. And? I destroyed it. Burned it to ash and scattered the remains across 3 continents. But it didn't help, did it? The grief didn't fade. The hatred didn't diminish. You've spent 30 years killing, and you're still just as angry as the day they died. Shut up. How many vampires have you destroyed, Thaddeus? Dozens? Hundreds? How many of them had actually hurt anyone? They're vampires. They exist to hunt humans. To feed on us. Some do. Many don't. Harry released Grimshaw's wrist, stepping back. The hunter stumbled, caught off guard by the sudden freedom. I don't expect you to believe me. But I'm going to show you something. A truth that your bureau has kept hidden for 3 centuries. He reached into the darkness that still surrounded them and pulled. An image formed in the air, illusory, but perfect in detail. A village, peaceful and prosperous, nestled in a valley that Grimshaw didn't recognize. This is Valdris. A community in the Carpathian Mountains, approximately 4,000 years ago. Population, 300 humans, 42 vampires. The image shifted, showing daily life, humans and vampires working together, trading, laughing. Children running through streets while pale-skinned figures watched from shaded porches. Vampires and humans, coexisting. The vampires fed on donated blood, freely given. In exchange, they protected the village from threats that human warriors couldn't face. Werewolf packs, wendigos, things from the deep dark that don't have names in any modern language. Grimshaw's expression flickered, doubt, quickly suppressed. Pretty pictures. Proves nothing. Then try this. Harry dismissed the illusion and instead opened his mind, pushing a memory directly into Grimshaw's consciousness. Maria Grimshaw, age 34. Daniel Grimshaw, age 8. Sarah Grimshaw, age 5. A rogue vampire, feral, mad, driven insane by the very isolation that the Bureau's hunting had forced upon his kind. No coven would shelter him, no territory would accept him. He'd been alone for 60 years, starving, losing everything that made him more than an animal. The Grimshaw family was in the wrong place at the wrong time. A random tragedy, born from a system that created monsters by treating all vampires as monsters. Grimshaw staggered back, the spear dropping from nerveless fingers. What did you? That wasn't my memory. It was his. The vampire who killed your family. Harry's voice was quiet now, without triumph. I pulled it from the remnants of his consciousness when I awoke. His destruction didn't fully obliterate him, just scattered his essence. He spent his last moments in agony, Thaddeus. Not physical agony. The agony of knowing that he'd become exactly what he'd spent decades trying not to be. I can't. He was a schoolteacher before he was turned. Did you know that? Taught mathematics to children in Prague. The vampire who turned him did it without consent, a common enough occurrence in the years after my sleep began, when the old laws broke down. For decades, he fought his nature. Fed on animals, on blood donations, on anything that wasn't innocent human life. But your bureau hunted him anyway. Killed his friends, destroyed his sanctuaries. Drove him to the edge of sanity and then pushed him over. Grimshaw had fallen to his knees, his hands pressed against his temples. Stop. Stop talking. I'm not saying this to torture you. I'm saying it because you need to understand. Harry crouched, bringing their eyes level. The Bureau doesn't protect anyone. It creates the very monsters it claims to fight. A system of persecution that guarantees a perpetual enemy. Your supervisors know this, they've known it for generations. But it's easier to keep hunting than to admit the whole foundation is rotten. Then what? Grimshaw's voice cracked. What am I supposed to do with this? 30 years, Potter. 30 years of believing I was doing something right. You were doing what you thought was right. That's not nothing. Harry stood, extending a hand. The question is what you do now. Keep hunting, knowing what you know. Or help me build something different. Grimshaw stared at the offered hand like it was a poisonous snake. You're asking me to betray everything I've dedicated my life to. I'm asking you to save everything you've dedicated your life to. The Bureau exists to protect humans from supernatural threats. I'm not asking you to abandon that mission, I'm offering you the chance to actually accomplish it. The silence stretched. Around them, the darkness had begun to lift, revealing the devastation of the battlefield. Dozens of Bureau operatives lay scattered across the grounds, injured, unconscious, but alive. In the distance, the ones Harry had released were still running, their terrified flight audible even at this range. They'll court-martial me, Grimshaw said finally. If I don't bring back your head, I'm finished. So don't go back. Not yet. Harry's hand remained extended. Come inside. Hear what I'm actually proposing. If you still think I'm the enemy after that, I'll let you walk away, spear and all. Why? Why would you risk that? Because I need allies who understand both worlds. Vampires who've only known persecution, humans who've only known to persecute. You could be a bridge, Thaddeus. If you choose to be. Grimshaw's eyes went to the spear, lying forgotten in the grass. Then to the manor, where Harry's queens waited. Then, finally, back to Harry's face. He didn't take the offered hand. But he did stand. 1 hour, he said roughly. You've got 1 hour to convince me you're not the monster I've spent my life fighting. That's all I ask. Hermione met them at the door, her silver eyes assessing Grimshaw with the cold efficiency of her enhanced mind. Luna hung back, watching the probability streams shift and settle around the hunter's presence. He's conflicted, Luna announced serenely. But honest. The branches where he betrays us are very thin now. Almost invisible. Grimshaw flinched at her words. You can see the future. I can see possibilities. Yours are quite interesting at the moment. Very turbulent. Wonderful. Harry led them to the study, where Hermione had already prepared a presentation of sorts, maps, documents, carefully organized evidence of everything she'd uncovered about the Bureau's true history. "Before we begin," Hermione said, her tone crisp and professional, "I want to make something clear. I was a Muggle-born witch 3 days ago. I grew up in the normal world, went to Hogwarts, believed everything I was taught about dark creatures. And then I started researching." She gestured at the piles of evidence. "Every conclusion I've reached is based on documented sources, ministry records, bureau archives, historical accounts. I'm not asking you to take anything on faith." Grimshaw lowered himself into a chair, looking suddenly exhausted. "Then show me." What followed was a systematic demolition of everything Grimshaw thought he knew. The Bureau's founding hadn't been about protection, it had been about control. The vampires of 1692 had been organizing, creating stable communities that threatened to expose the supernatural world. Rather than negotiate, the Ministry had chosen extermination. The rogue vampires that the Bureau spent most of its time hunting weren't natural occurrences, they were the predictable result of destroying every support structure that kept vampires sane. Isolate any creature for long enough, deny it community and purpose, and madness inevitably followed. The weapons the Bureau used, the spear, the bottled sunlight, the silver core wands, had originally been created by vampires themselves, tools for enforcing their own laws. The Ministry had stolen them during the purges. "You're saying we've been using their weapons against them," Grimshaw said slowly. "I'm saying the Bureau has been perpetuating a cycle of violence for 300 years and calling it justice." Hermione pulled out a final document, a Bureau internal memo from 1847. "This is an order from the Bureau Director to a regional commander. It explicitly instructs him to ignore a vampire community that had been living peacefully for decades and instead focus resources on hunting those who'd become problematically visible. The peaceful community was destroyed 6 months later anyway, killed by rogues that the Bureau had created through its hunting practices. The system creates its own enemies," Harry added quietly. "Hunt the peaceful vampires, drive the survivors to desperation, then use the resulting monsters as justification for more hunting. A self-perpetuating cycle that benefits no one except those who profit from eternal conflict." Grimshaw sat in silence for a long moment, his scarred face unreadable. "Even if everything you've shown me is true," he said finally, "what's the alternative? Let vampires roam free? Go back to the Dark Ages when your kind ruled through terror?" "My kind ruled through balance," Harry corrected. "Not terror. When I was awake, really awake, not the fragmented existence of the past 17 years, there were laws. Structures. Vampires who preyed on unwilling humans were destroyed by other vampires. Communities were protected, not persecuted. The darkness wasn't the enemy of the light, it was its complement. And you want to rebuild that?" "I want to try." Harry leaned forward. "I'm not naive, Thaddeus. I know there are vampires who genuinely deserve destruction, predators who kill for pleasure, ancients who've lost all connection to humanity. I'm not asking you to stop hunting those. I'm asking you to recognize that they're the exception, not the rule." "How would it work?" "Practically speaking." Hermione took over, clearly in her element. "A dual authority structure. The Bureau would continue to exist as an enforcement arm, but its mandate would be revised. Instead of blanket persecution, it would focus on genuine threats, rogues, ferals, those who break the laws that Harry would establish. Think of it as supernatural police rather than supernatural genocide. And Harry would be, what? King of the Vampires? Something like that. The title isn't important. What matters is having a legitimate authority that vampires will actually respect, someone who can enforce standards of behavior without relying on extermination as the only tool." Luna spoke up for the first time in an hour. "The branches where this succeeds are very bright, Thaddeus. Not perfect, nothing's perfect, but bright. Fewer deaths. Less suffering. Children who grow up without learning that their existence is a crime. Grimshaw's jaw tightened at the mention of children. Vampire children? Some vampires can reproduce naturally, Harry said. It's rare, but it happens. Under the current system, those children are hunted from birth. Never given a chance to prove they're anything other than the monsters your bureau assumes they are. The hunter was quiet for another long moment. Then he asked, in a voice that was barely audible, the vampire who killed my family. If he'd had, what you're describing. The support, the structure. Would he have? I don't know, Harry admitted. Maybe. Probably. The madness that drove him came from isolation and desperation. Given community, purpose, legitimate ways to satisfy his nature, he might have remained the man he was before his turning. Grimshaw closed his eyes. One condition, he said. Name it. If I do this, if I help you, I want the authority to hunt the ones who deserve it. Not blanket persecution, I understand that now. But the genuine predators, the ones who choose to hurt people even when they have other options. I want the right to put them down. Harry smiled slightly. I wouldn't have it any other way. The old laws included provisions for exactly that, sanctioned hunters who operated with royal authority. Consider yourself the first of a new generation. Grimshaw opened his eyes. They were clear now, something resolved behind them. Then I'm in. God help me, I'm in. The afternoon faded into evening as they planned. Grimshaw would return to the bureau, but carefully. He'd report that the assault had failed, which was true, and that Harry had demonstrated abilities beyond anything in their theoretical models, also true. He would recommend a strategic pause while they gathered more intelligence. It won't hold forever, he warned. The director is under pressure from the International Confederation to show results. A progenitor awakening is exactly the kind of threat that makes politicians lose their minds. It doesn't need to hold forever. Just long enough for us to establish ourselves. Harry was studying the maps again, his mind working through possibilities. The Volturi will be the bigger problem. They've had 3 days to hear about my awakening. By now, they'll be debating how to respond. The Volturi? Grimshaw's expression shifted to professional interest. We've tried to gather intelligence on them for decades. Never got anywhere, they're too old, too well protected. They've ruled European vampires for 3,000 years, Hermione supplied. Their leader is an ancient named Cassius who was turned by a progenitor's descendant millennia ago. He's maintained power by ensuring that no progenitor ever awakens to challenge him. And now one has. Now one has, Harry agreed. Cassius will see me as an existential threat. He can't allow a power to exist that could theoretically override his control over every vampire in his territory. Luna stirred from her observation post by the window. They've already sent scouts. I can see them in the probability streams, shadows at the edges, watching. They're not sure what to make of you yet. Scouts. Grimshaw's hand went to his belt, where the bottled sunlight still hung. Should we leave them? Let them report back that I'm aware of their presence but not threatened by it. Cassius needs to understand that I'm not interested in conquest, not of his territory, anyway. Harry paused, considering. Actually, I should probably send a message of my own. A formal introduction. You want to announce yourself to the Vampire Council that wants you dead? Grimshaw's voice was flat. I want to establish that I'm not a feral upstart to be eliminated, but a legitimate power to be negotiated with. There's a difference. Hermione was already pulling out parchment and quill. What kind of message? Something traditional. The old forms, Cassius will recognize them even if he pretends not to. Harry began pacing, the words coming from memories that were old when Rome was young. The progenitor who slumbered greets the children of the third descent. I have awakened. I do not seek what is yours. I seek only to reclaim what is mine, sovereignty over my own blood, authority over those who bear my mark, and the right to build as I was always meant to build. Hermione's quill moved rapidly. That's remarkably diplomatic for someone they're planning to destroy. Diplomacy first. Always diplomacy first. The sword only comes out when words fail. Harry stopped pacing. Add this, the old laws still bind. Those who honor them will find me a just king. Those who break them will find me swift in judgment. This I swear by the blood that begets blood, by the darkness that was before light, by the covenant that cannot be broken. Heavy on the dramatic language. Cassius is 3,000 years old. He responds to ceremony. Harry smiled slightly. Also, I mean every word. The old laws were mine before they were anyone else's. If the Volturi have been violating them, and I suspect they have, then I have legitimate grounds for action. What kind of violations? The creation of unwilling vampires. The destruction of bloodlines for political convenience. The hoarding of resources that should have been shared. Harry's expression darkened. I don't have proof yet. But I have suspicions. And suspicions can become certainties with the right investigation. Luna spoke suddenly, her voice carrying an urgency that made everyone stop. Harry. Something's happening. He turned to her, feeling the bond between them pulse with alarm. What do you see? The scouts. They're not just watching anymore. Her infinite eyes widened. They're signaling. Someone else is coming. Someone powerful. Through the window, the evening sky had begun to darken, not with natural twilight, but with something else. A pressure built in the air, the kind that preceded thunderstorms or magical catastrophe. Grimshaw was on his feet, the spear materializing in his grip. What is that? Harry moved to the window, his ancient senses reaching outward. He felt them immediately, two presences, old and strong, approaching at speeds that would shame any broom. They weren't trying to hide, quite the opposite. They were announcing themselves with every ounce of power they possessed. Volturi enforcers, he said quietly. Two of them. They're not here to talk. I thought you said diplomacy first. That was my approach. Apparently, Cassius has a different one. The presences landed at the edge of the ward line, a man and a woman, both pale as snow, both radiating the kind of power that made ordinary vampires look like shadows by comparison. The man was broad-shouldered and brutal-looking, his face a map of ancient scars. The woman was willowy and beautiful in a way that felt like a weapon. Harry Potter, the woman called, her voice carrying clearly despite the distance. The Volturi Council demands your immediate surrender. You will accompany us to face judgment for the crime of unlawful awakening. Unlawful awakening? Hermione's voice was sharp. That's not even a real crime. It is under Volturi law. A law that supersedes any authority a sleeping progenitor might claim. The woman's smile was cold. You have 1 minute to comply. After that, we are authorized to use any force necessary to secure your person. Harry felt his queen's tension through the bond, Hermione's analytical mind racing through tactical options, Luna's sight flickering through rapidly shifting probability branches. Grimshaw had moved to a defensive position, the spear humming with readiness. Stay here, Harry said quietly. All of you. Harry, Hermione started. This is exactly what they want, a chance to gauge my power by forcing me into open combat. If I refuse to engage, they lose their justification for aggression. If I destroy them, Cassius has a legitimate grievance to rally support. Harry's jaw tightened. But there's a third option they haven't considered. He walked to the door. What option? Grimshaw demanded. Harry glanced back, and his smile was all teeth. Recruitment. The evening air was cold as Harry crossed the overgrown courtyard, approaching the ward line where the Volturi enforcers waited. He made no effort to hide his power, let them feel it, let them understand exactly what they were dealing with. The woman's confident expression flickered as he drew closer. She was old, Harry could feel it now, perhaps 800 years, but nothing compared to what he was. Next to a progenitor, even ancient vampires were children. "You're making a mistake," she said, recovering her composure. "The council's authority is absolute. Whatever power you think you possess, it means nothing against 3,000 years of." Harry reached the ward line and stepped through it. The effect was instantaneous. Both enforcers recoiled, their supernatural senses screaming warnings that their minds could barely process. Being near a progenitor was one thing, having that progenitor's attention focused directly on you was something else entirely. "What are your names?" Harry asked quietly. The woman's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Her companion, the scarred man, was trembling, his brutal face slack with something approaching terror. "Your names," Harry repeated, and this time the words carried weight that made the air itself shiver. "I would know who Cassius sent to threaten me." "Valeria," the woman managed, forcing the word out through gritted teeth. "My name is Valeria." "Victor," the man added, his voice rough. "I am Victor." Valeria and Victor. Harry let the names settle into his memory. "You've served the Volturi for how long?" 700 years, Valeria answered, clearly unable to resist. "We were turned during the Crusades. Cassius offered us power and purpose when," she cut herself off, horror dawning on her face. She was answering his questions without wanting to, the progenitor's authority overriding her own will. "When what?" Harry pressed gently. "When we had nothing else. We were dying, plague, war, it doesn't matter now. Cassius's children found us and offered us eternity." Valeria's voice was bitter. "We thought it was salvation. It took centuries to understand it was just another kind of servitude." Harry nodded slowly. "And now he sends you to capture me. Knowing that you would fail. Knowing that I would likely destroy you. Why do you think that is?" Victor spoke, his brutal face twisting. "Because we're expendable. We always have been. The council uses us as weapons, throws us at threats to test their strength. If we win, good. If we die, they've learned something useful. That doesn't seem fair." "Fair?" Valeria laughed, a harsh sound. "Nothing about the Volturi is fair. Cassius rules through fear and manipulation. Anyone who gains too much power gets eliminated. Anyone who questions his decisions gets eliminated. We survive by being useful and unambitious, tools that don't threaten the hand that wields them." Harry was silent for a moment, considering. Then he made his decision. "I'm going to give you a choice," he said. "The first real choice you've had in 700 years. You can return to Cassius, report your failure, and accept whatever punishment he decides to inflict. Or." He extended his hand, power gathering around his fingers. "Or you can swear yourself to me. Not as tools, not as expendable weapons. As members of my court, bound by the old laws, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. I won't promise it will be easy, the road ahead is difficult, and the enemies are many. But I will promise you something Cassius never could, respect. Honesty. The chance to be more than instruments of someone else's will." Valeria and Victor exchanged a look. 700 years of shared service, shared suffering, shared disappointment, all of it communicated in a single glance. "You would take us?" Valeria asked, disbelief coloring her voice. "Just like that? After we came here to capture you? You came here because you were ordered to. The chains you wear aren't your fault, but whether you keep wearing them is your choice." Victor spoke slowly, working through the implications. "If we swear to you, Cassius will consider us traitors. He'll hunt us. He'll try. He'll fail. You're that confident?" Harry smiled. "I've been facing down threats like Cassius since before his great-great-grandsire was turned. He's powerful by modern standards, but modern standards are built on the ashes of a fallen age. I am that age's king, returned. And I don't lose." The silence stretched. Then Victor knelt. "My lord," he said, the words rusty with disuse but sincere. "I pledge my sword, my strength, my eternal loyalty to your service. Command me as you will." Valeria hesitated a moment longer, then she too knelt. "My lord. I pledge my mind, my cunning, my 7 centuries of knowledge to your cause. I will serve faithfully until the end of time." Harry felt the bonds form as they spoke, not as deep as his connection to Hermione and Luna, but real. Threads of power linking him to his new followers, giving him awareness of their locations, their emotions, their general state of being. "Rise," he said. "Both of you. You're not servants here, you're allies. We're going to need every advantage we can get." They rose, and something had changed in their faces. The fear was gone, replaced by something that looked almost like hope. "What do you need from us, my lord?" Valeria asked. "Information. Everything you know about the Volturi, their structure, their weaknesses, the divisions within their ranks. Cassius can't be as secure as he pretends if he's resorting to assassination attempts this early." "He's not," Victor confirmed. "The awakening of a progenitor has thrown everything into chaos. The younger factions are demanding to know why the council never prepared for this possibility. The older ones are divided between wanting to kill you and wanting to ally with you before someone else does. Then we have more leverage than I thought." Harry turned back toward the manor, gesturing for them to follow. "Come. There's someone you need to meet, and a great deal of planning to do." As they walked, Harry felt a surge of satisfaction through his bond with Hermione and Luna. 2 more pieces on the board, he thought. And the game is just beginning. The night deepened as Harry's court, such as it was, gathered in the study. Hermione had immediately begun interrogating the new arrivals, her questions sharp and probing. Luna observed from her usual position, tracking the probability shifts that Victor and Valeria's defection had caused. Grimshaw was the most uncomfortable, eyeing the Volturi enforcers with barely concealed hostility. 700 years of history made them personally responsible for countless deaths, including, almost certainly, people the Bureau had failed to protect. "This is going to take some adjustment," Harry admitted, reading the tension in the room. "We're not natural allies, any of us. Vampire hunters and vampires. Wizards and creatures. But we have common enemies, and that's going to have to be enough for now. The Bureau will want to know what happened here today," Grimshaw said. "I can only delay my report for so long. Then let them know the truth," carefully edited. "The assault failed, I demonstrated superior power, and you've entered into preliminary negotiations for a potential alliance. Nothing about the Volturi, nothing about the specific nature of my abilities. Just enough to buy us time. They'll demand proof. Concessions. Then we'll give them something small. A gesture of good faith." Harry considered. "There's a rogue vampire operating in the Scottish Highlands, genuine predator, completely feral. I can feel him from here, actually. Have the Bureau locate him, and I'll help eliminate him. Shows we can work together productively. You'd hunt your own kind. I'd remove a threat to innocent people. That's the point, Thaddeus. Not protecting vampires at all costs, protecting the balance. When one of us becomes a genuine danger, they get dealt with. That's the old law, and it's the law I'll enforce." Grimshaw nodded slowly, something easing in his expression. "I can sell that. A cooperative approach to genuine threats, rather than blanket persecution." "Exactly." Hermione looked up from her notes, her silver eyes bright with excitement. "I've been cross-referencing Victor and Valeria's information with my existing intelligence. There's a pattern emerging. The Volturi have been systematically eliminating bloodlines that could potentially produce another progenitor. For 3,000 years, they've been culling any vampire who shows unusual power or unusual heritage. A breeding program in reverse," Luna observed dreamily. "Weeding out the exceptional so the mediocre can rule unchallenged." "That's genocide," Victor said flatly. We knew the purges happened, but we never understood the real reason. We were told they were eliminating threats to the peace. They were eliminating threats to Cassius, Harry corrected. A progenitor would naturally supersede his authority. Any vampire strong enough to potentially achieve that status had to be destroyed. He paused, a cold anger building in his chest. How many bloodlines have been lost? Hundreds, Valeria answered quietly. Thousands of individuals, entire family lines erased from existence. Some of the oldest blood in Europe, gone because they might have produced something exceptional. The room fell silent. Harry stood, moving to the window. The night sky was clear now, stars scattered across the darkness like diamonds on velvet. Somewhere out there, Cassius was receiving word of his enforcer's defection. Somewhere out there, plans were being made to destroy everything Harry was trying to build. But plans could be countered. Enemies could be faced. The path forward was difficult, but it was visible now in a way it hadn't been 3 days ago. We need allies, he said finally. More than what we have. The werewolf packs have been at war with vampires for millennia, but they have their own grievances against the Volturi. The wizarding world is divided, some will see us as threats, others might see us as potential partners against greater evils. And there are other powers out there, older things that have been waiting for a progenitor to return. You want to unite the supernatural world, Hermione said. It wasn't a question. I want to organize the supernatural world. Give it structure, laws, a framework for cooperation instead of endless conflict. The old system worked, I remember that much. It can work again. That's a big vision, Grimshaw observed. You're talking about remaking the entire relationship between humans and the supernatural. I'm talking about saving both from what's coming. Harry turned from the window, his expression grave. Malachar is stirring. Luna's seen it, and I can feel it, a pressure at the edge of my consciousness, getting stronger every day. When he breaks free, and he will break free, eventually, nothing we've discussed will matter if we're not united against him. The bound god, Valeria breathed. We thought that was a myth. All myths have roots in truth. Malachar is very real, and very patient. He's been working toward freedom since before human civilization existed. The Hollow Church, the cult that worships the Old Ones, they've been conducting rituals to weaken his prison for centuries. Can he be stopped? He can be held. Delayed. Maybe, with enough power and enough allies, even permanently bound again. But not if we're fighting each other. Not if the supernatural world is fractured and disorganized while he marshals forces we can barely comprehend. Harry looked at each of them in turn, Hermione, brilliant and determined, Luna, serene and seeing, Grimshaw, scarred and resolute, Victor and Valeria, newly sworn and finding purpose. This is what I'm asking you to help me build, he said. Not just a court, not just an alliance. A shield for this world against the darkness that's coming. It won't be easy. It won't be safe. Many of us might not survive to see it completed. But if we don't try, if we let fear and old hatreds keep us divided, then everything we know will be swallowed by something far worse than anything the Bureau ever imagined. The silence that followed was different from before. It wasn't tension or discomfort, it was the silence of people making decisions that would define the rest of their existence. Hermione spoke first, "You know I'm with you. I've been with you since I decided to bind my soul to yours." Luna smiled, "The best branches always have us together." Grimshaw took longer, but finally nodded, "I'll need to manage the Bureau carefully. But yes. I'm in." Victor and Valeria exchanged another of their looks. Then Victor said, simply, "My lord." Until the end. Harry felt the bonds between them all strengthen, not just the supernatural connections, but something more human. Trust being built, brick by brick, in the foundation of something that might one day stand against gods. "Then let's get to work," he said. "We have a world to save." Outside, the Volturi scouts had withdrawn, carrying word of their enforcer's betrayal back to Cassius. The Hollow Church's observers lurked at the edges of perception, watching and waiting. The Bureau's analysts were poring over reports from the failed assault, trying to understand what they were dealing with. And far away, in a prison between worlds, something ancient stirred in its sleep and smiled. The game had entered a new phase. The pieces were moving. And the Progenitor had finally begun to play. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Courts of the Eternal. The summons arrived at midnight, carried by a creature that shouldn't have existed. Harry was in the Manor's basement, working with Victor on combat forms that had been old when the pyramids were new, when he felt it cross the ward line. Not hostile, not exactly, but wrong in a way that made his ancient instincts coil with recognition. "Something's coming," Victor said, his scarred face tightening. "I know." Harry straightened from his fighting stance. "Stay here. This is diplomatic." He climbed the stairs and stepped outside, where the thing waited in the courtyard. It had been human once, perhaps. Now it was something else, a messenger construct, woven from shadow and old blood, wearing the shape of a young woman the way a hand wears a glove. Its eyes were empty voids, and when it spoke, the voice came from everywhere and nowhere. "The Progenitor who sleeps no more," it intoned. "The Volturi Council extends its formal invitation. You are summoned to appear before the assembled elders at the Court of the Eternal, there to answer for your awakening and to hear the terms of your continued existence. Attendance is mandatory. Refusal will be considered an act of war." Harry studied the construct with detached interest. The craftsmanship was impressive. Cassius had clearly spared no expense in making his summons appropriately theatrical. "When?" "3 nights hence. The location will be revealed to you upon your acceptance." The construct tilted its head at an angle that no human neck would allow. "Do you accept?" "I accept." The construct smiled, a horrible expression on its borrowed face, and dissolved into smoke that smelled of ancient tombs and dried blood. Harry watched it dissipate, then turned back toward the Manor. Through the bond, he could feel Hermione's analytical curiosity and Luna's serene alertness. They'd sensed the exchange, even from inside. "Time to plan." "It's obviously a trap," Hermione said, pacing the study with restless energy. "They send 2 enforcers, we turn them, and now they're inviting you to walk into their stronghold. Cassius isn't stupid enough to think you'd fall for that." "He's counting on me knowing it's a trap," Harry replied, lounging in a chair with deceptive casualness. "The summons isn't about capturing me, it's about forcing me to either appear and submit to his authority, or refuse and give him justification to rally the other covens against me. So what do we do?" "We go." Hermione stopped pacing. "We? You and Luna are coming with me. As my queens." Harry's expression was unreadable. "The old forms are clear on this, a progenitor may bring his consorts to any formal gathering. Cassius can't refuse their presence without violating the very traditions he claims to uphold." Luna drifted into the room, her infinite eyes distant. "The Court of the Eternal. I can see it in the probability streams, a palace carved from living stone, somewhere in the mountains of Eastern Europe. Very old. Very beautiful." She paused. "Very dangerous. Can you see how this ends?" "Many ways. Some good, some bad, some—" She trailed off, her expression troubled. "Some I don't understand yet. The branches are tangled. Someone is actively working to obscure the future. Cassius has seers of his own," Victor said from the doorway. He and Valeria had been standing there for several minutes, silent and watchful. "Not as powerful as your queen, but skilled in muddying the waters. He'll want to keep you off balance. Then we'll have to rely on adaptability rather than foresight." Harry rose from his chair. "Victor, Valeria, I need you to brief me on everything you know about the court. The layout, the major players, the political factions. If we're walking into the lion's den, I want to know exactly how many lions we're dealing with." "Dozens," Valeria said grimly. The court hosts representatives from every major coven in Europe. Cassius rules, but he's not alone, there's a council of elders, each with their own agenda. Some will want you dead. Some will want to use you. A few might genuinely want to hear what you have to offer. And Cassius himself? Victor hesitated, searching for the right words. He's not what you'd expect. Not a tyrant, exactly. He genuinely believes he's doing what's best for vampire kind. The problem is that his definition of best involves absolute control and the elimination of anything that threatens his vision of order. A benevolent dictator who's forgotten the benevolent part. Something like that. Harry nodded slowly, pieces clicking into place. Then we don't go in as supplicants. We go in as equals, or better yet, as superiors condescending to acknowledge an inferior's concerns. Cassius has built his authority on being the oldest, the most powerful, the most legitimate. We need to demonstrate that all of those claims are questionable. How? Hermione asked. Harry smiled, and it was not a pleasant expression. By reminding everyone exactly what a progenitor is. 3 nights later, they stood at the edge of a mountain range that had been ancient when the Carpathians were young. The journey had required multiple apparitions, each one guided by coordinates that had appeared in Harry's mind at sunset, Cassius's idea of hospitality, apparently. The final destination was a valley hidden between peaks that didn't appear on any Muggle map, shrouded in enchantments so old they'd become part of the landscape itself. There, Luna said, pointing toward what appeared to be a sheer cliff face. The entrance is hidden. We need to walk through the illusion. Hermione's silver eyes narrowed, analyzing. Sophisticated work. Multiple layers of misdirection, tied into the natural magic of the mountains. Breaking it by force would take hours. We're not breaking anything. Harry stepped forward. We're announcing ourselves. He reached into the darkness within him and pushed. The effect was immediate. The illusion didn't break, it fled, peeling back from Harry's presence like shadows from sunlight. Behind it, a massive stone archway was revealed, carved with symbols that Harry recognized from memories older than human language. The threshold of eternity, Victor breathed. I've passed through it 100 times, and I've never seen it react like that. It recognizes its maker. Harry strode forward without hesitation. The original architects of this place were my children. They built it as a haven for vampire kind, a place where the old laws would be honored and the blood would be preserved. Cassius has claimed it, but the stones remember who it truly belongs to. They passed through the archway and into a tunnel that seemed to go on forever, lit by torches that burned with cold fire. The air grew warmer as they descended, thick with the scent of age and power and the subtle copper tang of ancient blood. And then the tunnel opened, and the court of the Eternal spread before them. It was magnificent, a vast cavern that had been shaped over millennia into something between a cathedral and a palace. Columns of living stone supported a ceiling lost in darkness. Balconies and galleries lined the walls, tier upon tier, filled with figures who watched the new arrivals with expressions ranging from curiosity to hostility to barely concealed fear. At the far end of the cavern, on a throne carved from a single massive stalactite, sat Cassius. He was smaller than Harry had expected, unremarkable in appearance, with the bland features of a man who might once have been a merchant or a minor noble. But his presence filled the room, 3,000 years of accumulated power pressing against Harry's senses like a physical weight. The progenitor graces us with his presence, Cassius said, his voice carrying effortlessly across the vast space. We are honored. Harry walked forward, Hermione on his left and Luna on his right. Victor and Valeria had remained at the entrance, their presence here would only inflame tensions unnecessarily. Behind them, the assembled vampires stirred, whispers spreading through the galleries like wine through dead leaves. The honor is mutual, Harry replied, matching Cassius's formal tone. The court of the Eternal is even more impressive than I remembered. Your stewardship has been adequate. A ripple of reaction passed through the crowd. Adequate was not a compliment, not when applied to 3,000 years of rule. Cassius's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his ancient eyes. We have much to discuss, Progenitor. But first, I must address a matter of protocol. He gestured to the figures flanking Harry. You have brought companions. This is unusual. Not at all. The old forms clearly state that a progenitor may bring his consorts to any formal gathering. These are my queens, Hermione, the scholar, and Luna, the seer. They speak with my voice and act with my authority. Queens. Cassius's voice carried a note of skepticism. Newly turned whelps, elevated beyond their station. You'll forgive me if I find the claim dubious. I'll forgive nothing. Harry's tone hardened. You sent assassins to kill them before they'd been turned for a week. You forfeited any right to courtesy. The whispers in the galleries intensified. Cassius raised a hand, and silence fell. You speak of Victor and Valeria. They were not assassins, they were enforcers, sent to escort you to this very gathering. If they exceeded their mandate, they followed your orders exactly. I know this because I pulled it from their blood before I claimed them. Harry smiled thinly. Yes, Cassius. Claimed them. They serve me now, bound by the old laws, loyal until the end of time. Your enforcers have become my soldiers. This time, the reaction was audible, gasps, exclamations, the shuffling of bodies as vampires instinctively drew back. Cassius's composure cracked for the first time, genuine surprise flashing across his features. That's not possible. Blood bonds cannot be overridden. The sire-child connection is inviolate, to ordinary vampires, yes. But I am not ordinary. Harry let some of his true nature show, the vast darkness behind his human facade pressing against the edges of perception. I am the first. The source. Every vampire in this room exists because my blood was passed down through generations of turning. Every bond, every bloodline, every claim of authority, all of it traces back to me. And what I created, I can command. He looked around the cavern, meeting the eyes of every vampire who dared to hold his gaze. I could claim every person in this room right now. Override your bonds, rewrite your loyalties, make you mine with a thought. I choose not to, the old laws forbid such violations except in cases of extreme necessity. But make no mistake, the power exists. And it belongs to me. The silence that followed was absolute. Cassius had risen from his throne, his ancient power gathering around him like a storm. You dare threaten us? In our own court? I dare remind you. There's a difference. Harry didn't flinch from the elder's display. You've built an empire on the assumption that you're the apex predator. That your age and power make you untouchable. I'm here to tell you that assumption was always false. It was only ever true because I was asleep. And now you're awake. And you expect us to simply submit? To bow to a creature who's been conscious for less than a week? I expect you to recognize reality. Harry stepped closer to the throne, close enough that his own power began to clash with Cassius's. The air between them crackled with suppressed energy. I'm not here to conquer you, Cassius. I'm not here to tear down what you've built. I'm here to offer you a choice, the same choice I've offered everyone who stood against me since I woke. And what choice is that? Adaptation. Evolution. The acknowledgement that the world has changed, and that clinging to old patterns will only lead to destruction. Harry's voice softened, became almost persuasive. You've ruled well, by your own standards. Maintained order, preserved the bloodlines, kept vampire kind hidden from the witch hunters and the zealots. I respect that. But your methods have also created enemies, isolated rogues who become the very monsters that justify persecution, powerful bloodlines culled because they threatened your supremacy, an entire species taught that ambition is punishable by death. I did what was necessary. You did what was convenient. There's a difference. Harry gestured at the assembled court. Look at them, Cassius. Look at the fear in their eyes. They're not afraid of me, they're afraid of you. Afraid that any show of independent thought will earn them the same fate as the bloodlines you've purged. Is that really the legacy you want? An empire of terrified sycophants, held together by nothing but the threat of annihilation? For a long moment, Cassius said nothing. His ancient eyes studied Harry with an intensity that bordered on physical force, searching for weakness, for deception, for any sign that this upstart could be easily dismissed. He found none. You speak of adaptation, Cassius said finally. What exactly are you proposing? A partnership. Your experience and infrastructure, combined with my authority and power. The Volturi would remain as the governing body of European vampires, but they would operate within a framework established by me, the old laws, properly enforced. No more purges. No more elimination of threatening bloodlines. No more creating the very rogues that justify your continued control. And in exchange? In exchange, you gain legitimacy. True legitimacy, not the manufactured kind that comes from being the biggest predator in the room. When other vampires look at the Volturi, they'll see an institution blessed by the progenitor himself, not just a council of elders who happen to survive longer than their rivals. Cassius's expression was unreadable. You're offering me a leash disguised as a crown. I'm offering you survival disguised as partnership. The world is changing, Cassius. Wizards are becoming more organized, muggles are developing technologies that make hiding increasingly difficult, and there are older things stirring that make our conflict look like children squabbling over toys. Harry's voice dropped. Malachar is waking. I assume you know that name. The reaction was immediate. Cassius went still in a way that transcended mere immobility, the stillness of a creature confronted with an existential terror it had spent millennia trying to forget. The bound god, he whispered. The bound god. The one who created me as a curse, who was imprisoned before recorded history, who has been working toward freedom ever since. His seals are weakening. The Hollow Church has been conducting rituals for centuries, wearing down the barriers that keep him contained. When he breaks free, and he will break free, he won't distinguish between progenitors and ordinary vampires. He'll destroy everything that bears the taint of the curse he inflicted. You're saying we face annihilation. I'm saying we face a threat that requires unity to survive. The old conflicts, progenitor against council, bloodline against bloodline, they're luxuries we can no longer afford. Either we stand together against what's coming, or we fall separately. The cavern was silent. Every vampire present was processing the revelation, ancient survival instincts warring with political considerations. Cassius sat heavily back on his throne, suddenly looking every one of his 3,000 years. You ask much, progenitor. I ask what's necessary. And if I refuse? If the council decides that the risk of submitting to your authority outweighs the risk of this. Malachar. Harry's expression hardened. Then you'll face both threats alone. I'll take my queens and my allies and build something new, somewhere beyond your reach, with whoever is wise enough to see the truth of what I'm offering. And when Malachar breaks free, when his darkness sweeps across Europe, you'll remember this moment and understand exactly how badly you miscalculated. That sounds like a threat. It's a prediction. I've survived the bound god before, I'll survive him again. But I can't say the same for anyone who chooses to stand apart from what I'm building. Harry stepped back, giving Cassius space. I'm not your enemy, Cassius. I don't want to be your enemy. But I will not beg for what's rightfully mine, and I will not pretend that your authority supersedes the blood that gave you existence. The tension in the cavern was almost unbearable. Hermione and Luna had remained silent throughout, but Harry could feel their readiness through the bond, Hermione cataloging escape routes and tactical options, Luna tracking the probability branches as they shifted and reformed. Finally, Cassius spoke. The council will need to deliberate. Your proposal is unprecedented. It cannot be decided in a single night. Then take 3. I'll remain as your guest, under the laws of hospitality. After that, I'll need an answer. 3 nights. Cassius nodded slowly. That is, acceptable. Quarters will be prepared for you and your queens. I trust you'll find them adequate. The word was deliberate, an echo of Harry's own mild insult. Despite everything, Harry felt a flicker of respect. Cassius was ancient and rigid, but he wasn't stupid. I'm sure they will be, Harry replied. Until tomorrow, Elder Cassius. He turned and walked back toward his queens, the assembled court parting before him like water before a ship's prow. Behind him, he could feel Cassius's gaze burning into his back, calculating, reassessing, grudgingly acknowledging that the world had indeed changed. It wasn't victory. Not yet. But it was a start. The quarters they were given were lavish, a suite of chambers carved deep into the mountain, furnished with artifacts that spanned centuries and cultures. Harry recognized some of them from his fragmented memories, a tapestry woven in Byzantium, a chess set that had belonged to a Persian Shah, a mirror that showed not reflections but memories. Well, Hermione said, the moment the door closed behind them. That was terrifying. You handled it well. I didn't handle anything. I stood there and tried not to look scared while you threatened the most powerful vampire in Europe with metaphysical annihilation. She collapsed into a chair, her silver eyes bright with residual adrenaline. Luna, please tell me you saw something useful in those probability streams. Luna had drifted to the mirror, studying its surface with fascination. Many things. The council is fractured, more than Cassius realizes. There are factions that have been waiting for exactly this kind of opportunity. Opportunity to do what? To escape. To change. To be something other than what Cassius has demanded they be for 3,000 years. Luna touched the mirror's frame, and images flickered across its surface, faces, places, moments of decision yet to come. The young ones are the most promising. Vampires turned in the last few centuries, who've never known anything but fear and stagnation. They're hungry for something different. Harry moved to stand beside her, watching the images flow. Can you identify the ones most likely to respond to our message? Some of them. There's a woman named Katia, turned during the Russian Revolution, very powerful, deeply frustrated with the council's conservatism. A man called Renard, French, specializes in information gathering. He's been quietly documenting the council's excesses for decades, waiting for someone to actually do something about them. Luna's eyes unfocused slightly. And there's someone else. Someone important. But I can't see them clearly. They're deliberately hiding from my sight. Another seer? Maybe. Or something else entirely. Luna frowned, an unusual expression on her serene features. They're connected to you somehow. To your past. But the threads are tangled, and I can't, she cut off abruptly, her eyes widening. Luna? Hermione was on her feet instantly. What is it? Someone's coming. Someone powerful. There, the door opened. The vampire who entered was unlike any Harry had seen in the Volturi court. She was tall and dark-skinned, with close-cropped silver hair and eyes that held depths of ancient sorrow. Her presence was immense, not as overwhelming as Cassius's, but focused, sharp, carrying a quality that Harry's instincts recognized immediately. She was old. Perhaps as old as Cassius himself. And she moved with the confidence of someone who had nothing left to fear. Progenitor, she said, her voice carrying an accent that Harry couldn't quite place, something from the ancient world, pre-Roman, possibly pre-Greek. I apologize for the intrusion. But we need to talk. Harry studied her, reaching for memories that remained frustratingly just out of reach. Do I know you? You did, once. A very long time ago. She smiled, and there was profound sadness in it. My name is Sekhmet. I was your first. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. First. His first turning. His first child by blood. The beginning of everything that had followed, every vampire, every bloodline, every conflict and alliance and moment of darkness across 15,000 years. That's not possible, Hermione said sharply. The first vampires would have been created millennia ago. No one survives that long. Some do. If they're careful enough. Patient enough. If they have reason enough to endure. Sekhmet's eyes never left Harry's face. I've been waiting for you, Father. Waiting and watching and hoping that one day you'd return. The others forgot, they were supposed to, it was part of the design. But I remembered. I've always remembered. Harry's mind was racing, fragments of memory surfacing and submerging like fish in dark water. There was something there, a face, a moment, a feeling of profound connection, but it kept slipping away. What design? He asked. What are you talking about? Sekhmet moved to the center of the room, her presence commanding attention without effort. You didn't just fall asleep, Father. You chose to sleep. You chose to forget. Because there was something coming, something you couldn't face in your weakened state. So you hid yourself in mortality, wrapped your soul in human flesh, and trusted that when the time came, you would wake again. Malachar. Partially. But not only him. Sekhmet's expression grew grave. The Hollow Church. The cult you've been hearing about. They didn't start as Malachar's worshippers. They started as yours. The revelation struck the room like lightning. Even Luna, who rarely showed surprise, went very still. Mine. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. The Church of the Eternal Night, they called themselves originally. A religion built around the Progenitor, the God-King who would one day return to lead his children into a new age. For millennia, they kept the faith, preserved the old knowledge, prepared for your awakening. Sekhmet's voice dropped. But something corrupted them. Slowly, over centuries, the faith was twisted. The waiting became impatience. The hope became desperation. And when Malachar began whispering through the cracks in his prison, they listened. They turned from me to him. They were turned by forces that knew exactly how to exploit their longing. Sekhmet stepped closer, her ancient eyes boring into his. This was never about faith, Father. It was about you. Someone, or something, has been orchestrating this for longer than even I can trace. They wanted the church corrupted. They wanted Malachar's prison weakened. They wanted you to wake now, at this precise moment, into a world perfectly designed to destroy you. Harry felt cold certainty settling into his bones. A trap. Not just the Volturi summons, everything. My awakening, my queens, even the Bureau's attack. All of it part of a larger design. Yes. And whoever designed it has been planning since before you went to sleep. Possibly since before the seals on Malachar's prison were even created. That's. Hermione struggled for words. That's impossible. That would require planning on a scale of millennia. Yes. Sekhmet's smile was grim. Welcome to the kind of game that gods play. And make no mistake, whoever is behind this is at least operating on that level. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Harry had known the situation was complicated. He'd understood that there were forces working against him, enemies both ancient and modern arrayed against his return. But this was something else entirely. A conspiracy spanning thousands of years, designed to use him as a piece in a game he couldn't even fully perceive. Why are you telling me this? He asked finally. If you've known all along, if you've been watching and waiting, why reveal yourself now? Because the design is reaching its culmination. Whatever the architect intended, it's happening soon. The Volturi summons, the political maneuvering, Malachar's stirring, these aren't coincidences. They're convergences. Sekhmet reached out, her hand hovering near Harry's face without quite touching. And because I've spent 15,000 years waiting for my father to return. I refuse to let that reunion happen only for him to walk blindly into destruction. You could have warned me earlier. Before I came here. I couldn't. There are Watchers. Forces that would have noticed if I'd made contact outside these walls. Here, in the heart of the Volturi's power, there are enough ambient enchantments to mask a private conversation. Her hand dropped. We have perhaps an hour before someone notices my absence. I suggest we use it wisely. Harry looked at his queens. Hermione's analytical mind was visibly racing, processing this new information and reorganizing everything they thought they knew. Luna's infinite eyes were fixed on Sekhmet, seeing something in the probability streams that she hadn't before. She's telling the truth, Luna said softly. The branches, they're clearer now. She's been a hidden variable, something I couldn't account for. But her presence makes the futures more stable, not less. You can see that? I can see her. For the first time since we arrived. Luna's gaze shifted to Harry. She's connected to you in ways that go beyond blood. She's an anchor, something that survived from before the sleep. The design didn't account for her, or couldn't eliminate her. Harry turned back to Sekhmet. You said you remembered when everyone else forgot. How? If my sleep was designed to erase knowledge of my existence, the bond between us is different. Deeper. When you created me, you gave me more than blood, you gave me a fragment of your consciousness. A piece of yourself that couldn't be erased without destroying me entirely. Sekhmet's expression was unreadable. I suspect you did it deliberately, though you may not remember why. A safeguard, perhaps. An anchor to your past that would survive even deliberate forgetting. A backup. If you want to be prosaic about it, yes. Harry smiled despite himself. There was something familiar about her dry wit, something that resonated with deeply buried memories. Then let's use that hour, he said. Tell me everything you know. Start with the architect of this design. Sekhmet nodded and began to speak. What followed was a history lesson unlike any Harry had ever received. The architect, as far as Sekhmet could determine, wasn't a single entity but a faction, remnants of the old ones who had been imprisoned alongside Malachar, or perhaps were never imprisoned at all. They called themselves the Hollow Court, and their goal was simple, the restoration of the old order, with the old ones once again dominant over creation. Malachar was the most powerful of the imprisoned, but not the most subtle, Sekhmet explained. The Hollow Court learned from his mistake. Rather than challenge you directly, they decided to undermine you indirectly. Corrupt your followers, weaken your power base, ensure that when you finally woke, you'd be isolated and vulnerable. But they couldn't control my awakening, Harry said. Voldemort's curse wasn't part of their design. No. That was unexpected. They'd planned for you to sleep for at least another millennium, by which point their preparations would have been complete. The Potter boys' sacrifice, the rebounding curse, your premature awakening, all of it forced them to accelerate their timeline. Sekhmet's smile was sharp. Your mother's love may have done more to save the world than anyone realizes. Hermione had been taking notes throughout, mental notes, her enhanced memory recording every detail. So we're dealing with multiple factions of godlike beings, all with different agendas, all operating on timescales that make human history look like a rounding error. Yes. And the Volturi? Where do they fit in? Cassius is a pawn. He doesn't know it, he genuinely believes he's acting in vampire-kind's best interest. But the Hollow Court has been manipulating him for centuries, feeding him information, guiding his decisions, ensuring that vampire society developed in ways that served their purposes. The purges, Harry said, understanding dawning. He wasn't just eliminating threats to his rule. He was eliminating potential threats to them. Precisely. Every powerful bloodline destroyed, every exceptional vampire eliminated, the Hollow Court was culling any force that might have been able to resist their eventual takeover. The Volturi have been unwitting executioners for their own destroyers. Luna had been silent throughout, her infinite eyes tracking something none of the others could see. Now she spoke, her voice carrying an unusual urgency. "Harry. There's something happening. Outside this room. The probability streams are shifting." Harry extended his senses beyond the chamber walls. The court of the Eternal was massive, filled with thousands of vampires and countless political currents. But something was different now, a tension building, a storm about to break. "The council," he said. "They're making their decision. Earlier than expected." Sekhmet's expression tightened. "That's not possible. Cassius would never rush such a significant choice, unless he was pushed. Unless someone on the council forced the issue." Harry was already moving toward the door. "Luna, what do you see?" "Violence. Many branches lead to violence. But there's also," she paused, her eyes widening. "An opportunity. Someone is trying to create chaos, but if we move quickly, we can turn it to our advantage." "How?" "By being exactly where they don't expect us to be." Luna took his hand, her grip surprisingly strong. "Trust me. I can guide us through this." Harry looked at Sekhmet. "Will you stand with me?" "I've been standing with you for 15,000 years, Father. A few more hours won't make a difference." She smiled, and for a moment, Harry saw the woman she must have been before eternity had worn her down. "Let's go remind the children who their king is." The court's great hall was in chaos when they arrived. Vampires were clustered in factions, some arguing loudly, others preparing for combat. At the center of the tumult, Cassius stood on the dais before his throne, facing a group of younger vampires who radiated barely contained fury. "Cannot allow this," one of them was shouting. 3 nights of deliberation while our future is decided by an ancient fossil who's spent millennia crushing any dissent. The Progenitor offers us change, real change, and you want to consider it?" "The Progenitor offers nothing but uncertainty," Cassius replied, his voice cold. "A newcomer, however powerful, cannot simply appear and demand we restructure our entire society. There are protocols that have kept us stagnant for centuries. Protocols that led to the purges, the isolation, the slow decay of everything that once made us great." Harry recognized the speaker from Luna's earlier description, Katia, the Russian revolutionary. She was magnificent in her fury, a woman who had overthrown empires and clearly saw no reason why she couldn't do so again. "The council has not reached a decision," Cassius said, his patience visibly fraying. "Return to your places and await, the council's decision is irrelevant." Every head in the chamber turned as Harry strode through the entrance, his queens flanking him and Sekhmet a half-step behind. His presence hit the room like a shockwave, ancient power rolling off him in waves that made even the oldest vampires flinch. "I did not come here to beg for your approval," Harry continued, his voice carrying effortlessly to every corner of the vast space. "I came to inform you of what is happening, and to offer you a choice about your role in it. That offer stands, regardless of what Cassius's council decides." Cassius's eyes narrowed. "You overstep, Progenitor." "No. You misunderstand." Harry climbed the dais, stopping one step below Cassius's level, close enough to confront, but not quite challenging his position. "Not yet. I've learned things tonight that change everything we've discussed. The threat I warned you about, it's not coming. It's already here. And every moment we spend on political theater is a moment our enemies use to strengthen their position." "What things? What enemies?" Harry gestured to Sekhmet, who stepped forward. The reaction from the assembled court was immediate, gasps of recognition, murmurs of disbelief, ancient vampires dropping to their knees. "Most of you know me," Sekhmet said, her voice cutting through the noise. "Or you know of me. The first. The mother of bloodlines. I've been hiding for longer than most of you have existed, waiting for this moment. And I'm here to tell you that everything you believe about our history is a carefully constructed lie." She told them. About the Hollow Court, about the design spanning millennia, about the corruption of the church and the manipulation of the Volturi. About Cassius's role as an unwitting instrument of forces that wanted all of vampire kind destroyed. As she spoke, Harry watched the room. The reactions were varied: disbelief, anger, fear, but underlying all of them was a growing sense of horror. The foundations of their society were crumbling before their eyes. Cassius had gone very still. "You expect us to believe this?" he said when Sekhmet finished. "A conspiracy of godlike beings, manipulating us across thousands of years?" "I don't expect anything," Sekhmet replied. "I'm telling you what I know. What you do with that knowledge is your choice." Convenient. A story that can't be verified, that conveniently absolves the progenitor of any responsibility for the chaos he's brought. It can be verified. The voice came from the crowd. Renard, the French information specialist Luna had mentioned. He was slight and unassuming, but when he stepped forward, he carried himself with the confidence of someone who had been waiting for exactly this moment. "I've spent decades documenting the Council's decisions. Tracing the patterns, looking for the hidden logic behind choices that never quite made sense." He produced a sheaf of documents, actual paper, covered in dense script. Every major purge ordered by this council in the last 500 years. Every bloodline eliminated. Cross-referenced with what we now know about the Hollow Court's objectives. He offered the documents to the nearest elder, who took them with trembling hands. "The correlation is unmistakable. We've been following a script written by entities that want us dead. Every time we eliminated a threat, we eliminated a potential ally against the real enemy." The room erupted. Vampires turned on each other, accusations flying, centuries of suppressed grievances suddenly finding voice. Cassius's supporters rallied around him, but they were outnumbered by those who had long chafed under his rule and now saw justification for their resentment. Harry let it happen for exactly 30 seconds. Then he released his power. The effect was like a nuclear blast contained in a single moment, a wave of pure authority that stopped every voice, stilled every movement, reminded every vampire in the chamber exactly what a progenitor was. Enough. The word echoed in the sudden silence. We don't have time for civil war. We don't have time for recriminations or faction politics or any of the petty games that have kept us weak for millennia. Harry's gaze swept the room, meeting every pair of eyes. The Hollow Court is real. Their plan is accelerating. And if we don't act now, together, everything we've built, everything we've fought for, everything we are will be erased. He turned to Cassius. You have a choice, Elder. Accept my authority and help me rebuild our society on stronger foundations. Or cling to your pride and watch everything you've sacrificed to preserve burn to ash. Cassius's face was a mask. Behind it, Harry could see the war being waged, 3,000 years of certainty crashing against undeniable evidence of manipulation. And if I accept? Cassius asked, his voice barely above a whisper. What becomes of me? Of the council? You become my advisors. Your experience, your knowledge, your understanding of how vampire society actually functions, these things are valuable. I don't want to destroy what you've built. I want to fix it. Fix it. Make it work for everyone, not just those at the top of the hierarchy. Create something that can actually withstand the threats we face, instead of crumbling at the first real challenge. Harry extended his hand, the same gesture he'd offered Grimshaw, now offered to the most powerful vampire in Europe. Help me, Cassius. Help me save our people. The silence stretched. Then, slowly, Cassius knelt. My lord, he said, his voice carrying a weight of surrender and something else, something that might have been relief. I place myself at your service. The effect was immediate. Throughout the chamber, vampires dropped to their knees, following their leader's example. Katya. Renard. Elders who had ruled for centuries and fledglings who had never known anything but fear. Even Sekhmet knelt, though her eyes held a smile that suggested she was enjoying the moment enormously. Harry looked at his queens. Hermione's silver eyes were bright with triumph. Luna's infinite gaze held satisfaction and something else, a confirmed prophecy, a future clicking into place. "Rise," Harry commanded. "All of you. We're not subjects and ruler, we're soldiers and commander. There's a war coming, and we need to be ready." They rose. And in that moment, in the heart of the Court of the Eternal, the shape of the future changed forever. The next hours were a blur of activity. Harry established a provisional command structure, integrating Cassius's existing council with representatives from the dissident factions. Hermione immediately began organizing intelligence assets, her enhanced mind processing information faster than any bureaucracy ever could. Luna stationed herself at the center of the probability streams, watching for threats and opportunities alike. Sekhmet became Harry's primary advisor on matters of ancient history and Old One tactics. Victor and Valeria, summoned from the Manor, took command of a newly formed military force drawn from vampires across Europe. And through it all, Harry could feel the design pressing against them, a malevolent intelligence that had just watched 3,000 years of careful planning unravel in a single night. The Hollow Court would respond. He was certain of it. The question was when, and how. "We should expect retaliation within days," Sekhmet said as they reconvened in what had been Cassius's private chambers. "The court has invested too much in this plan to simply abandon it. They'll try to salvage what they can." "What are their options?" "Accelerate Malakar's release. Strike at us directly through mortal agents. Attempt to corrupt key members of our coalition." Sekhmet's expression was grave. "Or something we haven't anticipated. They've had millennia to prepare contingencies." Luna spoke from her position by the window, where she'd been watching the probability streams with unusual intensity. "They're going to try something with the church. The Hollow Church. I can see it, a ritual, very soon, something that will change things. Dramatically." "Can you see what kind of ritual?" "Not clearly. The branches are too tangled. But it involves sacrifice. A lot of sacrifice." Luna's voice dropped. "And it involves you, Harry. You specifically." Harry felt cold certainty settle into his bones. Of course. The design had always been about him, his awakening, his power, his potential to either save or destroy everything. Whatever the Hollow Court was planning, he would be at the center of it. "Then we need to find the church before they complete their ritual." He turned to Hermione. "What do we know about their current operations?" "More than we did." Hermione pulled out the intelligence reports she'd been compiling. "Renard's network has locations for 3 Hollow Church cells in Europe, 1 in Prague, 1 in Athens, 1 in the Scottish Highlands. The Highland cell is the most active, conducting regular rituals at a site that corresponds to one of the ancient ley line convergences. The same area where Grimshaw mentioned a rogue vampire was operating." "Yes. I don't think that's a coincidence." Harry nodded slowly, pieces clicking together. "The rogue is bait. They're trying to draw attention to the area while they complete their preparations." "Then we don't take the bait," Cassius said. He'd been quiet throughout, adjusting to his new role as advisor rather than ruler. "We strike the Prague and Athens cells simultaneously, deny them their support infrastructure. The Highland cell will either abandon their location or be forced to complete their ritual without backup. That's what they expect us to do. Logical, strategic, exactly what a military commander would choose." Harry shook his head. "We need to think differently. Luna, what happens if we go directly to the Highland cell?" Luna's eyes unfocused, tracking probability branches. "Chaos. Many deaths. But also, revelation. The ritual they're preparing, if we can disrupt it at the right moment, we might learn something crucial. Something about the design itself." "What kind of something?" "I can't see clearly. The ritual is designed to obscure its true purpose. But whatever they're trying to accomplish, it requires an immense amount of power." Luna paused. Power that might be harvestable, if we're quick enough. Sekhmet leaned forward, interest sharpening her ancient features. Steal the ritual's energy before it achieves its purpose. That's incredibly dangerous. The forces involved could destroy anyone who interferes. Anyone except a progenitor, Harry said quietly. I was designed to channel that kind of power. It's what Malachar made me for, before I turned his curse against him. You'd be walking into exactly the trap they've prepared. Yes. But I'd be doing it with full knowledge of what they're planning. Harry looked around the room, his queens, his advisors, his army of the night. They've spent millennia setting this up. They've anticipated every logical response. The only way to beat them is to be illogical. To do exactly what they expect, but in a way they can't predict. And what way is that? Harry smiled, and there was something ancient and terrible in it. They expect me to come as a progenitor. A vampire king, fighting to preserve his power. He let his human facade slip slightly, revealing the vast darkness beneath. They've forgotten what I was before I was a progenitor. What I did that earned Malachar's curse in the first place. What did you do? Hermione asked softly. The memories were still fragmentary, but one thing was clear, I killed a god. The silence that followed was profound. Not Malachar, he was too powerful, too well protected. But one of his siblings. A lesser old one who thought humanity would make excellent slaves. Harry's voice was distant, remembering. I was mortal then. I shouldn't have been able to do it. But I found a way. How? I turned their power against them. Made them destroy themselves. Harry refocused on the present. That's what I'm going to do now. The Hollow Court is channeling Malachar's power through the Church's rituals. If I can get close enough, I can redirect that power. Use it to strengthen the seals on his prison rather than weaken them. That would destroy their entire plan, Sekhmet said slowly. Millennia of work, undone in a single moment. Yes. It would also make you the single biggest threat the Hollow Court has ever faced. They'd throw everything they have at destroying you. They're already trying to destroy me. At least this way, I'd be destroying them back. Harry stood, his decision made. Hermione, Luna, you're coming with me. Our bond is strongest. If I need to channel power through additional conduits, you're the only ones who can handle it. What about the rest of us? Cassius asked. Prepare for war. Whether I succeed or fail at the Highland Cell, the Hollow Court will respond. I need you ready to defend vampire kind against whatever they throw at us. Harry paused at the door, looking back at the assembled powers of the night. You wanted a king who would actually lead. This is what that looks like. Watch, learn, and be ready. He left the chamber, his queens falling into step beside him. Behind him, the court of the Eternal stirred with newfound purpose. The game was changing. And for the first time in millennia, the progenitor was taking the offensive. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Hollow Faithful. The Scottish Highlands had a particular quality of darkness that Harry appreciated. Not the artificial darkness of caves or chambers, but the natural dark of ancient lands where humanity had always been a visitor, never a resident. The mountains remembered things that predated memory itself. They arrived at midnight, operating to coordinates Luna had pulled from the probability streams. The landing site was a windswept plateau overlooking a valley that shouldn't have existed. It didn't appear on any map, magical or mundane, protected by enchantments older than Hogwarts. There, Luna said, pointing toward a faint glow emanating from somewhere below. The ritual site. They've already begun. Harry extended his senses downward, feeling the pulse of gathered power like a second heartbeat. Dozens of presences, maybe hundreds, all focused on a single point of terrible intensity. The air itself tasted wrong, charged with energies that made his ancient instincts recoil. How many? Hermione asked, her silver eyes scanning the darkness. More than expected. At least 200 cultists, plus, something else. Harry frowned, trying to identify the unfamiliar presence at the ritual's center. Something powerful. Not vampire, not wizard. Something older. A hollow court representative? Maybe. Or something they've summoned. He turned to his queens. Remember the plan. We observe first, identify the ritual's purpose, then strike at the optimal moment. Luna guides our timing, Hermione handles tactical adjustments. I do the heavy lifting. And if it goes wrong? Hermione's voice was steady, but he could feel her tension through their bond. Then we improvise. We're very good at improvising. They descended into the hidden valley like shadows given form. The hollow church had transformed the valley floor into something between a temple and an abattoir. Stone pillars had been erected in concentric circles, carved with symbols that hurt to look at directly. Between the pillars, hundreds of robed figures chanted in a language that predated human speech, guttural sounds that seemed to crawl rather than flow. At the center of the circles, a massive altar had been constructed from black stone, its surface stained with the evidence of countless sacrifices. And on that altar, bound by chains that gleamed with eldritch light, were the hostages. Harry counted them quickly, 15 people, most of them young, all of them radiating the distinctive signature of magical ability. Wizards and witches, stolen from their homes or lured with false promises, now fuel for a ritual that would tear holes in reality itself. Among them, he recognized two faces. Neville Longbottom, his round features pale with terror but his jaw set with stubborn defiance. Ginny Weasley, her red hair matted with blood, her eyes scanning the crowd for any opportunity to escape. Fuck. Harry. Hermione's hand gripped his arm, her enhanced senses having spotted the same thing. We can't let them, I know. His mind was racing, the plan shifting to accommodate this new variable. Luna, how does this change the probability streams? Luna's infinite eyes were fixed on the altar, seeing things beyond mere physical reality. The branches, they're narrowing. The ritual requires specific sacrifices, magical blood, willingly given or forcibly taken. If they complete it with these particular victims, what happens? I don't know. The futures beyond that point are blank. Not dark, not terrible, just absent. As if possibility itself ceases to exist. Harry felt cold certainty settling into his bones. Whatever the Hollow Church was attempting, it wasn't just about freeing Malachar or strengthening the old ones. It was something more fundamental, an attack on the very structure of reality. We're not waiting for the optimal moment, he said quietly. We're going now. Harry, the power they've gathered, will be redirected through me. That was always the plan. He met Hermione's eyes, then Luna's. I need you both to focus on the hostages. Get them out, get them safe. I'll handle the ritual. Alone? I won't be alone. Harry smiled, and there was something terrible in it. I'll have several hundred cultists keeping me company. Before either queen could protest, he moved. The first cultist died without knowing what killed him. Harry materialized from shadow directly behind the outer ring of chanters, his hand closing around the man's throat and squeezing. The body dropped, and Harry was already moving, flowing through the congregation like death itself. The chanting faltered as cultists realized something was wrong. By the time the first scream started, Harry had killed 7 more. The Progenitor, someone shouted. He's here. The Progenitor is, Harry didn't let them finish. He released his full power, not the controlled displays he'd used at the Volturi court, but the raw, primal darkness that had once commanded empires. The night itself seemed to deepen, shadows lengthening and twisting into shapes that moved with hungry intent. Cultists fled in panic, their carefully maintained ritual formations dissolving into chaos. But the inner circles held. The true believers, the ones who had given themselves completely to the Hollow Court's promises, stood their ground. They raised their hands, and power flowed between them, not their own power, but something borrowed, channeled from wherever Malakar's influence had seeped into the world. Harry felt the attack coming and threw himself sideways, barely avoiding a blast of corruption that would have unraveled his physical form. The ground where he'd stood turned black and began to rot, matter itself rejecting its own existence. "You cannot stop this." A woman stepped forward from the inner circle, Seraphina Dusk, Luna had called her in earlier briefings. High Priestess of the Hollow Church. Her eyes were empty voids, windows into a darkness that made even Harry seem pale. "The ritual has already begun. The old ones will rise, and all your pathetic resistance will mean nothing." "You're channeling Malakar's power," Harry observed, circling slowly. Around them, the chaos continued, cultists dying, running, fighting his shadow constructs. But this moment, this confrontation, existed in its own bubble of terrible focus. "Do you have any idea what that's doing to your soul?" "My soul belongs to the eternal dark. It has always belonged to the eternal dark." Seraphina smiled, and it was the smile of something that had long since stopped being human. "As will yours, Progenitor. When Malakar is free, he will unmake the curse that created you. You will finally know the peace of true death. That's what he promised you. That he'd reward his faithful servants. He promised us everything. Power beyond imagination. Existence beyond death. A place at his side as he remakes reality in his image." Harry almost laughed. "And you believed him? Malakar doesn't reward anyone. He uses people, and when they're no longer useful, he destroys them. That's not faith, that's self-delusion. You know nothing of faith." Seraphina's voice rose to a shriek. "You abandoned your followers. You slept while we kept the vigil, waiting for your return. We gave you everything, and you gave us nothing." The accusation struck deeper than Harry expected. Sekhmet had told him about the church's origins, how they'd begun as his worshippers, devoted to his eventual return. The corruption that had turned them toward Malakar hadn't happened in a vacuum. It had grown from disappointment, from abandonment, from a faith that received no answer. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. Seraphina froze, confusion crossing her hollow features. "What?" "I'm sorry. You're right, I abandoned you. I went to sleep when I should have stayed, when I should have guided you, when I should have been what you needed me to be." Harry lowered his hands, his power still present but no longer aggressive. "The Hollow Church's fall wasn't inevitable. It happened because I wasn't there to prevent it." You're apologizing?" "Yes. For whatever good it does now." Harry met her empty eyes. "But that doesn't change what you've become. The power you're channeling has already consumed most of who you were. If you complete this ritual, there won't be anything left of Seraphina Dusk. You'll just be an extension of Malakar's will, and when he's done using you, you'll cease to exist entirely." "I don't care. I know. That's the tragedy." Harry raised his hands again. "But the people on that altar do care. They want to live. And I'm not going to let you sacrifice them for a god who's already betrayed everyone who ever trusted him." Seraphina's response was not words but power, a torrent of corruption that poured toward Harry like a river of black fire. He caught it with his own darkness, the two forces meeting in a collision that made the air itself scream. For a moment, they were perfectly matched. Seraphina drawing on Malakar's infinite malevolence, Harry drawing on 15,000 years of accumulated power. The ground cracked beneath their feet, reality straining under pressures it was never meant to contain. Then Harry pushed. Not just with power, but with purpose. He reached through Seraphina's attack, past the borrowed corruption, past the hollowed-out remains of her soul, and touched the connection linking her to Malakar himself. And he pulled. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. Seraphina screamed, not in pain, but in sudden absence. The river of power she'd been channeling reversed, flooding back through the connection she'd established with her dark god. But Harry didn't let it return to Malakar. Instead, he seized the flow and redirected it. Into himself. Into the darkness that was his birthright, his curse, his crown. The power hit him like a tsunami, threatening to tear him apart from the inside. This was Malakar's essence, pure, undiluted, carrying the weight of existence before existence began. It was corruption and creation, destruction and desire, everything that made the old ones what they were compressed into a single overwhelming force. "You dare," whispered a voice from the depths of the power. "You dare to steal from me?" "I dare everything," Harry replied. "I always have." He began to transform the power. Not absorb it, that would have been suicide. But change it, filter it through his own nature, strip away the corruption and keep the raw potential. It was like trying to drink from a fire hose while simultaneously purifying the water, and Harry could feel himself burning from the inside out. But he didn't stop. Through their bond, he felt Hermione and Luna working desperately at the altar. The chains holding the hostages were weakening as the ritual's power was drained away. Neville was free, helping Ginny to her feet. Other hostages were stirring, hope replacing despair as they realized something had changed. "Hold on," Harry sent through the bond. Almost there. Seraphina had collapsed, her body withering as the power that had sustained her was torn away. The other inner circle cultists were in similar states, some dead, some dying, all emptied of the borrowed might that had made them dangerous. The outer circle members, the ones who had merely been misguided rather than truly hollow, were fleeing in terror. Harry let them go. They weren't threats anymore, just broken people who would need to find new purposes. And through it all, the power kept flowing. Harry channeled it downward, into the earth, into the ley lines that crossed beneath this valley. The same lines that the Hollow Church had been using to weaken Malakar's prison. He reversed their function, fed them the stolen power, used it to strengthen the seals rather than degrade them. "You cannot do this," Malakar's voice was weaker now, the connection straining. "I will be free. You cannot hold me forever. I don't need forever. I just need long enough to find a way to destroy you permanently. There is no way. I am eternal. I am inevitable. You're a prisoner. And I'm the one who keeps putting you back in your cell." Harry severed the connection with a final surge of will, cutting off Malakar's presence like slamming a door. The flow of power stopped, and for a moment, everything was utterly silent. Then the valley began to collapse. "Harry!" The ground, Hermione's warning came through the bond an instant before Harry felt it himself. The ritual site had been carved from unstable reality, maintained only by the power of the ceremony. With that power gone, existence was reasserting itself, violently. He moved without thinking, his body flowing across the crumbling terrain toward the altar. The hostages were huddled together, some still dazed, all terrified. Neville had positioned himself at the front, wand raised despite his exhaustion. Ginny was supporting a young witch who couldn't stand on her own. "Everyone hold on." Harry reached them just as a massive fissure opened beneath their feet. He gathered them in his power, 15 lives, fragile and precious, and pulled. The world blurred. They landed hard on the windswept plateau where the night had begun, tumbling across stone and heather as reality snapped back into focus. Behind them, the hidden valley was simply gone, not destroyed, but erased, as if it had never existed at all. "Is everyone?" Hermione was already moving among the hostages, checking for injuries. "Luna, can you?" "I'm counting them," Luna said serenely, apparently unbothered by the chaos they'd just survived. 15. All alive. A few injured, but nothing critical. Harry pushed himself to his feet, his body screaming in protest. The power he'd channeled had left marks, burns on his hands, cracks in his skin through which dark light seeped. He'd pushed himself further than he had in millennia, and the cost was evident. "Harry." Neville's voice was hoarse, his eyes wide. What the hell just happened?" "Long story. I'll explain later." Harry turned to face his former classmate, seeing him properly for the first time since the transformation. Neville looked older than his years, hardened by whatever ordeal the church had put him through. "Are you hurt?" "Nothing permanent." Neville's gaze swept over Harry, taking in the changes, the predatory stillness, the too perfect features, the darkness lurking behind green eyes. "You're different. Very different." "Again, long story. I look forward to hearing it." Neville's expression shifted, becoming the stubborn determination that Harry remembered from their school days. "But first, Ginny and the others. They need medical attention, and we need to get them somewhere safe." "The Volturi Court," Harry decided. "It's secure, and we have resources there." "The Volturi." Neville's eyebrows rose. "You've allied with the vampires?" "More than allied." Harry met his eyes steadily. "I am a vampire, Neville. The original vampire, actually. It's complicated." The silence that followed was profound. Neville looked at Hermione and Luna, seeing their transformed features for the first time, understanding dawning in his expression. "Right," he said finally. "Definitely going to need that long story." The return to the Court of the Eternal was chaos, organized chaos, but chaos nonetheless. Cassius had mobilized the court's resources the moment Harry's team departed, preparing for exactly this kind of emergency. Healers were ready for the hostages, quarters were available for the traumatized survivors, and a full debriefing team was assembled to extract every piece of useful intelligence from the night's events. Harry let Hermione handle the logistics while he retreated to the chambers that had become his personal space. His body was still recovering from the strain of channeling Malakar's power, and he needed time to process what had happened. Luna found him there an hour later, sitting in darkness, staring at nothing. "You're hurting," she said, settling beside him without invitation. "I'll heal." "Not that kind of hurt." Her infinite eyes saw through all his defenses. "You're thinking about what Seraphina said. About abandoning them." "I did abandon them." Harry's voice was flat, empty. 15,000 years ago, I made a choice to sleep rather than fight. I told myself it was necessary, that I was too weak, that I needed to recover, that the time wasn't right. But really, I was just tired. Tired of what? Everything. The endless conflict. The weight of being what I am. The knowledge that no matter how many enemies I defeated, there would always be more. He laughed, a harsh sound. I was the most powerful being on the planet, and I ran away because I was exhausted. Luna was quiet for a moment, processing. Then she said, "Sekhmet told me about the time before your sleep. The things you fought, the battles you won, the price you paid for each victory. She talks too much. She loves you. That's not the same thing." Luna took his hand, her touch surprisingly warm. "You didn't abandon them out of weakness, Harry. You abandoned them because you'd given everything you had, and there was nothing left. That's not cowardice, that's survival. Tell that to the people who died because I wasn't there. They made their own choices. The Hollow Church fell because its leaders chose corruption over patience. You're not responsible for every wrong decision made in your absence. Aren't I? I could have guided them. Established institutions that would maintain themselves. Left instructions, wisdom, anything that might have prevented, you did." Luna's voice was gentle but firm. "Sekhmet. The old laws. The bloodlines that preserved your teaching even after you vanished. You left anchors, Harry. It's not your fault that some of them failed." Harry looked at her, really looked, seeing past the serene surface to the deep compassion beneath. Luna Lovegood had always been underestimated, dismissed as strange or foolish. Now, with her sight expanded to encompass probability itself, she had become something remarkable, a truth-teller who could pierce any defense. "How do you do it?" he asked quietly. "See all those futures, all those possibilities for failure and suffering, and still remain hopeful." Because I can also see the possibilities for success. For joy. For love. Luna smiled, and it was radiant. The darkness is real, Harry. But so is the light. You taught me that, actually, before I even understood what you were. When you chose to fight the troll in first year, when you faced Voldemort again and again despite the odds. You showed me that hope isn't naive. It's necessary. That was before I knew what I was. Was it? Or was it the same instinct, just without the memories to explain it? Luna squeezed his hand. You are what you've always been, Harry. A protector. A guardian. Someone who stands between the innocent and the darkness. Her infinite eyes gleamed. The darkness is just part of you now. That doesn't change who you are. It just changes how you fight. Harry sat with that for a long moment. When did you become so wise? He asked finally. I've always been wise. People just didn't listen because I talked about Nargles too much. Luna's smile widened. Also, I can literally see the future. That helps with perspective. Despite everything, Harry laughed. The debriefing came the next evening. Harry gathered his inner circle in what had once been Cassius's private council chamber: Hermione, Luna, Sekhmet, Cassius himself, Victor and Valeria, and two new additions, Neville and Ginny, both recovered enough to participate and both demanding answers. The Hollow Church's primary ritual site has been destroyed, Hermione began, her notes meticulously organized. Seraphina Dusk is confirmed dead, along with approximately 50 Inner Circle cultists. The remaining members have scattered, we're tracking some of them, but most have gone to ground. What about the other cells? Cassius asked. Prague and Athens. Evacuated. By the time our forces reached them, they were empty. Someone warned them, either the Hollow Court itself or survivors from the Highland operation. So they're still out there. Yes. But significantly weakened. Hermione pulled up a map, an actual magical map that showed power flows and probability densities. More importantly, we've gained intelligence. Luna's interrogation of the probability streams during the ritual revealed several key details about the Hollow Court's plans. Luna took over, her voice carrying that distant quality it always held when she was simultaneously watching the present and the futures. The ritual wasn't just about freeing Malachar. It was about preparing for his freedom, creating a conduit that would allow him to act in the physical world even while still imprisoned. A partial release, Sekhmet murmured, understanding dawning. They were going to give him a foothold. Exactly. The sacrifices, the magical blood, would have anchored his consciousness to our reality. He would have been able to influence events directly, possess willing hosts, gradually expand his power until breaking the final seals became inevitable. But Harry stopped it. Harry redirected the power into strengthening the seals instead. The conduit was never completed. Luna paused, her expression growing troubled. But the attempt itself has had consequences. The seals are stronger now, yes. But they're also aware. The prison knows someone tried to breach it. And so does what's inside. Malachar knows we're actively fighting him, Harry translated. Not just existing, not just building alternatives to his plans. Actually opposing him. Will that change his strategy? Almost certainly. Sekhmet leaned forward, her ancient face grave. Malachar is patient, but he's not passive. If he perceives a genuine threat, he'll respond. The Hollow Court has been his proxy for millennia, but they're not his only tools. What other tools does he have? Dreams. Whispers. The ability to corrupt vulnerable minds from across dimensional barriers. Sekhmet's voice dropped. And there are other cults, other worshippers scattered across the world. The Hollow Church was the largest, but not the only one. Neville spoke up, his voice harsh. Speaking of cults and tools, how did they take us? Ginny and me, the others. We were supposed to be under order protection. The church has infiltrators everywhere, Hermione admitted. Some of them may have been in positions of trust for decades. We're working on identifying them, but we can't trust anyone we haven't personally verified. Neville's jaw tightened. Wonderful. Just like fifth year, except worse. There is one piece of good news, Luna offered. The ritual's collapse also destroyed several key artifacts the church had accumulated. Without them, they can't attempt another major working for at least a decade. A decade is good, Victor said. It gives us time to build. Build what, exactly? Ginny's voice cut through the discussion, sharp, suspicious, demanding. She'd been watching Harry throughout the briefing, her expression unreadable. You keep talking about alliances and defenses and plans, but you haven't explained what you actually want. What's your endgame here, Harry? Vampire king of the world? Some kind of dark empire? Harry met her gaze steadily. I want to prevent the end of everything. That's the endgame. That's very dramatic. It's also not an answer. Fine. You want specifics? Harry rose from his seat, moving to the magical map. This is the current state of supernatural power in Europe. The Volturi control the vampires, or they did until 3 days ago. The werewolf packs are fragmented, mostly hiding in remote territories to avoid wizard persecution. The wizarding world is divided between corrupt institutions and revolutionary factions. And underneath all of it, Malachar is stirring in his prison, his worshippers working tirelessly to free him. He traced lines on the map, connections forming. My plan is to unite all of these factions against the common threat. Vampires, werewolves, wizards, anyone else who recognizes that Malachar's release means annihilation. Build a coalition strong enough to not just survive his emergence, but to potentially defeat him permanently. And you'd lead this coalition. Someone has to. I have the power, the knowledge, and the historical legitimacy. But, Harry emphasized the word, I'm not interested in ruling for its own sake. Once Malachar is dealt with, I'd happily step back and let others govern. The Court of Night doesn't need to be an empire. It can be an alliance, a federation, whatever structure works best for the people involved. Ginny studied him for a long moment, searching for deception. And Voldemort? He's still out there, you know. Still killing people, still building his army. Where does he fit in your grand plan? Voldemort is a symptom, not the disease. He's dangerous, but he's also mortal. Even if he never finds me again, time will eventually end him. Malachar is eternal, or as close to eternal as makes no difference. Harry shook his head. I'm not abandoning the fight against Voldemort. But I can't let it distract me from the larger threat. So we're supposed to just accept that. Trust that you'll help us with our problems while you focus on your cosmic war. You're not supposed to accept anything. Harry's voice softened. You're supposed to make your own choice, based on whatever evidence I can provide. I won't force loyalty, that's not how this works. Ginny's expression remained skeptical, but something in her posture eased slightly. The others, the hostages. What happens to them? Whatever they want. Some will want to return to their lives, forget any of this happened. We'll help them do that, including memory modification if they prefer. Others might want to stay, learn more, potentially join the coalition. That's their choice too. And us? Neville and me? Harry looked at Neville, who'd been silent throughout the exchange. What do you want? Information, Neville said immediately. About you, about the situation, about everything. I can't make a decision without understanding what I'm deciding. That's fair. Hermione can brief you on whatever you want to know, she's better at explanations than I am anyway. And access to Gran. She'll be worried sick. Easily arranged. We can establish secure communication, and you're free to visit whenever you want. Neville nodded slowly. Then I'll stay. For now. No commitments, but, you saved my life back there, Harry. Whatever you've become, you're still the bloke who stood with me in the Department of Mysteries. That means something. Harry felt an unexpected warmth at the words. Thank you, Neville. What about me? Ginny's voice had lost some of its edge. Am I free to leave? Go back to the burrow, tell my family I'm alive. Of course. Though I'd recommend waiting until we verified there are no church infiltrators among the Order. Luna's working on that, she can see the corruption in people's probability streams. Ginny's eyebrows rose. Luna can do that? Luna can do many things now. Harry smiled slightly. She's one of my queens. Your queens. Ginny's gaze shifted to Hermione and Luna, seeing them with new eyes. Right. The vampire consort thing. That's going to take some getting used to. Take all the time you need. We're not going anywhere. The meeting dissolved into smaller conversations, Hermione pulling Neville aside to begin his comprehensive briefing, Cassius and Sekhmet debating tactical approaches, Victor and Valeria discussing security arrangements. Luna drifted to Ginny, the two women speaking in quiet voices about things Harry couldn't hear. He found himself standing alone by the window, looking out at the ancient stone of the court. The night sky was clear, stars scattered across the darkness like diamonds on velvet. You handled that well. Sekhmet's voice came from behind him. The Weasley girl was testing you. She had reason to. Her brother was one of my best friends. She has every right to doubt my intentions. And yet she's staying. At least for now. Because I gave her a choice. That's more than most people in her position have had. Sekhmet moved to stand beside him, her ancient presence a comforting weight. You're different from how I remember you. I don't remember how I was. I know. That's part of what I mean. She paused, choosing her words. The progenitor I served, the one who created me, who ruled the first age, he was magnificent, but he was also lonely. Isolated by his power, unable to truly connect with those beneath him. He cared about his people, but from a distance. And now? Now you have friends. Companions. People who challenge you, disagree with you, demand that you explain yourself. Sekhmet smiled, and it softened her severe features. It's good. It makes you more than just a force of nature. It makes you a person. Harry considered that. I'm not sure I was ever just a force of nature. Even in the memories I've recovered, there's always emotion. Connection. The desire to protect, not just to dominate. True. But there's a difference between caring from above and caring alongside. Sekhmet touched his arm briefly. Keep your queens close, father. Keep your friends close. They're not just your allies, they're your anchor to everything that makes existence worthwhile. Is that why you survived? While everyone else forgot, you remembered. Partially. But also because I refused to let go. Of you, of what you taught me, of the hope that you'd return. Her voice dropped. 15,000 years is a long time to hold on to hope. There were moments when I nearly gave up. But then I'd remember your face, your voice, the way you laughed when something surprised you. And I'd decide that eternity was worth enduring if it meant seeing you again. Harry felt something catch in his chest, an emotion he couldn't quite name. Sekhmet. Don't. She raised a hand, her expression gentle. I'm not asking for anything. I just wanted you to understand. You were worth waiting for, father. You always have been. She left him alone with the stars and his thoughts. The next 3 days were consumed by preparation. Luna's scouring of the probability streams revealed the location of several church survivors, not major players, but useful sources of intelligence. Victor led teams to apprehend them, each successful capture providing another piece of the puzzle. The Hollow Court, it emerged, was far more extensive than anyone had realized. The Hollow Church had been their primary instrument, but they had fingers in dozens of other organizations, supernatural and mundane alike. Certain vampire covens that had resisted Volturi authority, werewolf packs that dealt with dark magic, even mortal institutions that the court had infiltrated over centuries. They've been preparing for this since before human civilization, Hermione reported, her voice tight with controlled frustration. Every time we identify one of their assets, we find connections to 3 more. It's like fighting a hydra, Neville observed. He'd thrown himself into the work with characteristic determination, his strategic mind proving surprisingly useful. Cut off one head, 2 more appear. Then we need to find the body, Harry said. The Hollow Court itself. They're directing all of this from somewhere. Easier said than done. Luna's tried to locate them, but their presence is diffuse. It's like trying to find a specific drop of water in an ocean. There might be another way. Sekhmet had been silent throughout the briefing, her ancient face thoughtful. I mentioned before that I've been watching for 15,000 years. In that time, I've gathered resources. Information. Things I couldn't use alone, but might be valuable now. What kind of resources? Maps of the spaces between worlds. Records of Old One activity. Knowledge of artifacts that might help locate the court. Sekhmet paused. Also, a network of observers, beings older than me, who've watched the Hollow Court's activities and remembered what they saw. You've been building your own intelligence network for 15 millennia. Hermione's voice held grudging admiration. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Because I needed to be certain of my allies. The court has infiltrators everywhere, including, potentially, among the vampires. I couldn't risk exposing my network to compromise. Sekhmet glanced at Harry. But I trust you, Father. And I trust those you've chosen. It's time to share what I know. Sekhmet's archives were located in a place that shouldn't have existed, a pocket dimension carved from the void between realities, accessible only through specific rituals that she'd kept secret for thousands of years. Harry, Hermione, and Luna accompanied her through the dimensional fold, emerging into a space that defied conventional geometry. Libraries stretched in directions that human minds weren't designed to perceive. Artifacts floated in crystalline stasis fields. And everywhere, covering every surface, were records, written, carved, painted, etched into materials that had no earthly equivalent. This is incredible, Hermione breathed, her enhanced mind struggling to process the sheer volume of information. This is 15,000 years of collected knowledge. Everything I could save, preserve, or steal about the Old Ones and their servants. Sekhmet led them deeper into the impossible space. The relevant materials are this way. She stopped before a vast circular chamber, its walls covered in a map that moved and shifted like a living thing. Points of light marked locations across the globe, some bright, some dim, some pulsing with rhythmic intensity. This is a real-time visualization of Old One activity, Sekhmet explained. Every point represents a location where their influence has manifested. The brighter the light, the stronger the presence. Harry studied the map, recognizing patterns from his fragmentary memories. Some of these are in heavily populated areas. Cities, even. The court prefers to hide in plain sight. Human civilization provides cover, so much chaos, so much noise, that their activities go unnoticed. Can you identify which ones are Hollow Court facilities? Some. Others are harder to classify. Sekhmet pointed to a particularly bright cluster in Eastern Europe. This, for example, is the ritual site we just destroyed. Watch. As they observed, the cluster flickered and faded to nothing. The map updates in real time. Whatever influence the court had established there has been eliminated. So we can track the effects of our actions, Hermione said, leaning forward with intense focus. If we strike at one of these locations, we can see how it affects the overall network. More than that. We can identify which locations are critical, junctions in their power structure. Destroy enough of those, and the entire network might collapse. Luna had been staring at the map with her infinite eyes, seeing things beyond its physical surface. There, she said suddenly, pointing to a location deep in Central Asia. That's important. I can see it in the probability streams. If we remove that node, many terrible futures become impossible. Harry examined the indicated point. It was brighter than most, though not the brightest on the map. What's there? I don't know precisely. My records for that region are incomplete. Sekhmet frowned. But Luna's instincts have proven reliable. If she says it's important, then it's important. Harry made his decision. We'll investigate. But carefully, if this is a critical node, it'll be heavily defended. Not just defended. Luna's voice had dropped to barely a whisper. Harry, there's something there. Something old. Older than Malachar, maybe. I can't see it clearly, but it's waiting. For us. For us specifically. For you. Everything they've built, everything they've planned, it all leads to that point. To you, facing whatever's waiting in Central Asia. Harry absorbed that, feeling the weight of ancient design pressing against him. The Hollow Court had been manipulating events for millennia, always with some ultimate goal in mind. And that goal, apparently, was located in a remote corner of the world where something very old was waiting. Then I suppose it's time to find out what they've been planning, he said quietly. And whether I can survive it. The preparations took another week. During that time, the coalition grew stronger. Word of Harry's actions at the Highland ritual had spread through supernatural communities worldwide. Vampires who had been hesitant to pledge themselves now came forward, drawn by proof that the progenitor could actually deliver results. Werewolf packs sent cautious envoys, seeking to understand this new power that had emerged. Even the wizarding world began to take notice. The Ministry is inquiring about your activities, Cassius reported during one of their strategy sessions. Not officially, they still maintain that vampires aren't their concern. But their informal networks are buzzing with questions. Let them wonder. We're not ready for open engagement with the wizarding establishment yet. The Order of the Phoenix is also aware of the situation. Apparently, Mr. Longbottom has been in communication with his grandmother, who has connections to Dumbledore's people. Harry glanced at Neville, who had the grace to look slightly embarrassed. I only told them what we'd agreed to share. That the Hollow Church is real, that they're worshipping something dangerous, and that you've formed an alliance to oppose them. How did they respond? Cautious interest. They want to know more, but they're nervous about the vampire angle. Neville paused. Dumbledore himself might want to meet with you at some point. Dumbledore. Harry let the name hang in the air. The headmaster had been a significant figure in his wizarding life, mentor, manipulator, well-meaning orchestrator of other people's destinies. Meeting him now, as a fully awakened progenitor, would be interesting. Maybe eventually. After we've dealt with the Central Asia situation. The expedition itself was being planned with meticulous care. Harry would lead, with Hermione and Luna providing tactical and predictive support. Victor and Valeria would command a strike team of the court's best fighters. Sekhmet would remain behind, her knowledge was too valuable to risk, but she provided everything she could about the region's supernatural history. The area has always been different, she explained. Even before human settlement, there were stories of strange phenomena. Gates that opened to nowhere. Creatures that weren't quite of this world. It's possible the Hollow Court chose that location precisely because the boundaries between realities are thin there. Easier to communicate with their masters, Harry concluded. Or easier to bring them through, if the time ever came. That thought stayed with Harry as the departure date approached. Whatever was waiting in Central Asia, it had been prepared over millennia by beings who thought in timescales that dwarfed human comprehension. Walking into it, even with full knowledge of the trap, felt like exactly the kind of mistake that ended badly. But there was no alternative. The Hollow Court wouldn't stop. Malachar wouldn't stop. If Harry didn't take the offensive, his enemies would simply continue their work until their victory became inevitable. Better to face the trap knowing it was a trap than to wait until the trap closed around everyone he was trying to protect. On the night before departure, he found Hermione and Luna waiting for him in his chambers. They'd done this before, shared quiet moments when the weight of responsibility threatened to become unbearable. But there was something different about this visit, a gravity that Harry recognized immediately. "You're worried," he said. It wasn't a question. "We're always worried," Hermione replied. "But yes, this is different. Luna's been watching the probability streams obsessively, and she can't find a path that doesn't involve enormous risk." "There are paths where we all survive," Luna added, her voice uncharacteristically subdued. "But they're narrow. And they all require you to do something that scares me." "What?" "I can't see clearly. The future becomes fuzzy when I try to look too closely, someone or something is deliberately obscuring it. But the emotional resonance is clear. Whatever you have to do, it will hurt. A lot." Harry sat heavily on the edge of his bed, feeling centuries of accumulated weariness pressing down on him. "I've hurt before. I've survived worse than pain. This isn't physical pain. This is..." Luna struggled for words. "Soul deep. The kind that changes who you are. Then let it change me. If that's the price of protecting everyone I care about, I'll pay it." Hermione moved to sit beside him, her silver eyes bright with emotion. "That's what we're afraid of. You're already carrying so much, 15,000 years of burden, the weight of being what you are. If this breaks something inside you, then you'll help me put it back together." Harry took her hand, then Luna's. "That's what queens are for, isn't it? That's what the bond means, we share everything, including the damage. We don't want to share your pain. We want to prevent it. Some pain can't be prevented. It can only be endured." Harry squeezed their hands. "I'm not going into this alone. I have both of you, and Victor and Valeria, and an army of allies who believe in what we're building. Whatever's waiting in Central Asia, we'll face it together." "Together," Luna echoed softly. "I like that word. It makes the dark future seem less dark." They sat in silence for a while, drawing comfort from each other's presence. Outside, the ancient stone of the court seemed to breathe with patient purpose, foundations laid by hands that Harry might once have known, walls that had witnessed millennia of vampire history. "There's something else," Hermione said eventually. "Something I've been meaning to discuss. About us." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Us?" "The bond. Our relationship. What it means beyond the political implications." Hermione's typically confident expression had shifted to something more vulnerable. "When I offered my soul, I knew what I was getting into, the power, the immortality, the responsibility. What I didn't anticipate was, how it would feel. Being connected to you so deeply. Feeling your emotions, your memories, your essence as part of my own consciousness. And I think I understand now why the old queens were more than just political allies. Why the bond goes beyond mere partnership." She met his eyes steadily. "I love you, Harry. Not just as my progenitor, not just as my king, as a person. A man. Whatever term applies to an immortal vampire god. I love you too," Luna added simply. "I have for years, actually. Since long before any of this happened. But I didn't know how to say it, and then everything changed so quickly." Harry felt something crack inside him, not breaking, but opening. Making room for feelings he'd been suppressing, denying, pushing aside in the name of duty and pragmatism. "I love you both," he said quietly. "I think I have since the beginning, though I didn't understand it then. The bond just clarified things. Made it impossible to hide from what was already true." Hermione's smile was brilliant. Luna's was serene. Both were beautiful in ways that transcended mere physical appearance. "Well then," Hermione said, her voice lighter than it had been. "I suppose that settles that." "I suppose it does." They didn't speak further. Words seemed insufficient for what passed between them, the deepening of bonds already impossibly deep, the acknowledgement of connections that would outlast empires. When Harry finally slept, it was with his queens beside him and something like peace in his ancient heart. The expedition departed at dawn. 20 of the court's finest warriors, led by Victor and Valeria. Harry at their center, flanked by his queens. They traveled by a combination of apparition, portkey, and more esoteric methods, pathways through the void that Sekhmet had mapped over millennia. Central Asia unfolded beneath them like a fever dream, endless steppes giving way to brutal mountains, all of it under a sky that seemed too vast, too empty, too watching for comfort. "We're close," Luna murmured as they approached the final destination. "The probability streams are screaming now. Whatever's waiting knows we're coming. Let it know." Harry stepped forward, his power gathering around him like a cloak. "Let it know that the progenitor has returned, and he's done running." They crested a final ridge, and the stronghold of the hollow court spread before them. It was nothing like what Harry had expected. Not a fortress, not a temple, not any kind of structure that human or even vampire minds would design. Instead, it was a wound, a tear in reality itself, darkness pouring out like blood from an open vein. Around that wound, shapes moved in patterns that hurt to observe, dancing attendance on something vast and terrible that lurked just beyond the threshold of perception. "The court's heart," Hermione breathed. "This is where they coordinate everything." "This is where everything ends," Luna corrected, her voice distant. "One way or another." Harry stepped forward, and reality bent around him like a bow being drawn. "Then let's end it," he said, and descended into darkness. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Blood of Covenant. The wound in reality pulsed like a heartbeat as Harry descended toward it, each step carrying him further from anything resembling normal existence. The darkness here wasn't absence of light, it was presence of something else, something that existed before light had been invented as a concept. Behind him, his forces spread into defensive formations. Victor's voice carried sharp commands, positioning fighters to cover retreat routes that might not exist when they needed them. Valeria coordinated the magical specialists, their protective wards flickering against the wrongness that permeated everything. Hermione walked at Harry's left, her enhanced mind processing the impossible geometry around them with visible strain. Luna drifted at his right, her infinite eyes fixed on something none of them could see. "The probability streams are almost completely obscured now," Luna reported, her voice tight with unusual tension. "Someone very powerful doesn't want us to see what's ahead. Then we go blind." Harry kept moving, refusing to let uncertainty slow him. "We've faced worse." "Have we?" He didn't answer, because honestly, he wasn't sure. The wound loomed larger as they approached, its edges rippling like disturbed water. Shapes became visible within the darkness, not creatures exactly, but impressions of creatures. Things that existed in states between being and unbeing, watching the intruders with hunger that transcended physical appetite. "The Guardians," Hermione murmured. Sekhmet mentioned these. "They're not really alive, more like autonomous defense systems, created from Malakar's corrupted essence. Can they be destroyed? Theoretically. But killing them might alert whatever's controlling this place. I think whatever's controlling this place already knows we're here." Harry raised his hand, darkness gathering around his fingers. "Victor, keep your people back. This first part is mine." The Guardians attacked. They came from everywhere at once, above, below, from angles that shouldn't exist. Each one was different, some had too many limbs, some had none, some were nothing but teeth and hunger wrapped in shadows. They moved with the speed of nightmares, crossing impossible distances in instants. Harry met them with the darkness that was his birthright. His power unfurled like wings, sweeping through the Guardian horde with surgical precision. Each touch of his essence unraveled them, returning corrupted matter to the void from which it came. They screamed, not with voices, but with something deeper, a resonance of ending that echoed through dimensions. One by one, they fell. Dozens. Hundreds. Harry lost count as the slaughter continued, his body moving on instincts older than memory, his power flowing like water finding its natural course. When it was over, the path to the wound stood clear. That was. Victor's voice was hushed. I've never seen anything like that. That was the progenitor remembering what he is. Harry lowered his hands, the darkness settling back into his core. Let's move. Whatever sent those won't be pleased that we survived. The wound's interior defied description. They passed through the threshold and emerged into a space that seemed to contain everything and nothing simultaneously. Vast structures rose and fell in endless cycles of creation and destruction. Rivers of something that might have been light flowed through channels carved from crystallized time. And everywhere, watching from distances that had no meaning, the presence of the hollow court pressed against their consciousness. Welcome, progenitor. The voice came from everywhere, not sound exactly, but meaning injected directly into their minds. Harry felt his queens flinch, felt his soldiers stumble. Only he and Sekhmet's training allowed him to remain standing without visible reaction. We have waited so long for this moment. Show yourself, Harry commanded, his voice carrying the weight of ancient authority. I didn't come here to exchange thoughts with shadows. But shadows are what we are. What we have always been. What you will become, when the transformation is complete. I've already been transformed. 15,000 years ago, by a god who thought he was punishing me. It didn't work out the way he expected. Malachar was always crude in his methods. We are more subtle. The space around them shifted, and suddenly they were standing in what appeared to be a throne room. Massive columns stretched toward an invisible ceiling. A floor of black marble reflected their images in distorted fragments. And at the far end, seated on a throne carved from something that hurt to look at directly, was a figure. It was humanoid in the loosest sense, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head. But the proportions were wrong, stretched and compressed in ways that suggested the form was more costume than reality. Its face was a mask of perfect blankness, without features of any kind. The architect, Harry said quietly. The one who's been orchestrating everything. One of us. There are others, but I speak for all. We are the Hollow Court, and we have been shaping your destiny since before you were born. Why? What do you want from me? The figure tilted its featureless head, as if considering how much to reveal. What we want is simple, the restoration of proper order. Before Malachar's imprisonment, before the rise of mortal civilizations, before the tedious dominance of physical reality, there was only us. The Old Ones. We ruled everything that existed, and everything that existed served our purposes. And then something changed. You changed it. For the first time, emotion colored the mental voice, something that might have been resentment, or perhaps respect. In your original form, before Malachar's curse transformed you, you were one of us. A young god, perhaps, but a god nonetheless. And you did the unthinkable. I killed one of you. You killed Sarthiel. One of the eldest, one of the most powerful. You turned his own essence against him and erased him from existence. The figure leaned forward on its impossible throne. Do you understand what that means? Gods do not die. Gods cannot die, or so we believed, until you proved otherwise. You introduced the concept of mortality to beings who had existed since before time began. Harry felt the weight of that revelation settling into his bones. He'd known he had done something significant, something that earned Malachar's eternal hatred. But killing a god, truly killing, not just defeating, that was something else entirely. Malachar cursed me as punishment. Malachar cursed you because he was terrified. We all were. If you could kill Sarthiel, you could kill any of us. The curse was meant to diminish you, to trap you in a prison of hunger and darkness until you forgot what you were. But you adapted. Evolved. Became something new, something that might be even more dangerous than what you were before. So you've been planning to destroy me ever since. Not destroy. That was Malakar's approach, and it failed. We prefer redirection. The figure rose from its throne, moving with a fluidity that made Harry's ancient instincts scream warnings. The progenitor cannot be eliminated through force. But you can be changed. Corrupted. Turned from a threat into a tool. Like you did with the Hollow Church. The church was a prototype. A proof of concept. We took your followers, beings who loved you, who would have died for you, and we twisted that love into something that served our purposes. The figure spread its arms, a gesture that encompassed the impossible space around them. We can do the same to you, given enough time. And that is why we prepared this place, to give us that time. Harry felt the trap closing around them, not physical walls, but something more fundamental. The fabric of this space was shifting, sealing them in. You're going to try to keep us here. Wear us down until we break. Not us. We are merely the welcoming committee. The figure gestured toward the throne, where another presence was beginning to manifest. There is someone who very much wants to see you again. The darkness behind the throne deepened, solidified, became a shape that Harry recognized from his oldest, most fragmented memories. Malakar. Not fully present, the seals still held, but more here than he had been in millennia. A portion of his consciousness, projected through the wound in reality, given form by the Hollow Court's preparations. My failed experiment, the bound god rumbled, his voice shaking the foundations of existence. My greatest mistake. How delightful that you've come to visit. Harry felt his queens pressing closer through the bond, their fear mixing with his own determination. Behind them, Victor was quietly organizing the soldiers for what would probably be a futile last stand. Malakar. Harry forced his voice to remain steady. Still trapped, I see. The seals holding up. For now. But not forever. Your little intervention at the Highland ritual bought you time, nothing more. The seals will eventually fail, and when they do. The projection's smile was visible even through the dimensional haze. When they do, I will enjoy remaking you into something more appropriate. Perhaps a mindless beast, forever hungry, forever suffering. Perhaps a puppet, dancing on strings of torment. The possibilities are delightful to contemplate. You've been contemplating them for 15,000 years. Hasn't the entertainment value worn off? On the contrary. Eternity provides endless opportunities for creative punishment. Malakar's projection solidified further, gaining definition and presence. But enough reminiscing. You've walked into my trap, progenitor. You've brought your precious queens, your loyal soldiers, all the pieces of your new kingdom. And now. The space around them began to collapse, reality folding in on itself like paper being crumpled. Now you'll stay here until I decide what to do with you. Harry moved. Not physically, there was nowhere physical to go. Instead, he reached into the collapsing space and grabbed the fabric of reality itself, holding it open through sheer force of will. Hermione, he shouted. The structure of this place, can you analyze it? Already working on it. Her silver eyes were blazing with concentration, her enhanced mind processing impossible geometries in real time. It's not stable, it's maintained by external power sources. If we can disrupt them, Luna. Where? Luna's infinite gaze swept the disintegrating space, finding patterns in the chaos. There. And there. She pointed to locations that seemed identical to everything else but apparently weren't. Those are the anchor points. Destroy them and the prison collapses. Victor. Take your people and hit those targets. Everything you have. Victor didn't hesitate. Strike teams, with me. Everyone else, defensive formation around the queens. The vampire soldiers surged forward, their combined power focusing on the anchor points Luna had identified. Spells and physical attacks and raw supernatural force hammered against locations that seemed like nothing but empty space. And the prison began to crack. No. Malakar's projection roared with frustration. You cannot, this was perfectly designed, you designed it for a progenitor who was alone, Harry snarled, still holding reality open with bleeding hands. You didn't account for my queens. My people. My family. The final anchor point shattered. The prison dimension exploded outward, ejecting everything within it back into normal reality. Harry and his forces tumbled through the wound, which was now closing, sealing itself as the hollow court's power source collapsed. They landed hard on the Central Asian mountainside, the alien landscape suddenly feeling like the most welcoming sight in creation. This isn't over, Malakar's voice echoed through the closing wound. I have patience measured in eons, progenitor. You've won a battle, nothing more. Then I'll keep winning battles until you run out of patience. The wound sealed, cutting off Malakar's response. The hollow court stronghold was gone, collapsed into itself, taking with it millennia of accumulated resources and planning. Harry fell to his knees, exhaustion hitting him like a physical blow. Holding reality together, even for those few crucial minutes, had cost him more than he'd expected. Harry. Hermione was at his side instantly, her hands checking him for damage. Are you? I'll live. Status report, is everyone? We lost 3, Victor reported, his voice heavy. Dimitri, Yuki, and Constantine. They were too close when the anchors collapsed. 3 soldiers who had followed him into that nightmare and would never follow anyone again. Their names will be remembered, Harry said quietly. Their sacrifice will be honored. Yes, my lord. Luna had moved to the edge of the mountainside, staring at the place where the wound had been. The probability streams are clearing. I can see again. She turned back, her expression complicated. We hurt them, Harry. Really hurt them. The hollow court has lost centuries of preparation in a single night. Good. Harry forced himself to his feet, accepting Hermione's support. But Luna's right, this isn't over. Malakar is still imprisoned, still working toward freedom. The court still exists, even if we've destroyed their main base. We've won a battle, but the war continues. Then what do we do now? Harry looked at his people, battered, exhausted, but unbroken. They'd followed him into the heart of enemy territory, faced a fragment of a god, and survived. That counted for something. Now, he said, we go home. Regroup. And figure out how to make sure the next battle ends the same way. The return to the Court of the Eternal was somber but not defeated. Word of their victory spread quickly through the vampire community. The progenitor had assaulted the hollow court stronghold directly and destroyed it. The loss of 3 soldiers was mourned, but their sacrifice was celebrated as heroism in service of something greater. More importantly, the political landscape shifted. Cassius reported a surge of new pledges, vampires who had been waiting to see which way the wind was blowing now committing themselves to Harry's cause. The fence-sitters were choosing sides, and they were choosing the side that had proven it could actually win. The Volturi traditionalists are less pleased, Cassius admitted during one of their strategy sessions. They see your victory as evidence of dangerous recklessness. Some are calling for a return to the old ways, isolation, secrecy, non-engagement with outside threats. Let them talk. When Malakar breaks free, and he eventually will, the isolationists will learn very quickly that hiding isn't an option. Speaking of threats. Hermione pulled up her intelligence reports. We've been receiving communications from unexpected sources. The werewolf packs want to talk. Harry raised an eyebrow. The werewolves? I thought they considered vampires hereditary enemies. They do. But they also consider the old ones an existential threat, more than we do, actually. Lycanthropy has roots that go back almost as far as vampirism, and the oldest pack legends speak of a time when werewolves and vampires fought together against something terrible. Hermione paused. They want to explore the possibility of alliance. That's significant. It's unprecedented. In 3,000 years of Volturi rule, there's never been serious diplomatic contact between vampires and werewolves. Open warfare, yes. Territorial skirmishes, constantly. But actual negotiation? Cassius shook his head. If you can pull this off, you'll have accomplished something I thought impossible. Then I'd better not mess it up. Harry considered the implications. Who's making the request? Which pack? The largest European confederation, led by an alpha named Fenris Blackmane. He's old, by werewolf standards. Maybe 400 years. And he's apparently been advocating for interspecies cooperation for decades. An idealist. A pragmatist, from what our intelligence suggests. He's seen enough conflict to know that the supernatural world can't survive indefinitely at war with itself. Harry nodded slowly. Arrange a meeting. Neutral ground, appropriate security protocols, all the diplomatic niceties. And make sure he knows I'm coming in good faith. You're going personally. This kind of negotiation needs to be face-to-face. Sending representatives would be an insult. Cassius looked like he wanted to argue, but recognized the futility. As you wish, my lord. I'll begin arrangements immediately. The meeting was set for 3 nights later, at a location that held significance for both species, an ancient grove in the Black Forest, where ley lines crossed and the boundaries between worlds grew thin. Harry arrived with a small delegation, Hermione and Luna, of course, plus Victor as military advisor and Cassius as diplomatic counsel. Any larger group would have been seen as threatening, any smaller would have appeared weak. The werewolves were already waiting. Fenris Blackmane was exactly what his name suggested, a massive figure with dark hair that seemed to absorb light and eyes that glowed with amber fire even in human form. His pack surrounded him, 8 wolves, each radiating the kind of power that made ordinary vampires nervous. Progenitor, Fenris said, his voice a deep rumble. I appreciate you agreeing to this meeting. I appreciate you requesting it. Harry stopped at what felt like a respectful distance. I understand you want to discuss alliance. I want to discuss survival. Fenris gestured at the grove around them. This place has been neutral ground for centuries. Vampires and werewolves have met here before, usually to negotiate truces after particularly bloody conflicts. But I'm not here to negotiate a truce. Then what? A partnership. Real cooperation against common enemies. Fenris's amber eyes studied Harry with uncomfortable intensity. I've heard about what you did in Central Asia. You destroyed the Hollow Court's primary stronghold and faced down a fragment of Malachar himself. That's not the action of someone playing political games, that's the action of someone preparing for war. I am preparing for war. The question is whether your people want to be part of it. My people want to survive. For centuries, we've been caught between vampire politics and wizard persecution. The Volturi hunted us when it was convenient, the Ministry treats us as dark creatures to be controlled or eliminated. We've lost more packmates to civilized species than to any actual enemy. And you think allying with me would change that? I think you're different. Fenris moved closer, his pack maintaining their positions. You're not just another vampire playing for political advantage. You're the source, the original, the one who made all the rules everyone else has been following. If you decide that werewolves deserve better treatment, then other vampires would have to listen. Harry nodded, understanding. You want me to use my authority to end the persecution. I want you to recognize that we're not the enemy. We never were, not really. The conflict between our species was manufactured, cultivated by powers that benefited from keeping us divided. The Hollow Court. Among others. But yes, they've been playing both sides for millennia, ensuring that we never united against them. Fenris's expression darkened. I've lost family to vampire raids that I now suspect were orchestrated by outside forces. Your people have lost family to werewolf attacks that were probably similar. All of it designed to keep us at each other's throats while the real enemy prepared their victory. Harry felt the truth of it resonating with his fragmentary memories. The endless conflicts, the perpetual mistrust, the sense that something was profoundly wrong about the supernatural world structure, it all made more sense when viewed through this lens. What exactly are you proposing? A formal alliance. Not submission. I won't ask my people to bow to vampires, and I won't bow myself. But cooperation. Mutual defense. Shared intelligence. And most importantly, a commitment to stop killing each other over ancient grudges that benefit no one except our enemies. Harry considered the offer. It was significant, more than significant. If he could bring the werewolves into his coalition, he'd have access to abilities and resources that vampires lacked. Werewolves were stronger in some ways, faster in others, and they had spiritual connections to the natural world that vampires had long since lost. But there were complications. Some of my people have history with your kind, he said carefully. Blood debts. Personal grievances. I can't simply order them to forget centuries of conflict. I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to create a framework where those grievances can be addressed without more bloodshed. Fenris's voice softened slightly. We've all lost people we loved. We've all done things we regret. The question is whether we keep the cycle going forever, or whether we find the courage to break it. Luna spoke up, her dreamy voice carrying clearly in the still grove. The probability streams favor alliance. I can see futures where vampires and werewolves fight side by side, and those futures are much brighter than the ones where you remain enemies. Fenris's gaze shifted to her, curiosity replacing wariness. You're the seer. Luna Lovegood. I'm one of the queens. But yes, I can see possibilities. And what do you see for this meeting? Right now, in this moment? Luna's infinite eyes seem to focus on something beyond physical reality. I see two leaders who want the same things: safety, purpose, a future that isn't defined by endless conflict. I see old wounds that need healing and new bonds that could become unbreakable. She paused. I also see someone watching us. Not here physically, but through the space between possibilities. The grove seemed to grow colder. Fenris's pack shifted, instincts alerting them to danger they couldn't quite perceive. The hollow court? Harry asked quietly. No. Something else. Something that doesn't want this alliance to happen. Luna's expression grew troubled. Harry, we need to decide quickly. The observer is preparing to interfere. Harry didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and Fenris until they were barely an arm's length apart. I accept your proposal, he said. Full alliance. Mutual defense. Cooperation against common enemies. The details can be negotiated later, but the foundation is laid here, now, in this moment. He extended his hand. Fenris studied him for a long breath, then grasped the offered hand in a grip that would have crushed ordinary bone. Witnessed by the old powers and the new, Fenris intoned, his voice taking on ritual significance. Let there be peace between our peoples. Let there be partnership against those who threaten us. Let the blood feuds end, and the blood alliance begin. Power crackled between them, not hostile, but binding. The grove itself seemed to acknowledge what had transpired, ancient trees rustling in approval of something they'd been waiting millennia to see. And somewhere, in the space between possibilities, something screamed in frustration. The observer is gone, Luna reported. Whatever they were planning, we moved too quickly for them to execute. Good. Harry released Fenris's hand, feeling the new alliance settle into the framework of his growing kingdom. Then let's talk details. We have a lot of work to do. The negotiations continued for hours, hammering out the specifics of vampire-werewolf cooperation. Territory boundaries were established, areas where each species held primary authority, with protocols for crossing into another's domain. Hunting rights were defined, ensuring that neither vampires nor werewolves would prey on innocent humans in shared areas. Communication channels were opened, allowing for rapid coordination in case of emergency. And most importantly, a joint command structure was created for military operations. If we're going to face the Hollow Court together, we need to be able to fight together, Fenris argued. That means training exercises, shared tactical doctrines, integrated command during actual combat. Agreed. Victor will coordinate with your war leaders, he has the most experience with multi-species operations. We also need to address the historical grievances. Both sides have legitimate complaints, and those won't disappear just because we've signed an alliance. A tribunal, Hermione suggested. Neutral arbitration for past conflicts. Not to assign blame or demand punishment, but to acknowledge what happened and provide closure. Fenris nodded slowly. That could work. My people have long memories, but they also value justice. If they believe their losses are being taken seriously, we'll establish the framework immediately. Sekhmet can serve as one of the arbitrators. She's old enough to remember when vampires and werewolves were allies, before the Hollow Court corrupted everything. By dawn, the basic structure of the alliance was in place. It wasn't perfect, centuries of mistrust couldn't be erased in a single night, but it was a foundation. Something to build on. This is historic, Cassius murmured as they prepared to depart. In 3,000 years, nothing like this has ever been accomplished. Then we're making history. Harry watched as Fenris led his pack into the forest, the werewolves disappearing with supernatural grace. Now we need to make sure history doesn't get unmade by our enemies. The weeks following the alliance were a whirlwind of activity. Word spread quickly through supernatural communities worldwide. The Progenitor hadn't just challenged the Hollow Court, he'd united vampires and werewolves, two species that had been at war for millennia. The implications were staggering. Other groups began reaching out. Covens that had been neutral. Werewolf packs outside Fenris's confederation. Even scattered communities of other supernatural beings, creatures that had been marginalized or persecuted for centuries, now seeing a potential champion. We're getting inquiries from the Vila councils, Hermione reported during one of their increasingly frequent strategy sessions. They want to know if the alliance is open to other species. What are their concerns? Similar to the werewolves, they've been caught between powers that don't care about their interests. The ministry classifies them as beings rather than beasts, but they're still subject to regulations that limit their freedom. They want protection and representation. We can offer both. Add them to the coalition, with the same terms we gave the werewolves. The giants are more complicated. They've been approached by Voldemort's people, and some clans have already sided with the Death Eaters. Those who haven't. Afraid. Suspicious. They've been betrayed by wizards too many times to trust easily. Then we approach them carefully. No demands, no ultimatums. Just an offer of alliance with people who will actually keep their promises. Luna had been unusually quiet throughout the session, her infinite eyes fixed on something beyond the walls of the council chamber. When Harry turned to her, she spoke without prompting. Harry, there's something you need to see. In the probability streams. What kind of something? The wizarding world is about to get very complicated. Luna's expression was troubled. Dumbledore is dying. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Harry felt the shock ripple through the room, even those who had complicated feelings about the old headmaster recognized the significance. How long? Months. Maybe a year. There's a curse, something he encountered, something dark. He's been fighting it, but the curse is winning. Does Voldemort know? Not yet. But he will soon. And when he does. Luna shuddered. The futures become very dark. Without Dumbledore as a counterbalance, Voldemort moves much more aggressively. The Ministry falls. Hogwarts falls. Britain becomes a shadow of itself. Harry processed this, the political implications cascading through his mind. Dumbledore had been a stabilizing force, not perfect, not always right, but present. Without him, the Wizarding World's resistance to Voldemort would crumble. Which meant the Wizarding World's war was about to spill over into everyone else's. "We need to accelerate our timeline," Harry said quietly. "If Britain falls, Voldemort won't stop there. He'll expand, first into Europe, then globally. And he'll come into conflict with our coalition eventually." "Are you suggesting we intervene?" Cassius asked carefully. The Wizarding World's internal conflicts have always been considered separate from vampire affairs. They're not separate anymore. Voldemort has already made deals with vampires who oppose us. He's recruiting giants, werewolves, any dark creature he thinks he can use. Harry's jaw tightened. If we let him consolidate power, we'll be facing a unified dark army as well as the Hollow Court. Better to stop him now, while he's still vulnerable. The Order of the Phoenix would need to be involved, Hermione pointed out. They're the primary resistance within Britain. And they might not welcome vampire assistance. Then we convince them. Neville, Ginny, they can vouch for us. And there are others in the Wizarding World who understand that traditional prejudices can't survive what's coming. Harry stood, decision crystallizing. Contact the Order. Let them know we're willing to discuss cooperation against Voldemort. Make clear that we're not trying to take over, we're trying to help. If they want our assistance, they'll have it. If they don't. He paused. If they don't, we prepare for the consequences of their refusal. And Dumbledore? Should we approach him directly? Harry considered. The headmaster had been many things to him, mentor, manipulator, the closest thing to a father figure he'd known in his mortal life. Meeting him now, as a fully realized progenitor, would be complicated in ways he couldn't fully anticipate. But it was also necessary. "Yes," he said finally. "Arrange a meeting. It's time Dumbledore and I had a conversation about the future." The meeting took place at Hogwarts, in the headmaster's office. Harry hadn't been back since his awakening, and the familiar corridors felt strange now, smaller somehow, more fragile. The portraits watched him pass with expressions ranging from curiosity to alarm, and he could hear them whispering in his wake. "The Potter boy. But he's different now. Is that really? Something dark about him. Something very, very old." He ignored them, climbing the spiral staircase to Dumbledore's office with Hermione at his side. Luna had remained at the court, watching the probability streams for any sign of betrayal or trap. The door opened before he could knock. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice was warm, but weaker than Harry remembered. "Please, come in." The office looked the same as it always had, cluttered with mysterious instruments, lined with books, dominated by Fawkes Perch where the Phoenix sat watching with ancient eyes. But Dumbledore himself. Luna had been right. The old wizard was dying. It was visible in his posture, in the slight tremor of his hands, in the way his blackened, withered hand rested on the desk. The curse was eating him from within, and no amount of power or wisdom could stop it. "You can see it," Dumbledore observed, noting Harry's gaze. "I've hidden it from most, but I suspect someone of your enhanced perceptions would notice immediately." "The curse. Luna told me." "Ah. Miss Lovegood's gifts have grown considerably, I understand." Dumbledore gestured to the chairs before his desk. "Please, sit. We have much to discuss." Harry sat, Hermione taking the chair beside him. For a moment, no one spoke, the weight of everything that had changed settling between them. "You're not the same boy who left this office 3 years ago," Dumbledore said finally. "I'm not a boy at all anymore. I'm not sure I ever was." "No. I suspected something unusual about you from the very beginning, the survival of the killing curse, the ability to speak Parseltongue, the intensity of your magical core. I thought it was connected to Voldemort, to the prophecy. I never imagined the truth was so much more profound. Did you know about the vampires, the old ones, any of it? I knew legends. Stories passed down through wizarding history, usually dismissed as mythology. The Progenitor, the first vampire, was said to have been a god who was cursed for defying heaven. Dumbledore's blue eyes held their familiar twinkle, dimmed but not extinguished. I never connected those legends to you. Perhaps I should have looked deeper. Would it have changed anything? I honestly don't know. The prophecy still exists, Harry. Whatever else you may be, you are still connected to Voldemort in ways that transcend your other nature. Dumbledore leaned forward. The question is what we do about it now. That's why I'm here. Harry met the old wizard's eyes steadily. I'm building a coalition, vampires, werewolves, other supernatural beings. We're preparing to face the Hollow Court and eventually Malachar himself. But Voldemort is an immediate threat, and when you're gone, the Order will struggle. The Ministry will fall. Britain will become a very dark place indeed. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I've seen the same futures Miss Lovegood sees, through different means. It's why I've been accelerating certain plans. The Horcruxes. Dumbledore's expression flickered with surprise. You know about those? Hermione's research uncovered references. The soul anchors that keep Voldemort tethered to existence. You've been hunting them. I have. The ring, Dumbledore glanced at his cursed hand, was one of them. There are others. The diary, which you destroyed years ago. A locket, a cup, a snake, something of Rowena Ravenclaw's. And. He hesitated. And me. Harry said it calmly, having long since accepted this particular truth. The night he tried to kill me, a piece of his soul attached itself to the only living thing in the room. You knew. I suspected. The connection we share, the way his emotions bleed into mine, it was too intimate to be merely magical. And when I awakened, when I became fully what I am. Harry touched his forehead, where the scar still lingered as a faint mark. I could feel it. A foreign fragment, embedded in my very being. That's concerning. Dumbledore's expression had become grave. I had hoped to find a way to destroy that piece without harming you. But if you've already awakened, if your nature has fully manifested, then the fragment would have been absorbed into your power structure. Removing it might be impossible. Yes, I know. Harry smiled slightly. But also unnecessary. The fragment doesn't control me, if anything, I control it. When I channel my full power, I can feel Voldemort's piece screaming, trying to escape, utterly helpless against what I've become. You can suppress it. I can contain it. Indefinitely, if necessary. Which means I'm not a Horcrux in any meaningful sense, I'm a prison. Harry leaned back. When Voldemort is finally destroyed, when his other anchors are gone, the piece inside me will be all that's left. And I can ensure it never threatens anyone again. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, processing the implications. When he spoke again, his voice was soft. You've thought this through carefully. I've had time to think about many things since awakening. The situation with Voldemort is complicated, but it's not unsolvable. What I need from you, from the Order, is cooperation. Let me help protect the wizarding world while you still have time to prepare the next generation. Help how? Resources. Intelligence. Coordination with your people when we strike at common enemies. Harry glanced at Hermione. And eventually, integration. The supernatural world and the wizarding world have pretended to be separate for too long. When the real threats emerge, when Malachar breaks free, that separation won't survive. Better to build bridges now than scramble for them later. Dumbledore sat back, his expression thoughtful. You're asking me to overturn centuries of tradition. To tell the Order, to tell the wizarding world, that vampires and werewolves should be trusted as allies. I'm asking you to prepare for a future that doesn't care about tradition. The Hollow Court nearly destroyed your world once, they would have succeeded if Luna hadn't seen the attack coming. Next time, we might not be so lucky. And if some in the Order refuse? If they see cooperation with vampires as a betrayal of everything they believe? Then they'll have to decide what matters more, their prejudices, or their survival. Harry's voice hardened slightly. I'm not asking for blind trust. I'm asking for the chance to prove what I'm offering. If the Order works with us and we betray them, they can reject the alliance then. But refusing to even try, based purely on species prejudice, would be foolish. Yes, I quite agree. Dumbledore smiled, and for a moment he looked like the wizard Harry remembered, powerful, wise, genuinely good despite his many flaws. Very well, Harry. I will advocate for cooperation within the Order. It won't be easy, there are those who will never accept working alongside vampires, but I'll do what I can. That's all I ask. There's one more thing. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. You mentioned Miss Granger's transformation, and Miss Lovegood's. I understand they've become your queens. They have. Willingly, with full knowledge of what they were accepting. I don't doubt it. But their families, Mrs. Granger's parents in particular, they've been asking questions. About where their daughter has gone, why her letters have stopped, whether she's safe. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes steadily. They deserve answers, Harry. Even if those answers are difficult. Harry felt a familiar weight settling in his chest. He'd known this conversation would have to happen eventually, had been avoiding it, if he was honest, because he didn't know what to say. You're right, he admitted. They deserve to know. I'll arrange a meeting, carefully, with appropriate explanations. It won't be easy for them to accept, but they raised a remarkable daughter, and remarkable people often make difficult choices. Dumbledore nodded. I believe they'll understand, in time. Love has a way of transcending even the most challenging revelations. They talked for another hour, hammering out the details of cooperation between Harry's coalition and Dumbledore's Order. It wasn't a perfect alliance, there were too many historical grievances, too much mutual suspicion, but it was a start. When Harry finally left the castle, the sun was setting over the lake, painting the water in shades of gold and crimson. That went better than expected, Hermione said quietly. Dumbledore always was good at seeing the bigger picture. Harry watched the last rays of sunlight disappear. It's the ones who can't see past their own prejudices that worry me. They'll come around. Or they won't, and we'll move forward without them. Hermione took his hand. Either way, we're making progress. Progress toward what? Toward a world that might actually survive what's coming. She squeezed his fingers. That's something, Harry. That's more than we had a month ago. Harry nodded slowly, accepting the comfort she offered. They operated away, leaving Hogwarts to its ghosts and its memories. The future was uncertain, but it was beginning to take shape. And for the first time in longer than he could remember, Harry felt something that might have been hope. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The God Stirs. The first sign that something was wrong came at midnight. Harry was in the court's war room, reviewing intelligence reports with Cassius and Victor, when the sensation hit him like a hammer to the chest. Not pain exactly, something deeper, more fundamental. A wrongness that reverberated through every fiber of his being. My lord? Victor's voice seemed to come from very far away. Are you, the seals? Harry gripped the edge of the table, his knuckles white. Something's happening to the seals. Through his bond with Hermione and Luna, he felt their alarm spike in response to his own. Luna's voice echoed in his mind, Harry, the probability streams, they're going dark. Entire branches of possibility are vanishing. Where? Everywhere. It's like watching the future collapse in real time. Harry closed his eyes, reaching beyond the physical, beyond the court, beyond the boundaries of ordinary perception. His consciousness expanded outward, touching the ley lines that crisscrossed the earth, feeling the pulse of ancient power that had maintained Malakar's prison since before recorded history. What he found made his blood run cold. The seals weren't just weakening. They were being attacked, systematically, simultaneously, from dozens of locations around the world. The Hollow Church's surviving cells had coordinated a massive strike, channeling power through rituals that shouldn't have been possible without the resources Harry had destroyed. Unless they had new resources. New allies. New power. They've been given something, Sekhmet's voice cut through his concentration. She must have sensed the disturbance from her own chambers. The Hollow Court has empowered them directly. This is desperation, they're forcing the issue. Can the seals hold? A pause that lasted far too long. I don't know. Harry opened his eyes. Rally every fighter we have. Contact Fenris, tell him we need the werewolf packs mobilized immediately. And get me Luna. What's happening? Cassius demanded. What? Malakar is making his move. Tonight. Either we stop it, or the world ends. The court erupted into controlled chaos. Vampires who had been sleeping were roused, briefed in seconds, and sent to their assigned positions. Communications went out to allied covens across Europe, calling in every favor, every pledge, every promise of mutual defense. The werewolf packs confirmed receipt of the alert and began mobilizing within minutes. Hermione appeared at Harry's side, her silver eyes blazing with focus. I've mapped the ritual sites. There are 43 active locations across 6 continents. Even with our full force, we can't hit them all simultaneously. We don't need to hit them all. Just enough to disrupt the coordinated attack. Harry studied the map she'd produced. Which ones are critical? There's a hierarchy. The main coordination point appears to be here. She pointed to a location in the Himalayan mountains, with secondary nodes in South America, Africa, and Australia. If we can take out the primary and at least 2 secondaries within 30 minutes of each other, the ritual should collapse. Should. It's our best option. The alternative is trying to reinforce the seals directly, but that would require. She trailed off, but Harry understood what she wasn't saying. That would require him to channel enough power to burn out any ordinary being, and maybe himself as well. The same trick he'd pulled at the Highland ritual, but on a global scale. Let's try it your way first. He turned to the gathered commanders. Victor, take the South American node. Valeria, Africa. Cassius, Australia. I'll handle the primary site myself. Alone. Cassius's voice was sharp. My lord, the Himalayan site will be heavily defended. You can't, I won't be alone. Hermione and Luna will be with me, and I've already contacted Fenris. His fastest packs will meet us there. Harry met each of their eyes in turn. This is it. Everything we've built, everything we've sacrificed, it comes down to the next few hours. Don't fail me. We won't, Victor said firmly. For the progenitor. For the court. For survival, Harry corrected. Now move. They moved. The Himalayan ritual site was carved into a mountain that shouldn't have existed. Harry felt it as they approached, a wrongness in the fabric of reality, a place where the natural laws had been twisted beyond recognition. The air itself seemed to resist their presence, thick with energies that made his ancient instincts scream warnings. There. Luna pointed toward a cave entrance that pulsed with sickly light. The ritual is centered inside. I can see. She paused, her infinite eyes widening. Harry, there are hundreds of them. Cultists, but also something else. Things that aren't from our world. Malakar's servants. He's been reaching through the weakening seals, bringing reinforcements. Harry felt Hermione's hand tighten on his arm. It's fine. We expected opposition. We expected defense forces, not an army. Then we'll cut through them. That's what we do. The werewolf packs arrived as they were preparing to descend, 36 of Fenris's best warriors, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Fenris himself led them, his massive form even more imposing in the moonlight. Progenitor, he rumbled. We came as quickly as we could. It's enough. Here's the plan. Harry quickly outlined the situation, the ritual, the defenses, the need to reach the center before the seals collapsed completely. We need to move fast and hit hard. No mercy, no hesitation. Whatever's in there, kill it. And if we encounter something we can't kill, then get out of its way and let me handle it. Harry stepped toward the cave entrance. Let's end this. The first wave of defenders hit them 50 meters inside the cave. They were cultists, humans who had given themselves so completely to Malachar that they transformed into something barely recognizable. Twisted bodies, elongated limbs, mouths filled with too many teeth. They fought with the desperation of fanatics and the strength of the damned. Harry carved through them like a scythe through wheat. His power unfurled without restraint, darkness erupting from him in waves that annihilated everything it touched. Cultists dissolved, screaming, their borrowed power no match for the fury of an awakened progenitor. Behind him, Hermione and Luna added their own abilities, silver fire from Hermione that burned with intellectual precision, probability manipulation from Luna that caused enemies to stumble at crucial moments. The werewolves fought with savage efficiency, tearing through anything that survived Harry's initial onslaught. Fenris was a whirlwind of claws and fury, his pack following his lead with perfect coordination. In less than 5 minutes, the first wave was obliterated. That was almost too easy, Hermione observed, her voice tight with suspicion. It was meant to be. They were testing our response. Harry pushed forward, his senses reaching ahead. The real defenses will be deeper in. He was right. The cave widened into a massive chamber, and there they encountered something that made even Harry pause. It was a creature, if creature was even the right word, that seemed to be made entirely of darkness and hunger. It filled the chamber, its form constantly shifting, dozens of mouths opening and closing in what might have been breathing or might have been anticipation. Progenitor, it rumbled, its voice echoing from every direction at once. The Master said you would come. The Master said I should welcome you properly. And who are you? I am the Devourer. I was old when your curse was young. I have consumed worlds, Progenitor. Entire realities have ended in my hunger. The creature's many mouths twisted into something like a smile. You will be, delicious. It attacked. The Devourer moved faster than something that size should have been able to move, dozens of appendages striking simultaneously from every angle. Harry dodged, twisted, counterattacked, but his blows seemed to pass through the creature without effect, swallowed by darkness that mirrored his own. Luna, he shouted. What am I looking at? An old one manifestation. Not a true god, but a fragment, a piece of something vast that's been sent ahead. Luna's voice was strained with effort, her sight working overtime to track the creature's movements. It's partially existing in multiple dimensions simultaneously, that's why physical attacks aren't working. How do I kill it? You have to anchor it. Force it fully into this reality, then overwhelm it. Easier said than done. The Devourer was ancient, experienced, and utterly without fear. It pressed its attack relentlessly, forcing Harry back while simultaneously sending tendrils toward the werewolves and his queens. Fenris roared a challenge and leaped at one of the tendrils, his claws finding surprising purchase. The Devourer shrieked, actually shrieked, as the werewolf alpha tore chunks from its manifested form. Silver-touched beast. You dare, the werewolves can hurt it. Hermione realized. Their spiritual nature, it's antithetical to the Devourer's existence. Harry saw the opportunity immediately. Fenris. Your packs converge on the creature. Keep it distracted. The werewolves swarmed, their coordinated attack forcing the devourer to split its attention. Every wound they inflicted seemed to anchor the creature more firmly in physical reality, pulling it out of the dimensional overlap that made it nearly invulnerable. And when enough of it was anchored, Harry struck. He gathered every ounce of his power, 15,000 years of accumulated strength, the darkness that was his birthright, the authority of the Progenitor, and channeled it into a single, devastating attack. Not against the devourer's body, but against its essence. The fundamental core of what it was. The creature screamed as Harry's power tore into it, unraveling the dimensional anchors that kept it coherent. It tried to flee, tried to retreat back into the spaces between worlds, but the werewolves held it fast, their spiritual nature creating a cage of hostile energy. No. I cannot, the master promised, this is not, your master lied, Harry snarled, and pushed. The devourer came apart. Not destroyed, Harry didn't have the power for that, not against something this ancient, but shattered. Scattered across 1,000 dimensions, its consciousness fragmented beyond recovery. It would take eons to reform, if it ever did. The chamber fell silent. Is everyone? Harry looked around, counting heads. 3 werewolves were down, but alive. Hermione was bleeding from a gash on her arm. Luna looked pale but unharmed. We're okay, Hermione confirmed. But that took too long. The ritual is still proceeding. I know. Harry could feel it, the seals straining, cracking, Malakar's presence pressing against the barriers with renewed fury. Move. We have to reach the center. They encountered 2 more guardian creatures before reaching the ritual chamber, lesser beings than the devourer, more easily destroyed. By the time they arrived at their destination, Harry's reserves were noticeably depleted, and even the werewolves showed signs of fatigue. But what they found made fatigue irrelevant. The ritual chamber was vast, a natural cavern that had been expanded through magic until it could contain a small city. At its center, arranged in intricate patterns that hurt to look at directly, hundreds of cultists knelt in worship around a pillar of absolute darkness. And within that darkness, something stirred. You're too late, Progenitor. Malakar's voice rolled through the chamber like thunder, carrying weight that made the air itself tremble. The seals are failing. My servants have done their work well. In moments, I will be free. Harry could see it happening, the darkness in the pillar growing denser, more defined. Malakar wasn't just projecting anymore. He was manifesting, pulling his true form through the cracks in his prison. Luna. Time. Minutes. Maybe less. Luna's voice was barely a whisper. The other teams have succeeded, South America and Africa are down. But it's not enough. The primary ritual has too much momentum. Then we stop it here. Harry stepped forward, toward the pillar. Hermione, get the cultists away from the ritual circle. Kill them if you have to. Fenris, clear a path and protect my queens. And you? Fenris asked. I'm going to do something very stupid. He didn't wait for a response. Harry walked toward the pillar of darkness, his power gathering around him like a cloak. The cultists tried to stop him, rising from their worship, hurling spells and attacks that splashed harmlessly against his defenses. He ignored them, focused entirely on the presence emerging from the broken seals. What are you doing, little curse? Malakar's amusement was palpable. You cannot stop what has already begun. The prison is broken. My freedom is assured. You're right. Harry reached the pillar's edge, feeling the bound god's power washing over him like waves of concentrated malevolence. I can't stop the seals from breaking. But I can do something else. He reached into the darkness and grabbed hold of Malakar's manifesting essence. The sensation was indescribable, like touching a star made of razor blades, like embracing an avalanche of broken glass. Malakar's power was immense, ancient, utterly incomprehensible to mortal minds. It should have destroyed Harry instantly. But Harry wasn't mortal. And he'd done this before, even if he didn't fully remember how. What are you doing? Release me. 15,000 years ago, I stole your power and used it to reinforce your prison. Harry's voice was strained, his body burning from the inside out. I'm doing it again. You cannot. The seals are broken, there is nothing to reinforce, then I'll build new ones. Harry pulled, drawing Malakar's manifesting essence into himself. Not to absorb it, that would have been suicide, but to redirect it. To channel it into the earth, into the ley lines, into the fundamental fabric of reality. Using your own power as the foundation. The screaming that followed came from everywhere at once, from Malakar, from the cultists, from the very stones of the mountain. Reality twisted around Harry as he performed an act of will that should have been impossible, forcing a god's power to work against itself. Through his bond with Hermione and Luna, he felt their terror. Their love. Their desperate hope that he would survive this. He held on to that as the darkness threatened to consume him entirely. The process lasted an eternity that might have been seconds. When it was over, Harry collapsed. The pillar of darkness was gone. In its place stood a new seal, not physical, but metaphysical, woven from Malakar's own essence and anchored to Harry's consciousness. The bound god was still imprisoned, but now the prison was part of Harry himself. This isn't over, Malakar's voice echoed faintly through the seal. You've bound yourself to my prison. When I eventually break free, you will be the first thing I consume. Then I'd better make sure you never break free. Harry tried to stand and failed. His body was burned from within, cracks of dark light visible through his skin. The power he'd channeled had nearly destroyed him. Harry. Hermione was at his side, her hands glowing with healing energy that felt woefully inadequate against the damage he'd suffered. You absolute idiot, what were you thinking? I was thinking, that someone had to do it. Harry managed a weak smile. Did it work? The ritual is stopped. The seals are, Hermione's voice caught. Harry, the seals are part of you now. I can see them, through our bond. You've made yourself the lock on Malakar's prison. I know. That means if you die, then the prison opens. Yes, I understand the implications. Harry finally managed to sit up, Hermione supporting him. It was the only option, Hermione. The old seals were too degraded to hold. This way, the prison is as strong as I am. And if the Hollow Court comes after you specifically? If they realize that killing you releases Malakar? Then I'd better not let them kill me. Harry looked around the chamber. The cultists were either dead or fled. The werewolves were tending to their wounded. Luna stood nearby, her infinite eyes fixed on something only she could see. The probability streams are clearing, Luna reported. The dark futures are retreating. We've bought time. How much time? Decades. Maybe centuries, if we're lucky. She moved to kneel beside him, her expression complicated. But Harry. I can see what you did. What it cost you. You gave up part of yourself to create that seal. I know. Which part? Harry considered the question. What had he sacrificed? What piece of his essence had he woven into Malakar's new prison? The answer came slowly, painfully. My mortality. He laughed, a harsh sound. Whatever fragment of humanity I had left, the part that could have one day chosen to die, to end my existence naturally, that's what the seal required. You made yourself truly immortal. I made myself the eternal lock on a god's prison. The distinction might be academic. Harry accepted Hermione's help to stand, his legs trembling beneath him. We need to leave. Get back to the court, assess the damage, figure out what comes next. What does come next? Fenris asked, having approached while they spoke. The werewolf Alpha looked at Harry with something approaching awe. You just rebuilt the prison of a god. Using your own soul as the foundation. I did what was necessary. What comes next is the same thing that always comes next, we prepare for the next crisis. Harry looked at his allies, vampires and werewolves, queens and warriors, everyone who had followed him into this nightmare and survived. The Hollow Court will regroup. Malachar will keep pushing against his prison. And there are other threats we haven't even identified yet. But we won tonight. We survived tonight. That's not always the same thing. Harry started toward the chamber exit, his steps growing steadier as his inhuman constitution began repairing the damage. But yes, Fenris. Tonight, we won. The return to the Court of the Eternal was a blur of exhaustion and aftermath. Harry spent 3 days in recovery, his body and soul knitting themselves back together from the trauma of the seal's creation. During that time, reports filtered in from across the globe. The coordinated strike had been successful. Victor's team had destroyed the South American node with minimal casualties. Valeria's African operation had been messy, she'd lost 7 fighters, but achieved its objective. Cassius had faced the stiffest resistance in Australia but had ultimately prevailed. The Hollow Church's surviving cells had scattered, their coordinated infrastructure shattered. Without the primary ritual site, without their leadership hierarchy, without the momentum they'd built over centuries, they were reduced to isolated groups of fanatics with no way to threaten the seals again. The Hollow Court itself had gone silent. Whatever response they were planning to Harry's actions, it wasn't immediate. Their regrouping, Sekhmet assessed during a strategy session. The loss of the ritual infrastructure is devastating, but they're still out there. Still planning. Still waiting for another opportunity. Then we make sure they don't get one. Harry was still weak, he doubted he'd be at full strength for months, but his mind was sharp. We've been reactive long enough. It's time to go on the offensive. Offensive against what? The court exists in spaces we can barely perceive, let alone attack. The court is vulnerable through their agents. Every cult cell we destroy, every ally we turn, every resource we deny them, it all weakens their position. Harry turned to Hermione. I want a comprehensive intelligence operation. Map every Hollow Court asset we can identify. Then we start eliminating them systematically. That will take years. We have years. Decades, maybe, before they can attempt another major working. Harry's expression was grim. I didn't sacrifice part of my soul to buy time we won't use. We're ending this threat, once and for all. And Voldemort? Cassius asked. The Wizarding World situation hasn't improved while we've been focused on the old ones. I know. Luna, what's the current status? Luna's report was concerning. Dumbledore's condition had deteriorated. The Order was struggling to maintain cohesion. Voldemort had sensed the weakness and was accelerating his plans. We need to act there too, Harry decided. Cassius, begin coordinating with the Order's leadership. Offer whatever support they'll accept. And start preparing our forces for potential intervention in Britain. You want us to fight Voldemort directly? I want us to be ready if fighting becomes necessary. Harry stood, testing his strength. Still depleted, but recovering. The supernatural world and the wizarding world are connected whether they like it or not. What happens in Britain will affect everyone. And the prophecy? The one that connects you to Voldemort specifically? Harry considered the question. The prophecy had always hung over him, a sort of destiny waiting to fall. But he wasn't the same person who'd first heard those words in Dumbledore's office. He wasn't even the same species. Prophecies can be interpreted in many ways, he said finally. The original wording spoke of a power the Dark Lord knows not. I think we can safely say that's been defined. He smiled slightly. When the time comes to face Voldemort, I'll face him. But it will be on my terms, not Destiny's. 2 weeks later, Harry finally felt strong enough to address something he'd been avoiding. He found Hermione and Luna in their shared quarters, a suite of rooms that had become their common space, their private sanctuary within the vast court. They were sitting together, reading, enjoying a moment of peace in what had been a chaotic month. "We need to talk," Harry said, settling into a chair across from them. Hermione looked up from her book, immediately alert. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong." "Well, nothing new, anyway." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "I've been thinking about what Luna said. After the seal was created. About what I sacrificed." "Your mortality," Luna said softly. "The ability to choose death." "Yes. And I've been trying to understand what that means. For me. For us." Harry met their eyes, Hermione's silver, Luna's infinite. "We're bonded. Our souls are connected in ways that go beyond ordinary relationships. When I made myself the eternal lock on Malakar's prison, I didn't just bind myself. I bound all of us. We know." Hermione closed her book. "I could feel it happening. The bond, shifting. Becoming more permanent. Does that bother you? Does what bother me? Being eternally connected to the man I love." Hermione's expression was complicated. "It's not what I imagined when I was a girl dreaming about the future. But it's what I chose, Harry. I chose you. I chose this. The probability streams are beautiful now," Luna added, her voice dreamy but intense. "Before the seal, there were always branches where we ended. Where time and entropy eventually separated us. Now those branches are gone. We go on together, forever, or we don't go on at all. That's what I wanted to talk about. The forever part." Harry leaned forward. "I've lived a very long time. Longer than I can fully remember. And one thing I've learned is that forever is complicated. Relationships that seem eternal at the beginning can become prisons over time. Even the deepest love can curdle into resentment when there's no end point, no boundary, no possibility of escape." "Are you saying you regret binding us?" "I'm saying I want to make sure we do this right." Harry reached out, taking their hands. "The soul bond isn't supposed to be a chain. It's supposed to be a partnership, equals working together toward shared goals. If either of you ever feel trapped, ever feel like the bond is holding you in a place you don't want to be, then we'll talk about it," Hermione finished. "Like we're talking now. Communication, Harry. That's how healthy relationships work, immortal or otherwise." "She's right," Luna agreed. "And besides, I can see our futures together. Not all of them, there are too many possibilities, but enough to know that this isn't a mistake. We're meant to be together. Not because destiny demands it, but because we choose it, over and over, across every branch of possibility." Harry felt something ease in his chest, a tension he hadn't fully recognized until it released. "Then we're agreed. Forever, but freely chosen. Partnership, not possession." "Agreed," they said together. And in that moment, with his queens beside him and eternity stretching ahead, Harry felt something he hadn't experienced since long before his awakening. Peace. The peace lasted exactly 3 hours. Luna's eyes suddenly went wide, her gaze snapping to something none of them could see. "Harry. Something's happening. In Britain." "What kind of something?" "I can't." Luna's voice was strained. "The streams are churning. Someone just made a choice that changes everything. Someone close to the Order, to Dumbledore, to," she gasped. "Luna. Dumbledore." Her voice was barely a whisper. "Dumbledore is dead." The words hung in the air like a funeral shroud. "When?" "Tonight. Just now. A tower, Hogwarts, someone he trusted." Luna shuddered. "I can see the ripples spreading. The Order shattering. Voldemort ascending. Britain falling into darkness." Harry was on his feet before she finished speaking. "Hermione, contact our people in Britain. I want every available agent focused on intelligence gathering. We need to know exactly what happened and what the immediate consequences will be. And you? I'm going to Hogwarts. Harry, you're not fully recovered. Dumbledore was many things. Manipulator, schemer, deeply flawed human being. But he was also the closest thing to a father I had in my mortal life, and he believed in working together even when it cost him. I owe him the respect of seeing this myself. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue, but something in Harry's expression stopped her. Be careful. Voldemort might try to use this as an opportunity. Let him try. I'm not in the mood to be gentle. Harry turned to Luna. Can you see what comes next? For Britain, for the war. Luna's infinite eyes were wet with tears she couldn't quite explain. I see darkness. But also light. Courage. Sacrifice. The war gets worse before it gets better, but... She paused, focusing. But there's a path through. If we're brave enough to take it. Then we'll take it. Harry squared his shoulders, feeling his depleted power gather in response to his will. All of us. Together. He operated away, leaving his queens to prepare for whatever came next. The war had entered a new phase. And the progenitor had work to do. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, Throne of Night. 3 months had passed since Dumbledore's death. Harry stood on the balcony of the court's highest tower, watching the stars whirl overhead in their eternal dance. Below him, the mountain stronghold that had become the heart of his kingdom hummed with activity, vampires and werewolves working side by side, representatives from a dozen supernatural factions coming and going on business that would have been unthinkable a year ago. The Court of Night had grown beyond anything he'd imagined. You're brooding again. Hermione's voice came from behind him, warm with affection and gentle teasing. That's the 3rd time this week. I'm not brooding. I'm contemplating. The difference being? Brooding involves self-pity. Contemplating involves strategic analysis. Harry turned to face her, allowing himself a small smile. Though I'll admit the line can be blurry. Hermione joined him at the balcony's edge, her silver eyes reflecting the starlight. 3 months of growth had transformed her into something magnificent, not just powerful, but confident in that power. She moved through the court's political complexities with a grace that made even ancient vampires take notice. Luna says you're worried about tomorrow, she said. The ministry delegation. Not worried. Concerned. Again, the difference. Worried implies I think things might go badly. Concerned implies I'm preparing for multiple outcomes. Harry looked back at the stars. The wizarding world is finally ready to acknowledge what we've built. That's significant. But it's also dangerous. Dangerous how? Because acknowledgement means engagement. Politics, treaties, formal relationships, all the complications that come with being recognized as a legitimate power. Harry sighed. We've spent 3 months building something remarkable. I don't want to lose it to bureaucratic entanglement. You won't. Hermione's hand found his, her touch warm against his eternal cold. You've united vampires and werewolves, negotiated alliances with creatures that have been enemies for millennia, and faced down a fragment of a god. I think you can handle a few ministry officials. Your confidence is touching. My confidence is justified. She squeezed his hand. Come inside. Luna's made tea, and there are things we need to discuss before tomorrow. The private chambers they shared had evolved over the months into something that felt genuinely like home. Luna was curled in her favorite chair, a cup of tea balanced precariously on one knee while she read a book that appeared to be written in a language that didn't exist. She looked up as they entered, her infinite eyes bright with welcome. The probability streams are favorable for tomorrow, she announced. Not perfect, there are some branches where the delegation storms out in offense, but mostly positive. What triggers the negative outcomes? Various things. You losing your temper during discussions about werewolf rights. Hermione correcting someone's Latin too aggressively. Me mentioning the Rotfong conspiracy at an inappropriate moment. Is the Rotfong conspiracy real? It is now. I created it last week as a test of my probability manipulation abilities. Luna smiled serenely. Don't worry, it's benign. Just a secret society of goblins who believe that wizarding dental hygiene is a government conspiracy. Harry decided not to pursue that line of inquiry. Some things were better left unexplored. What's the agenda for tomorrow? He asked instead, settling into his own chair. Hermione produced a sheaf of documents from somewhere, she always seemed to have documents available, and began outlining the situation. The delegation is being led by Kingsley Shacklebolt. He's been acting as de facto minister since Scrimgeour's assassination last month, and he's the most sympathetic figure in the current ministry to Supernatural Alliance. I remember Kingsley. Solid man. Fair. He's bringing representatives from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, who will probably be the most difficult to deal with, as well as observers from the International Confederation. This isn't just Britain acknowledging us, it's the global wizarding community taking our measure. What do they want? Officially? To discuss mutual cooperation frameworks and boundary protocols. Unofficially? Hermione's expression sharpened. They want to know if you're a threat. If what you've built can be controlled, contained, or if necessary, destroyed. And our position? We're not a threat to anyone who doesn't threaten us first. We're willing to work within reasonable frameworks as long as those frameworks don't treat supernatural beings as second-class citizens. And we're not remotely containable, but they don't need to know that until it becomes relevant. Harry nodded slowly. What about the war situation? How does Voldemort factor into this? He's complicated things. Hermione pulled out another document. Since Dumbledore's death, he's consolidated control over most of Britain. The Ministry is officially neutral, but everyone knows they're operating under Death Eater influence. The Order has gone underground, conducting guerrilla operations from hidden bases. And our people? We've been providing support where we can. Information, safe houses, occasional direct intervention when the situation requires it. The Order knows we're helping, though we've maintained plausible deniability for their protection. What's the current status of the resistance? Luna spoke up, her voice carrying the weight of her sight. Fragile but resilient. They've lost a lot of good people, but the core holds. Harry Potter, the mortal version, the symbol, is still inspiring hope even in the darkest moments. Harry Potter. Harry smiled slightly at the irony. The boy who lived. The chosen one. They don't know that the symbol they're fighting for has become something rather different. Does it matter? Hermione asked. You're still you, Harry. Still the person who stood against Voldemort year after year. The packaging has changed, but the substance hasn't. I wonder if they'd agree. Some would. Some wouldn't. That's true of any revelation. Hermione's expression softened. But the people who matter, the ones who actually know you, they've accepted what you've become. Neville, Ginny, the Order members we've been working with. They see you, Harry. Not the progenitor, not the vampire king. You. Harry sat with that for a moment, feeling the truth of it settle into his bones. The Ministry delegation tomorrow, he said finally. What happens if they decide we're too dangerous to coexist with? Then we demonstrate that coexistence is their only viable option. Hermione's voice was calm, pragmatic. Not through threats, through reality. We're not asking for their permission to exist. We're offering them the opportunity to be partners in something larger than any of us. And if they refuse the offer, then they'll regret it eventually. But I don't think they will. Hermione met his eyes. The wizarding world is fracturing, Harry. Voldemort on one side, the resistance on another, and ordinary witches and wizards caught in the middle. They need allies. We're offering exactly what they need. Always the strategist. Someone has to be. She smiled. Now, Luna mentioned there were things to discuss beyond tomorrow's meeting. What else is on the agenda? Luna set down her tea and impossible book, her expression growing serious. The Hollow Court has been stirring. I've seen it in the probability streams, subtle movements, careful repositioning. They're not ready to strike again, but they're preparing. Preparing for what? I can't see clearly. Whatever they're planning, they've learned to obscure it from my sight. Luna's infinite eyes showed something rare, frustration. But I can feel the shape of it. Something big. Something aimed at you specifically. They know about the seal, Harry realized. They know that killing me releases Malachar. That's what I'm afraid of. They've spent millennia trying to free him through rituals and corruption. Now they might see a simpler path. Luna paused. We need to be ready, Harry. Whatever they're planning, it's going to be soon. How soon? Months. Maybe weeks. The streams are too chaotic to pinpoint exactly. She reached out, her hand finding his. I'm sorry I can't give you more. You've given me enough. Months of warning is more than we had before the Highland ritual. Harry stood, beginning to pace, a habit he'd never quite broken despite centuries of existence. We need to accelerate our defensive preparations. The court has grown, but it's still vulnerable to a coordinated assault. We've been working on that, Hermione said. Victor and Valeria have been training integrated vampire-werewolf combat units. Cassius has been fortifying our alliance network, ensuring that an attack on us would trigger responses from every major supernatural faction. And our intelligence operations? Expanding daily. Renard's network has penetrated 3 more Hollow Court front organizations, and we've identified several suspected court agents in mundane positions of power. Harry nodded, his mind racing through implications and contingencies. 3 months of building, growing, preparing, but would it be enough? The Hollow Court had been playing this game for millennia. No matter how much he accomplished in months, they had the advantage of deep time. Unless he changed the game entirely. I've been thinking, he said slowly, about the nature of our conflict with the court. We've been reactive, responding to their moves, countering their plans. What if we went on the offensive? We don't know where they are, Hermione pointed out. The court exists in spaces between dimensions. We can't attack what we can't find. Not the court directly. But we know where their influence is strongest. We know which mortal institutions they've corrupted, which supernatural factions they've manipulated. Harry's eyes gleamed with something ancient and dangerous. What if we systematically dismantled every asset they've built in our world? Cut off their ability to project power into physical reality? That would take years. We have years. And unlike the court, we're building allies, not just servants. Every asset we remove from their control is one less weapon they can use against us. Luna's expression brightened. I can see it. The branches where we pursue that strategy, they're favorable. Not easy, but favorable. Then that's what we do. Harry stopped pacing, decision crystallized. Tomorrow, we secure formal recognition from the wizarding world. Then we begin the next phase, taking the war to the Hollow Court on every front we can reach. And Voldemort? Hermione asked. Voldemort is a stepping stone. He's been corrupted by Malachar's influence, I can feel it through the fragment in my soul. The Hollow Court has been using him as a distraction, keeping the wizarding world focused on internal conflict while they pursue their larger agenda. Harry's smile was cold. When we destroy him, we remove one of their most effective tools. You sound like you're looking forward to it. I am. Harry didn't bother hiding the truth. He murdered my parents. He tried to murder me. He spent years spreading terror and death across Britain. And he's carrying a piece of Malachar's corruption in his soul, whether he knows it or not. His voice hardened. When the time comes, I'm going to enjoy ending him. The prophecy, Luna said quietly. It's still active. I can see it threading through every major branch. Neither can live while the other survives. Yes, I know. Harry's expression was unreadable. The prophecy was made when I was mortal. Things have changed since then. Prophecies have a way of adapting. Then let it adapt. When I face Voldemort, it won't be as the boy who lived. It will be as the progenitor of the night, with all the power that entails. He paused. Though I suppose the prophecy might consider that a distinction without a difference. Does it matter? Whether you face him as Harry Potter or as the progenitor? Harry considered the question seriously. Who would face Voldemort when the moment came? The traumatized boy who'd grown up in a cupboard, desperate for love and belonging? The teenage wizard who'd fought and suffered and lost people he cared about? Or the ancient being who'd ruled empires and faced gods and learned that power was both gift and burden? All of them, he said finally. All of me. That's who I am now, every version of myself, integrated into something new. The progenitor has Harry Potter's memories, his connections, his love for the people who matter to him. And Harry Potter has the progenitor's power, his experience, his understanding of what's truly at stake. That's either very profound or very complicated. Why not both? Harry smiled, and for a moment he looked almost young again, the boy who'd discovered magic, who'd found friends, who'd learned that love was stronger than hate. Come on. We have a long day tomorrow, and I believe Luna mentioned tea. The ministry delegation arrived at noon. Harry had chosen to receive them in the court's great hall, not Cassius's former throne room, which carried too many associations with the old regime, but a newer space that had been designed for exactly this kind of diplomatic function. High ceilings, natural light filtered through enchanted windows, furniture arranged to suggest equality rather than hierarchy. Kingsley Shacklebolt led the group, his dark robes formal but not ostentatious. Behind him came a stern-looking witch from the regulation department, an elderly wizard who represented the International Confederation, and a young scribe who seemed overwhelmed by the surroundings. Progenitor, Kingsley said, his deep voice carrying the weight of office. Thank you for receiving us. Minister. Thank you for coming. Harry rose from his seat, crossing to meet them. Please, be comfortable. This meeting is meant to be a conversation, not a negotiation. A conversation about what, precisely? About the future. About how the wizarding world and the supernatural community can coexist productively. Harry gestured to the arranged seating. Shall we? They sat. Tea appeared, courtesy of Luna's increasingly sophisticated manipulation of probability, and the dance began. The regulation witch, whose name was Millicent Hartwood, spoke first. Let me be direct, progenitor. The ministry has significant concerns about the entity you've created here. An alliance of vampires and werewolves, operating independently of any ministry oversight, with access to power that rivals or exceeds our own capabilities. I appreciate your directness. Let me be equally clear. Harry met her gaze steadily. The Court of Night exists. It will continue to exist regardless of the ministry's concerns. What's being decided today is whether we're going to be allies or strangers. And enemies? Is that not on the table? It can be, if you insist. But I'd advise against it. Harry's tone remained pleasant, but something ancient stirred behind his eyes. I don't want conflict with the wizarding world. I have friends there, people I care about, memories of a life that shaped who I am. But I also won't allow my people to be persecuted, regulated, or controlled by institutions that have spent centuries treating them as animals. Hartwood's expression tightened. The regulation of magical creatures, beings, Harry interrupted gently. The vampires and werewolves of this court are beings, sentient, rational, with their own cultures and histories and rights. Treating them as creatures to be controlled is precisely the kind of thinking that created the conflicts we're now trying to move past. Semantics. Language shapes thought. Thought shapes policy. Policy shapes lives. Harry leaned forward slightly. The Ministry's approach to supernatural beings has been based on fear and prejudice for centuries. I'm offering an alternative, a framework based on mutual respect and cooperation. It's a better deal than you've ever offered us. Kingsley intervened before Hartwood could respond. What exactly are you proposing? Specifically. 3 things. First, formal recognition of the Court of Night as a sovereign entity, with jurisdiction over supernatural affairs within our agreed boundaries. Second, protocols for cooperation on matters of mutual concern, particularly the war against Voldemort, which threatens all of us. Third, the establishment of a joint tribunal for resolving disputes between our communities, with equal representation from both sides. You're asking us to cede authority. I'm asking you to acknowledge reality. The court already functions as a sovereign entity. The supernatural community already operates outside Ministry control. I'm offering to formalize what already exists, in a way that gives you a seat at the table. The International Confederation representative, a quiet wizard named Aldrich Voss, spoke for the first time. And if we agree to this, sovereignty, what guarantees do we have that the court won't eventually seek to expand? That your kind won't decide mortal wizards are easier to rule than to negotiate with? You have my word. Harry met the old wizard's eyes. I know that might not seem like much to you, the promise of a being you've just met, whose nature you don't fully understand. But I've lived a very long time, Aldrich. I've seen empires rise and fall, watched civilizations crumble into dust. I've had every opportunity to pursue dominion over mortals, and I've never taken it. Not because I couldn't, but because it's wrong. A vampire with morals. Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Don't believe it, then. Verify it. Harry gestured around the hall. Speak to the beings who've joined the court. Examine our records, our laws, our actions over the past 3 months. I'm not asking for faith, I'm asking for assessment based on evidence. Voss studied him for a long moment. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? A monster. A manipulator. Something ancient and inhuman hiding behind a familiar face. The old wizard's expression shifted, becoming thoughtful. Instead, I find someone who sounds remarkably like the young man I watched compete in the Triwizard Tournament years ago. Principled. Stubborn. Determined to do what's right even when easier paths exist. I'm still that person. I've just grown. Grown into something that could destroy us all, if he chose. Grown into something that won't destroy you, because destroying people isn't who I am. Harry let some of his humanity show, the boy who'd loved his friends, who'd mourned his losses, who'd kept fighting because giving up wasn't in his nature. I'm not asking you to trust the progenitor. I'm asking you to trust Harry Potter. The one who stood against Voldemort year after year. The one who watched his godfather die and didn't give in to hatred. The one who's sitting here, right now, trying to build something better than the world he inherited. The silence that followed was heavy with consideration. Finally, Kingsley spoke. We'll need to discuss this among ourselves. And the full Wisengamot will need to approve any formal agreement. Of course. Take whatever time you need. But, Kingsley continued, speaking for myself, and I believe for the reasonable elements of the Ministry, I think this could work. A partnership between our worlds, built on mutual respect and shared purpose. He extended his hand. Provisionally, Harry Potter, I accept your proposal. Harry took the offered hand. Provisionally, Kingsley Shacklebolt, I accept your acceptance. It wasn't perfect. There would be debates, objections, factions that refused to cooperate. But it was a beginning. And beginnings, Harry had learned, were what mattered most. The delegation departed in the late afternoon, carrying proposals that would reshape the relationship between worlds. Harry watched them go from the same balcony where he'd stood the night before, feeling the weight of what had been accomplished. That went better than the probability streams predicted, Luna observed, appearing at his side with her usual silent grace. Only minor divergences from the optimal branches. Kingsley is a good man. He understands that the old ways aren't sustainable. The others were more resistant. They'll come around. Or they won't, and we'll work around them. Harry sighed. It's always the same, isn't it? Every era, every civilization, some people embrace change, others fight it. The ones who embrace it usually end up better off. Usually. Not always. No. Not always. He turned to face her, his expression softening. Luna, I need to ask you something. You want to know if I've seen how this ends. The war against Voldemort, against the Hollow Court, against everything that threatens what we're building. Have you? Luna was quiet for a long moment, her infinite eyes fixed on something beyond ordinary sight. I've seen many endings, she said finally. Some are victories, some are defeats, most are complicated mixtures of both. There's no branch where everything works out perfectly, too many variables, too many opposing forces. She paused. But there is one constant. What? You. Luna's smile was gentle. In every branch where we win, where the good outweighs the bad, where our people survive and thrive, you're at the center. Not because of your power, though that matters. Because of your choices. The way you treat people. The values you refuse to compromise. The hope you carry even when hope seems foolish. That's a lot of pressure. It's also a lot of love. Luna touched his face, her fingers cool against his skin. The futures I see aren't determined by cosmic forces or ancient prophecies. They're determined by people, by the decisions they make, the connections they form, the courage they find in moments of crisis. You've already changed so many futures for the better, Harry. Just by being who you are. Harry felt something catch in his throat, an emotion he couldn't quite name, somewhere between gratitude and grief. I'm tired, he admitted quietly. 15,000 years of tired, plus another 17 of childhood trauma. Sometimes I wonder if I have anything left to give. You have us. Hermione had joined them, her arrival as silent as Luna's. You have the court, the alliances, the people who believe in what you're building. You don't have to carry this alone anymore, Harry. That's the whole point of everything we've been doing. I know. It's just. He searched for words. Hard to let go. I've been alone for so long, even when I was surrounded by people, there was always a part of me that was separate. Watching. Waiting. Expecting betrayal. And now. Now I have two queens who can literally feel my emotions through a soul bond. Solitude isn't really an option anymore. He managed a slight smile. Which is probably for the best. Definitely for the best, Hermione agreed. Now come inside. There's a strategy session in an hour, and you need to eat something before then. I don't actually need to eat. You don't need to eat food. But you do need to maintain your strength, which means blood, which Luna has very thoughtfully prepared. Hermione's expression brooked no argument. Inside. Now. Harry allowed himself to be herded, feeling something warm unfurl in his chest. This was what family felt like. What home felt like. He'd spent millennia forgetting he could have either. The strategy session focused on the Voldemort situation. Reports from the British front were grim but not hopeless. The Order had established a network of resistance cells throughout the country, conducting operations that kept the Death Eaters off balance. The court's covert support had made a significant difference, information that saved lives, resources that enabled operations, occasional direct intervention when all else failed. The Battle of Hogsmeade last week was a turning point, Victor reported. Our werewolf allies flanked the Death Eater assault force while Order fighters held the village center. Casualties were minimal on our side, significant on theirs. Voldemort's response? Fury, mostly. He's become increasingly erratic since the battle, executing subordinates for minor failures, making strategic decisions based on emotion rather than logic. Victor paused. Our intelligence suggests his connection to the Horcruxes is destabilizing. Every one that's been destroyed weakens him further. How many remain? 2 that we know of. The snake, Nagini, which he keeps close at all times. And... Victor glanced at Harry. And the fragment in you, my lord. The fragment in me isn't a Horcrux anymore. Not in any meaningful sense. Harry touched his forehead, where the scar was now barely visible. It's contained within the seal on Malakar's prison. When Voldemort dies, that piece of him will be trapped forever, along with the bound god. Can you be certain of that? As certain as I can be of anything involving soul magic and cosmic prisons. Harry's tone was wry. Which is to say, reasonably confident but prepared for surprises. When do we move against Voldemort directly? Cassius asked. The wizarding world is waiting for resolution. The longer he remains in power, the more damage he does. Soon. The Order has been working toward a final confrontation at Hogwarts. The castle has symbolic significance that Voldemort can't ignore. When they're ready to make their move, we'll support them. With what level of involvement? Harry considered the question carefully. The prophecy still hung over everything, the promise that he and Voldemort would face each other, that only one would survive the encounter. But he wasn't sure how that prophecy applied to what he'd become. I'll face Voldemort myself, he decided. The prophecy demands it, and frankly, I want the satisfaction. But our forces will ensure he can't escape, can't receive reinforcement, can't use innocent people as shields or hostages. A coordinated assault. A final assault. When this is over, I want Voldemort gone completely, every Horcrux destroyed, every trace of his influence erased. Harry's expression hardened. He's been a shadow over the wizarding world for too long. It's time to end it. And if the prophecy has other ideas? Then the prophecy will learn that I'm not easily manipulated anymore. Harry stood, signaling the end of the session. Prepare the forces. When the Order gives the signal, I want us ready to move within hours. The signal came 3 weeks later. Harry received it in the dead of night, a Patronus from Neville, silvery and urgent, carrying a single message: tomorrow. Hogwarts. Everything we've got. He was dressed and briefing his commanders within minutes. This is it, he told them. Everything we've built, everything we've prepared for, it comes down to what happens in the next 24 hours. The Order is launching their final offensive against Voldemort's forces at Hogwarts. Our role is support and containment. What about you, my lord? Victor asked. I'll be at the battle, but my target is Voldemort himself. The prophecy demands a confrontation, I intend to give it one. Harry's gaze swept the room. Whatever happens, remember what we're fighting for. Not just victory over one dark wizard, but the future we're building together. A world where supernatural beings aren't persecuted for existing. A world where cooperation replaces conflict. For the Court of Night, Cassius said formally. For the Court of Night, the others echoed. Harry nodded. Then let's end this. Hogwarts at war was a sight Harry had never expected to see. The castle he remembered, the place of wonder and belonging that had been his first real home, was transformed into a fortress. Spells crackled against the ancient wards. Figures clashed on the grounds, light and dark magic interweaving in deadly patterns. The sounds of combat echoed across the lake. Harry arrived at the head of a supernatural army. Vampires flowed across the battlefield like liquid shadow, their speed and strength turning the tide wherever they appeared. Werewolf packs howled as they tore through Death Eater ranks. Even creatures that had never been seen working together fought side by side against the common enemy. And through it all, Harry searched for his true target. He found Voldemort in the Great Hall. The Dark Lord stood amid the wreckage of what had once been the house tables, his serpentine features twisted with fury. Around him, the bodies of both attackers and defenders testified to the brutality of the fighting. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice was a hiss of pure hatred. I felt you coming. The connection between us, it burns. That's because the piece of you that's in me is screaming, Harry replied calmly. It knows what's about to happen. You think you can destroy me? I am immortal. I have conquered death itself. You've delayed death. There's a difference. Harry walked forward, his power gathering around him like a cloak of shadows. Every Horcrux you created has been destroyed except one. The snake is dead, Neville killed her an hour ago, while your attention was elsewhere. All that's left is the fragment in me, and that fragment isn't yours anymore. For the first time, something like fear flickered across Voldemort's features. What have you done? I've become something you can't understand. Something beyond your petty ambitions and your pathetic fear of death. Harry stopped 10 feet from his enemy, letting Voldemort see what he truly was, the vast darkness, the ancient power, the being that had existed before humanity was born. You wanted to be immortal, Tom. You wanted to live forever, to rule forever, to never face the consequences of your choices. He smiled, and it was not a human expression. I am forever. And I've come to show you what that actually means. Voldemort attacked. His magic was formidable, the accumulated power of decades of dark research and Horcrux-enhanced vitality. Spells that should have been lethal screamed toward Harry with deadly precision. Harry didn't bother dodging. The magic hit him and dissolved, absorbed into the darkness that was his essence. Voldemort's eyes widened with genuine terror as he realized that nothing in his arsenal could harm what Harry had become. My turn, Harry said, and moved. He didn't use magic. He didn't need to. Harry simply was in front of Voldemort, his hand closing around the Dark Lord's throat, lifting him off the ground with casual strength. The connection between them, the link forged by the failed killing curse decades ago, pulsed with agony as Harry tightened his grip. For my parents, Harry said quietly. For Sirius. For Dumbledore. For everyone you've ever hurt. Please, Voldemort gasped, all pretense of power and superiority stripped away. I can give you, there's nothing you have that I want. Harry's eyes held centuries of weariness and moments of rage in equal measure. Goodbye, Tom. He reached through the connection, through the bond of blood and magic that had linked them since infancy, and touched the core of Voldemort's being. And he pulled. What followed was not an explosion or a flash of light. It was an unwinding, Voldemort's soul, fragmented and twisted by decades of violation, coming apart at the seams. The piece inside Harry sang with recognition as its parent consciousness dissolved, and then was silent, trapped forever within the seal on Malakar's prison. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the self-styled Lord Voldemort, ceased to exist. Harry let the empty body drop, feeling nothing but a profound sense of completion. It was over. The aftermath of the battle stretched across weeks. The Death Eaters, leaderless and demoralized, surrendered in droves or fled. The Ministry, finally free of Voldemort's shadow influence, began the slow process of rebuilding. Hogwarts was repaired, its ward strengthened, its role as a school restored. And the Court of Night was recognized, formally and permanently, as a sovereign power. The treaty signing took place at the court itself, with representatives from the Ministry, the International Confederation, and a dozen supernatural factions present. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Harry signed the documents that would reshape the relationship between worlds. This is historic, Kingsley said quietly, as the ceremony concluded. Nothing like this has ever been achieved before. Historic is just a word for the first time, Harry replied. Let's focus on making sure it's also not the last time. You're optimistic. I'm determined. There's a difference. Kingsley laughed, a warm, genuine sound. You know, when I first heard what you'd become, I wasn't sure what to expect. A monster, maybe. A tyrant. Something that had consumed the boy I knew and left only power behind. And now? Now I see someone who's grown into something extraordinary. Someone who carries incredible power but chooses to use it for good. Kingsley extended his hand. It's an honor to call you an ally, Harry Potter. The honor is mutual, Kingsley Shacklebolt. Harry shook the offered hand. Now let's build something worth being proud of. Later that night, Harry stood on his balcony one final time. The stars wheeled overhead, the same stars he'd watched for 15,000 years. But everything else had changed. Below him, the court hummed with celebration. Vampires and werewolves danced together, supernatural beings of all kinds mingling freely for the first time in recorded history. The sound of laughter and music drifted up, carrying the joy of a world that had survived its darkest hour. Hermione and Luna joined him, taking their customary places at his sides. It's beautiful, Hermione said softly. What we've built. What it means. It's a beginning, Harry agreed. There's still so much work to do. The Hollow Court is still out there. Malachar is still imprisoned but straining at his bonds. 1,000 other threats we haven't even identified yet. But tonight? Tonight, we celebrate. Harry allowed himself a rare smile. We've earned that much. What happens now? Luna asked. After the celebrating is done. Harry considered the question. What came next? More building, more alliances, more preparation for threats that might take centuries to materialize. An eternity of vigilance, balanced against an eternity of possibility. Now, he said finally, we live. Not just survive, actually live. Build relationships, create art, explore ideas, do all the things that make existence worthwhile. He looked at his queens, his partners, his loves. I spent 15,000 years forgetting how to be happy. I don't intend to make that mistake again. That sounds like a plan, Hermione said. The best kind of plan, Luna agreed. The kind where we get to be together. Harry pulled them close, feeling the warmth of their presence against the eternal cold of his nature. Together, he repeated. Always. The stars continued their eternal dance overhead. And below, the Court of Night celebrated the dawn of a new age. Epilogue 1 year later the throne room of the Court of Night had been redesigned. Gone was the intimidating darkness of Cassius's original vision. In its place stood something new, a circular chamber with 3 equal seats, surrounded by benches for advisors and representatives. Light filtered through windows that showed the outside world, a reminder that the court was part of something larger. Harry sat in the central throne, with Hermione on his right and Luna on his left. Before them, a delegation from the European Werewolf Confederation presented their quarterly report. The integration of our packs has exceeded all projections, Fenris announced, pride evident in his voice. Cross-species training programs are producing warriors who can fight effectively in any configuration. Border disputes between our peoples have dropped to near zero. Excellent work, Harry said. Please convey the court's appreciation to your pack leaders. The meeting continued, touching on trade agreements with the Vila councils, diplomatic progress with the giant tribes, and the ongoing reconstruction of Wizarding Britain. Each item represented another step forward, another brick in the edifice they were building. When the formal session ended and the delegations departed, Harry remained in his seat, contemplating the empty chamber. You're brooding again, Hermione observed. Contemplating. Same thing. Not the same thing at all. Harry smiled slightly. I was thinking about how far we've come. A year ago, I was a 17-year-old who just discovered he was actually a 15,000-year-old vampire god. Now I'm running an international supernatural alliance that the entire wizarding world takes seriously. You're not running it alone, Luna pointed out. You have us. And Cassius, and Victor, and everyone else who's chosen to follow you. I know. That's what makes it work. Harry stood, stretching muscles that didn't technically need stretching. Do you remember what I said, that first night at the Manor? About building something better than the world I inherited? I remember. I think we're actually doing it. Harry moved to the window, looking out at the mountains that surrounded the court. The Hollow Court is still out there, still planning. Malachar is still imprisoned, still pushing against the seals. There will be more battles, more crises, more moments when everything seems about to fall apart. But we'll face them together. As we've faced everything else. Harry turned to face his queens. I spent 15,000 years alone, convinced that solitude was the price of power. You taught me otherwise. Both of you. We didn't teach you anything, Hermione said. We just reminded you of what you already knew. Same thing. Not the same thing at all. Hermione smiled, and it was brilliant. Come on. We have dinner with Neville and Ginny in an hour, and you know how Luna gets if we're late. I don't get any particular way, Luna protested mildly. I just find it rude to keep people waiting when the probability streams clearly show we could be on time if we tried. Harry laughed, a genuine, warm sound that had become more common over the past year. Then let's not keep them waiting. He took their hands, feeling the bond between them pulse with warmth. After all, we have forever to be late. Tonight, let's be on time. They walked out together, leaving the throne room empty. But not for long. There was always more work to do, more challenges to face, more futures to build. And the Court of Night was ready for all of them. Chapter 7 and the END author's note, thank you for reading Harry Potter, Progenitor of Darkness. This story explored themes of power, responsibility, and the importance of connection in the face of eternity. Harry's journey from isolated survivor to beloved leader shows that even the most ancient darkness can be transformed by love, friendship, and the choice to build rather than destroy. The Court of Night stands ready for whatever comes next. Until we meet again.